RTMP key or something like that. Rumble wasn't one of their partners. And so I couldn't stream to Rumble unless I bought their extra package. But now Rumble is a partner with them. And because I haven't changed it yet, it tries to like double stream to Rumble for me. And so last night it like crashed out. So ironically, because I had to immediately private my YouTube video, because I don't know if YouTube's a big fan of people yelling the F slur over and over again either. The only place that the VOD was up was Kick for a while, but my editor took care of it. They took some of those slurs out. We got it up on Rumble and got it on YouTube. But yeah, I recommend it. I think that you should go to multi-platforms. Twitch is the hardest. Twitch will shadow ban you. They're more likely to demonetize you. And here's something I didn't know when I started streaming live. Like Twitch was actually, for me, Twitch intuitively was the easiest place to stream live. Whatever you might think about it as a viewer, or you hate Jeff Bezos or whatever, the tools for ease of use to live stream was way easier on Twitch than any other platform for a layman like me. And so that actually was my biggest audience for a long time. And I remember the first panel I was doing with transgender folk, and they started being like, "What do you think? There's more than two genders? Do you think that we should use pronouns?" And all of a sudden I started to get these DMs from this one guy. He's like, "Dude, don't say it." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "They're trying to intentionally get you banned. That's what they're doing." Because it wasn't even the topic. And they just start throwing that out there. Like, we're talking about the FBI or some shit. And I was just answering honestly. I wasn't being a prick either. I was just like, "Oh, well, yeah, here's my thoughts on biological reality and blah, blah, blah." And this dude's like, "You're going to get banned." And so I was always on eggshells with Twitch. This is actually the first suspension I ever caught. And I totally, I dropped the ball. I should have known. And as soon as Connor started saying that shit, I should have stopped my Twitch stream. But I totally forgot about it. And that's why I said also another reason that you could blame me, because I had a chance to stop my stream and I didn't. I just, whatever.
It's
so,
hard,
yeah,
it's hard to do that though when it's a heated back and forth, and it's you're focused on that as opposed to
well, and what makes it
all TOS
in debate in general. One of the things that's really hard to do, and people, you'll know this. You've been on panels and stuff. It's really easy to Monday morning quarterback. I do it to myself all the time. Oh shit, I should have said this, right? One of the things that makes it even harder in the moment is when one, if it gets heated, but second, if someone's interrupting you a lot, it's hard to keep a train of thought. It really is, right? And so I think as Connor got more and more pissed off last night, there was a lot more like interruptions. So you're in a different mindset. You're trying to remember what you were about to say and all of that good shit. I'm not going to say I've never interrupted people or stuff like that either. I'm just saying. So in the moment, I forgot. Luckily, people reminded me and told me I was banned, so I knew to private my YouTube video. But
real quick, your chat's saying that I'm a bit loud on your end, and that you're a bit
okay.
quiet. You might want to adjust that a little bit.
All right, I can fix that. We'll try that. This dude just won't shut up. He's just yelling the whole time. So I know we were originally going to talk about Trump's tweet, which that's cool. We can talk about that. My feelings on this, and I know you probably saw me saying some of this, is I just don't care anymore to talk to people that I think didn't care about the obvious corruption that we saw. The thrust of my debate last night with Connor is I continually get misrepresented. It doesn't matter how clear I make myself. I don't care about enforcing corruption on people like Trump or Eric Adams or anyone else. I believe that probably 90% of our large politicians are corrupt in various ways. What I care more about is what's a bigger threat is selective law enforcement and selective investigative powers, etc., because I think that sort of violates the entire core of what our legal system and what our, quote, democracy is about. And constantly, when you bring this up, you're accused of sweeping for corruption. For me, it's quite simple. If you don't care when that corruption benefits your side, then you don't really care about corruption. And I don't care when you want to speak when the other people are corrupt. And so I'm tired of playing the game. And I'm just like, yeah, if someone wants to have a good faith discussion about corruption, like you or Ryan McCulley, I think I'm talking to tomorrow, perfectly reasonable. And that soy silk guy or soy pill guy or whatever, he seemed to be, I was very excited to talk to him about it, but unfortunately it didn't work out that way. But that's how I feel.
No, that's fair enough. So I actually had a fight with that soy pill guy. I think it was the next day in Wix server. He came in and was trying to justify his actions, and I thought it was pretty shitty. Like I said, I'll say it as it is. I take a look at the information in front of me, and if it's shitty, it's shitty, and I think that was a pretty directly shitty thing that he did.
Well, here's the thing, right? Like, let me defend him for a second. I even said beforehand, before that video, I was like, by the way, if this guy did fake that, I guess kudos to him. The problem was this, and I'll be as clear because people don't know the timeline of this. I was saying I wasn't going to talk to people unless they condemn corruption, particularly rando people just online. Okay. I messaged Wick and was like, because I saw someone was like, is Rob going to do your panel? I messaged Wick and was like, hey, Connor and me were supposed to talk at like 6. What time's your panel? Or 7? He said 6. I said, let me get to Connor. So I messaged Connor, said, can we push that back to 8 p.m. so I could do Wick's panel? He says, yes. I messaged Wick, say, yeah, I could do this. 20 minutes later is when Soy Silk or Pill sends me that Photoshop message. So I was like, yeah, I respond to him then. I'm like, okay, I'll respond to your question. And I was like, let's have you on the show this week. He said, actually, I'm going to do this panel. Now, my strategy going into the panel was to say just what I told you. I would have said, I don't think this tweet's a big deal. Here's evidence of actual corruption we could see that was directed against Trump. Why didn't you call it out? And I'm not going to have this discussion where you guys clutch your pearls about a mean tweet when you defend the actual corruption when we see it occur to the FBI. But my entire strategy changed once I thought one of the people I was debating actually was concerned about corruption. But I don't, at the end of the day, I'm not losing sleep over him photoshopping it. I'm kind of like, okay, good for you. The thing that pissed me off in the moment was, one, that I was disappointed because I wanted to have a good faith conversation. But secondly, that he said it like right at the beginning, right? Because that's kind of a way of being like, hey, by the way, you're my bitch. How about that? You're my bitch.
Yeah, he said it after he got what he wanted, right?
Right. But I mean, like 20 minutes into a 2-hour debate.
Yeah.
So then I'm supposed to be there and be like a schmuck the rest of the time, like, oh yeah, this guy liked me. No, I could have worded this better, but I'm like, yeah, I'm done talking to this guy. Either he goes or I go. I think what I came up with like 30 seconds after, it's like, I'm just going to mute him. I'll just talk to the other guy or whatever, but I'm not going to listen to this dude. Nope, he's lost that right. If he would have stuck around till the end, I'd have been like, hey, fuck you, and said, haha, I faked this whole debate. And that would have been the end of it. But he wanted to big time me, early in the debate. The funny thing is, like, he got the big got he got was already publicly put on X. I already answered his question.
It was a miscalculation, right? Because I don't know if you recall this, but I saw it happen in real time because the reply to you was actually one of your replies to one of my replies to Josiah, I believe. And so that came up, the screenshot came up, and I remember, like, when I first saw it, wow, that's pretty impressive. Like, I misjudged this guy because I had a debate with that guy a few days prior with Pisco. And so I saw that come up, and I was like, that surprises me. Like, I didn't expect that based on the way he was talking before. And so, and I remember thinking, well, Rob's better answer him now. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. And you did answer him. So, okay.
Yeah, I would have been a real bitch if I didn't answer that.
Like, everything's all good.
Yeah.
And then I saw that happen in real time, right? Where it was like, oh yeah, by the way, the whole thing's fake. And I remember being like pretty jarred. Like that, whoa, like that was, there really is none of them that are good faith, huh?
Well, and here's another thing, and I don't give a shit. And my complaint with Wick is that he jumped in as a debater. That's my complaint, because Wick has every right as a moderator to be like, dude, you can't tell me to kick people. So if you gotta go. That is an absolutely perfectly reasonable response from Wick. I'm not going to let you sit here and just have him muted. Yeah. I'm not going to kick him. So see you later. Fine. Right. But the problem is when I start to explain, Wick's like, what's going on? And I start to explain, and he immediately jumps in and is like, oh, so you're just like someone sweeping for destiny. You're a hypocrite and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wait. And he just starts filibustering. Then I get pissed off and I'm talking over him. And after 3 minutes, it's like, this is going to be it. It's just the moderator is going to talk over me the whole time. See you later. I'm not super mad at Wick or anything, but that's twice in a row now that he's entered the fray as a debater against me when I've done one of his panels. So I'm just not going to do his panels anymore. No hard feelings. I wish Wick the best. I don't give a shit. I'm not like super butthurt over it. But good luck to him, man. I think that I'm not trying to brag, but I think as far as right wingers go, probably I'm one of the more entertaining ones that his audience loves to hate. And I probably have a reasonable amount of viewers compared to a lot of right wingers. So that could bring some eyeballs to his channel that maybe would like his channel. And I'm not suggesting that people not go watch him or anything on my behalf. I'm not saying it. But it just seems like cutting off your nose to spite your face, I guess. Like, So more
Yeah,
power to him.
I like Wick. I like. I
He
watch
seems
his
like a
content.
likable guy.
Yeah, I do participate a lot in his content, and I also like watching your content. I think my read on the whole situation was I think that there was collateral between you two that didn't necessarily need to happen. I think that it was sort of a the real bad guy there was Soy Pill, and Wick didn't really know what was going on, so reacted in a certain way, which obviously caused you to react in a certain way, and then kind of
Yeah,
led to a
he
back
should
and
let me
forth.
explain myself. Like I was, the other thing, there is one question I have. I can play this for you if you want, but if you listen to my audio from my live stream, I'm streaming, and then I go into the Discord, right? And they're not streaming yet. And I can't tell who it is. Soy Pill's one of the two people, and I don't know who the other person is, but they're laughing, and he's like, oh my God, I can't believe that. Wait, here's Rob, don't tell him.
Oh, wow.
And so it's like, that could have been anything. But if they were discussing, and Wick was in that, he was in that call. Now
He probably
to
wasn't
Steelman,
listening, yeah.
he may not have been listening. That could be true. But if that was set up between the two participants beforehand, now I can't prove it, and I don't think any of them were streaming. So it is what it is. I'm not like about to be fucking, Inspector Cusco and fucking try to be a PI and figure this out. But the whole thing, it's just like, I don't need Wick. I'm not super pissed or anything like that. I said while he was talking over me, what I really believe about Wick, if he's going to attack me, is I'm a coward or whatever, or I'm a traitor to America. I think Wick's not very talented. I think he was sort of astroturfed by Progressive Victory. I think they're probably not going to hire him again. That might affect his channel in a negative way. And I certainly don't think he's a good debater, but I don't think he's a bad person. I'm not wishing for him to fail. I talked to him in the past. He's in Pennsylvania about meeting up and doing some real life events. So that will not happen now, but I'm not like super mad or anything. I'm just like, I'm not interested at this point. So, that's it. That's all I have to say about Wick. Soy Pill as well. I think what he did was shitty, but like on a scale of 1 to 10, the actual photoshopping, it's like a 3 out of 10. They're like trying to make me look like a bitch early in the debates, like a 6 out of 10. But none of it's something I'd lose sleep on or wish any ill to him whatsoever. It's just like, I don't trust you. I'm not going to debate you anymore or anything like that. But it's not like he fucking stolen valor, or, some shit like that. It's just, he did something that was slightly shitty, no big deal. That's how I look at it.
In the context of like what streamers are doing these days, it's not super high up on the list. Sure,
he did not leak our sex tape.
Right,
it's me and Soy Pill's sex tape still under wraps. I assure you.
It was. I do think that like it demonstrates a level of just like deception though and sliminess that I do think it's pretty bad.
Well,
now I don't know if I can trust the guy, right? If I have debates with him going forward.
Well, that's it. Like, and to me, my penalty to people is just like, well, I just don't want to interact with you. But I'm never going to dock someone or wish them ill. I just don't. Even the people, and Soy Pill, like, I would put him, like, of people that I don't enjoy or, whatever, he's going to be way on the low list. Like, there's people I've interacted with that I'm like, I think you're a legitimately terrible person in real life, right? But even them, I'm like, I'm not sitting here like, I hope their channel gets banned or some shit. Like, I just don't give a shit. I try to keep that bad karma away from myself. So, yeah, I don't have any, like, I think that it does represent the overarching point, though, that we were originally going to talk about, which is, when do you decide to have discussions with people on certain topics? Because to me, I think that there is political strategy in controlling a narrative. And I don't know if you heard me talking to Pisco about this. I think that it occurs in 2 levels. There is the level that we're operating in on this space, which is, for better or worse, predominantly dominated by left-wing people at this time. I think the pendulum's swinging to some degree, but I think for reasons of the audience tended to be younger, which tended to lead more left-leaning, and because the owners of the platform were far more favorable to left-wing voices, that it's put people like us on the back foot. And so as such, most of the games in town for debate are going to be ran through some sort of left-wing moderator, some sort of left-wing topics, etc. And so I would argue, and I'll give you a chance, maybe you disagree, that it was sort of like that in the broader context of our sort of where the narrative goes in the world, right? So with the mainstream media, with academia, with the entertainment industry, they're all pushing a narrative that I would call pro-establishment. It definitely leans or claims to be left-wing, but I think more than that, it's pro-establishment. And so because of that, shit happens like to me that I was at this wedding the other week, where someone just comes up to me and is like, oh, you're a right winger, you supported Trump, you got a channel, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And I'm at a friend's wedding and you're like, that happens to me all the time. It never happens in the inverse. Like, I'm not walking up to fucking, and so to me, that was where the broader narrative was. As such, we've heard about Trump corruption for 8 years. And many of the cases we heard were actually corruption the other way going against Trump, like the FISA warrants, etc. And so at this point, I'm not interested in helping them promulgate that bullshit narrative anymore. I feel that I put my foot in there for good faith for 8 years. I tried to talk about what I saw as corruption occurring in real time. No one gave a shit, or very little did. They said I was a liar, I was wrong, I was a conspiracy theorist. Then when it's admitted, they say, so what? It was a long time ago. Who gives a shit? Trump's there now. We only want to focus on Trump. And so my response to them now is, you didn't want to talk about it before? Screw you, I'm not going to talk about it now. That's where I stand on it.
Yeah, this is I think it's a different approach, and I do disagree with it on one level. But I'm open to being wrong, because today, for example, you have Destiny and I think Brian Cohen, he's another kind of like influencer in the space. They're just posting just flat out just inaccuracies, just not even like questionable. They're saying that an executive order from Donald Trump is essentially usurping control from the Supreme Court, which is just entirely false.
Right.
Now, I noticed that when you call out stuff like that, you're right. Like the usual kind of group of people, like the live and learn crowd, or those group of people, that none of them get involved, right? None of them actually work to, I guess, boost any kind of criticism of that or correction or anything along those lines. Sometimes this is the case, but I've seen a couple times, but it's really not nearly to any kind of extent. And so your position is, well, it's unfair here. Like when so much of politics is based on narratives, it's unfair, and it will lead to negative outcomes if we spend all of our time dealing with people who are bringing up these kind of like bullshit concerns and validating the fact that this apparently is like a real concern or whatever with your time, when they are just completely refusing to engage with the concerns on their side. I get that perspective. My concern is that there's the opposite side of that coin. The opposite side of that coin is the sort of perception that, well, Lactoid, you're always playing whataboutism. You're never actually going to engage against anything bad that your person does. How can I trust that when you do say something bad about my side, that it's accurate? There's a kind of a credibility question. And that's kind of the perspective I'm coming from, right? So when every other day Josiah makes a post and then tags me and says, oh, Trump said this. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I'll analyze it in good faith, right? I'll go on there and I'll say, yes, like this is what I agree with. This is bad. I happen to not like that tweet. I know your position is kind of the same on that. It wasn't a good tweet. I think that the assumption that obviously he means he's going to overturn the country, that's pretty ridiculous. But because there's other ways to take that tweet, by the way, more reasonable ways to take that tweet, mainly being he disagrees with the court's decision there.
Yeah, he disagrees with the TRO. I still don't like the tweet, but that's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying, right? I understand. But like when messaging, especially when it comes to the court, I think messaging is important. So that's the main reason why I don't like the tweet. And so I feel the sort of obligation to be able to say that, right? The obligation, I think, to establish credibility, to say, look, I will call it out when Trump does it, because I voted for Trump, right? I'm a libertarian my whole life. My last two, well, not my whole life, actually, we can get into that. But the last two elections, I voted for the libertarian candidate. This is my first time voting for Trump this past 2024. In fact, and I went all in. It wasn't just voting for him. I live in a swing state, and I went and canvassed for him, right? I went with one of those annoying door-to-door door knockers. And
been there, yeah.
Yeah, I was doing it. And so, when I criticize Trump, I feel like there's a level of credibility. And then when I'm able to criticize, any other candidate, I would hope that people would give me the credibility on that too. I guess your point is maybe they just don't care. They're not doing it anyway.
Right. Well, first off, let me say, I totally respect and have been where you're at and still do. I talked to Pisco till 4 a.m. the other day on this very subject. I'll do it when I feel like it, right? That's what I'll do. Like, I did, and I will admit, up until the point that I posted the soy pill, that I hadn't commented on Trump's tweet. I fully planned on doing it the first time I live streamed. I worked a lot the past 2 weeks, knew I had this week off, planned on that being my Monday show. We're going to talk about some of Trump's tweet, what I like about it, what I don't, or what I like about what he's doing, what that represents that I don't like. Because I do think that one of the things about Trump is there are people, because they're so pissed off, rightfully so, at our institutions, that will accept everything he ever does uncritically, which is dangerous. Yeah. That's bullshit, right? Like, so for example, there are Tea Party people whose big deal was spending, that during Trump's first term, when I'm like, what the hell's going on? We're blowing up the budget. What's Trump doing? That are like, you're not really a Republican. You're not really a Trump supporter. And it's like, why? I'm still fiscally conservative. Right? Like, so if Trump's spending a lot, why wouldn't I criticize him? So the left has a point on that, or the Trump haters have a point on that. Yeah. Now, every politician has those people, right? There were Obama's defenders that would, that were super left leaning, that if Obama decided to be a neocon, they were like, yay, bomb, bomb, bomb. All of a sudden, the people I marched against Iraq war in 2004, 2005 were now the biggest defenders of Obama's, proxy wars, etc. So it certainly occurs to every politician, but it is worth calling out. The other thing is, like I said, I will jump in when I feel like it. And I think that people like me and you, if I could steelman your argument a little bit, I think that if you're more than, and I'm not making a claim that me and you are smarter than anyone, but I think we're more than casually involved because we're streamers. This happens to be a hobby of ours. So it does seem that if someone has to push back, it should fall on people that are at least somewhat paying attention in a more global scale rather than just the average person. Maybe my strategy is more acceptable for just the casual viewer. To sort of push back a little on what you're saying, though, is many of these people that are the online streamer sphere that are like, I demand you condemn this, I demand you condemn this. There's nothing you can say anyways. The average Democrat, which just like the average Republican, isn't the terminally online X/Twitch viewer. They're not, whether you're Republican or Democrat. Most Democrats, believe it or not, are not that people. And when I talk to my many, 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 many Democrat friends in real life, I'll fully answer all of this shit. Even if I think that they have Trump derangement syndrome, I'll be like, sure, I see where you're coming from. This is what I think about that. I will. And I will still answer on my channel on my terms. There's very little that I find critical of Trump that I haven't called out in the past. From his bombing of Syria to, not draining the swamp, appointing people like John Bolton, massively overspending the budget, his originally handling of COVID, blah, 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 all this shit. So it's just that I don't in their terms, and I don't think that you're ever going to change their mind. And I think that I'm proof of it, and you probably are too. I'll be honest, I haven't seen you as much as I've seen my own content. But I don't know how many times I could be like, criticize Trump till I'm blue in the face for shit, up to the point where he was my third choice in the Republican primary, and I gave reasons that I didn't prefer him, up to the point where in 2020, I lost half of my viewers for criticizing Trump at the beginning of COVID, for what I thought was paying lip service to lockdowns. None of that matters, because if you see every commentary about me on any live stream chat of any left-winger, they're like, Rob will never condemn Trump no matter what. No matter what. Even last night in debating Connor, I could be like, yeah, I don't give a shit, throw Eric Adams in jail, he's probably guilty. The problem I have was he politically targeted? That's the problem I have. And people still came away from that being like, all Rob will do is defend Trump at all costs and Mayor Adams. So, the idea of you wanting these people that are asking you to be like, oh, well, Lactoid answered me in good faith 3 weeks ago when I asked this question. So now that he's criticizing, Chuck Schumer, I know that he's reasonable. The only way you're going to fall into that category is if you're predominantly anti-Trump, someone like Connor. Connor is the good conservative, right? Because he hates Trump. So Connor could say, I think some of these DEI programs are shit. I think universal health care is shit, right? And the left will accept him because because on the most important issue, he thinks Trump's Hitler. He thinks Trump's the most evil guy in the world. And so it's okay. Then we'll trust him. And you'll see these in these panels if you do enough of them. They'll put you in with the good conservative. And then the way it'll be, like a Dylan Burns panel was always like this. I know
I've had plenty of panels. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But I remember I did one in 2020 where it was 4-on-4, 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats. Who are you voting for? Trump or Biden? Democrats like Biden, 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 Biden. Then it gets the Republicans. Biden, Biden, I'm not voting. And then I'm the last one. Right? And so then at the end of that panel, everyone's like, well, Rob's basically Hitler. He's like the most evil guy in the world. Those other Republicans were good guys, but Rob's the worst. Right? And so it doesn't matter how many times I say, like, there's so many legitimate criticisms of Trump. So many. There's legitimate criticisms of Elon Musk. I make them on my show. But you don't give a shit. All they want's that, just like that soy pill guy illustrated, all they want's that soundbite. Oh, you said that Trump said something that could reek of corruption? Bam. That's it. That's all they're looking for. And so I'm uninterested in giving it to them anymore. I don't give a shit. Now, with the people that I think it's worth pushing back for, even people that I think are partisan beyond belief, like Pisco, I will. I'll go on and I'll argue with them until 5 in the fucking morning after we yell at each other for an hour first. But yeah, that's how I felt about it. So
I think again, the perspective has merit. And this is exactly the kind of thing that I think Josiah has argued to me just on the other side, saying like, well, these MAGA accounts don't listen to me, so might as well just go full bore and like really kind of like articulate one side, because what's the point? And I understand this as well, right? When on Twitter, despite the fact that I believe I have been extraordinarily even-handed, and some people have even told me that, right? Like Lactoid, I've seen some of your recent posts. I was actually pretty, surprised and impressed by that. You still have constantly like these reply guys that are like, you just want to suck Trump's dick, right? Like, and everything you say, like, I bet, you think that's unconstitutional, or you think this is constitutional? Like, if Trump told you to suck his dick, they're very obsessed with sucking dick for some reason.
Right.
This is critically important to them to emphasize that you suck. That I don't know. That being said, I think this is part of a trend that concerns me a lot, which is that if you look at polls since the 90s, political partisanship and polarization has been increasing over time. And we are now more polarized than we have been in the past 50 years, at the very least, and probably even before then as well. That they just this is when we're taking this information, which means that Republicans are much less likely to have Democrat friends. Democrats are much less likely to have Republican friends. People are much less likely to consume news sources that disagree with them. People are sort of falling into their own box, and a big part of this has to do with social media, because it's very easy to remove people and ignore them if you don't like them, as opposed to beforehand, which was before 2014 really is the breaking point, in which you would go and talk to people, and you're not going to kick your friend out of the bowling group that you're part of just because he happens to vote somewhat differently, right? Because you have established relationship with this person. But if you're on social media, it's one click to block, right? It's one click to get rid of this person. And my concern is there's the one approach that you're articulating, which is like the narrative is important, and I don't disagree with that. But then there's the other part of this, which is I don't want to contribute to the polarization that's occurring. And the people that are ultra polarized are already too far gone. But I think that there is a group of people that aren't there yet, right? There are people you can reach, and there are people that do notice. Like there are people who do notice, I think, when you are able to criticize your own side. And I've been able to use that often, and multiple times now, to reach somebody, right? Somebody's like, oh, Lacto, you just will defend Trump, whatever. And then I'll send them tweets where I'm criticizing Trump. I will literally say, oh, you want me to criticize this? I'll send that. Oh, it's super easy, right? This is exactly what I'm doing. And then it's my turn to ask the question. And now if they refuse to answer my question, they look horrible. And that can be an effective way of changing the narrative as well, right? But I think also it's a way to fight back against the extremists on your own side as well. So that's sort of where I'm coming from on Twitter. When I don't disagree, but I would say that you're already advancing the polarization just by having discussions on like these panels and shit that we do. Because even though you might not be causing more individuals to polarize, you're increasing the intensity of the polarization. So let me explain. Like, people that 3 days ago wouldn't have given a shit about whether or not my channel got banned on Twitch are rapidly celebrating and no doubt wanting my YouTube channel to be banned. And what did I really do? Right? Well, I engaged. When I wasn't engaging, it wasn't that bad. But once I engaged, there you go, right? So I engaged, the soy pill, the WIC discussion, bam. I engaged with Destiny, I engaged with Pisco, bam. It ups the intensity, it ups the rabidness of it. So one, probably the best thing to do
in that scope would be to not engage in the sort of blood sports type shit in the first place, and just maybe have just like only sort of talking type shows like we're doing now. It could be people you disagree with, but making sure that it's not in that like debate style format. I still think there's utility, and most importantly for me, which might make me sound like a selfish asshole, I like it. That's why I do it. This is my hobby. It's not my job. I like doing it. So that's why I do that predominantly. But I think that it's, that there's a permutation available to you. In debate, we would use that. It means use both, do both. You could still criticize Trump. I still do. Do it on your own terms. You don't have to do it when people demand, right? And so you could say like, hey, Trump put this tweet out. I don't like it. And you could do a video on it, and you could put a tweet out. I'm not opposed to that. In fact, I think we should do that. In fact, one of my arguments going into the election, there were people that had all sorts of crazy criticisms of Trump that I don't agree with. 2 days before the election, I do an interview on this guy's channel, Jake Rattlesnake. Friend of mine, Andrew Wilson, jumps on 2 days before the election, where I'm trying to talk Trump up as much as possible to as many people right, left, center as I can. And what's Andrew Wilson's big beef that he wants to talk about? How we need to repeal the 19th Amendment because those stupid fucking women are voting. And I'm just sitting there like, there's 1,000-something people watching, and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? We're 2 days before an election, and you're telling half the electorate, by the way, if we win, we're going to try to stop all of you from voting. Just saying, and I'm just like, why would you bring this up now? Like, I don't get it. I massively disagree. And ladies, if you're listening, no, Trump's not going to repeal the 19th. You're not going to lose your right to vote. But even if you truly want that, like, why? So what I told people is, why not wait until Trump wins? I think everybody understands if there's a candidate that you think's the lesser of two evils or whatever, that you're supporting and you're trying to get across the finish line, save your criticism until the election's over. Now, that doesn't mean you can't criticize before the election, but you see what I'm saying. And so now I would be a hypocrite if I said, oh, don't criticize Trump now. Of course not. Now's the time to criticize. Particularly, we're as far away from his election as we're going to be, right? Right in his first couple months in office. So criticize away. One of the worst things about Trump's first term was I think that Trump's malleable. I think that because he's not a great ideologue, and a lot of it has to do with him wanting to be liked and be popular, he's willing to be shifted, like with the bump stock shit. And so the irony is you finally get a chance to steer a politician. There's advantages and there's disadvantages to not being very ideological. The advantage is he might be willing to listen to his base, to steer him closer to a direction they want. And yet you had all these Trump people like, trust the plan. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It was so annoying. So I still think that you should criticize him. I do. I just think that it should be like on your own terms. Because another thing that I'll say about the strategic level of this is, Pisco kept saying, well, what if I did that to you? Would you say chicken shit if I didn't want to talk? I was like, yeah. And he's like, you don't think that'd be a problem? I'm like, no. And he's like, why? Well, here's the truth. Because we won. That's why. And let me explain what I mean by that. When we desperately needed dialogue, and it would have helped, I think, the greater country at whole, because I think that our institutions are incredibly bloated, inept, and corrupt, right? When they're controlling the narrative, and when they're winning, they're like, no, we're not going to talk about shit. But now that the American people are like, no, we don't accept that. We don't accept it. Now, all of a sudden, these people are like, oh, but now you have to talk about corruption. You have to talk about the corruption of Trump. Only that direction, right? So now they're in the position, sort of. It's still not as bad as we were, where we had like no institutional power. But now they're sort of facing that. And they're like, well, now we're in the... And it's sort of the old Frank Herbert quote, right? How's the exact quote go? I think you probably know the one I'm talking about, where it's like, I'll leave you... let me look it up real quick. It's one of my favorite quotes. I can't believe I haven't it. The guy that wrote Dune. It's not...
Is it that like when they're in power, they'll appeal something along those lines?
Yeah, it's basically like when we're in power, we silence you because that's according to our principles. But when you're in power, we ask for a voice because that's according to your principles.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the idea. And so part of me is just like, listen, I'm still willing to have the conversation. And that's like the irony. I was talking to Pisco about this. There was a debate. I can't remember the name of these two guys, but they claimed to be like professors or linguists or some shit. And I talked to this one guy, DMs on X, till like 2 a.m. one day. And what they were trying to do was wrote me into this hyper-specific debate. What is the standard legal definition of the term insurrection? My argument is there isn't one. Because it's almost never used and hasn't been for over 100 years, that there's nothing that would be recent enough that we could say this is the standardized legal definition.
It's very
which
big.
is sort of right, which is my argument. Pisco's they were trying to get me to debate Pisco. His argument was like, well, if we go back to the courts in 1840, we get this standard legal definition that they were using back then, right? And my argument is, but that definition's not the standard legal definition, because I could point out 15 incidents between the last time it was used and now where there was no prosecutions, which would seem to suggest that our understanding of what the term insurrection means has changed. Maybe around the time of the Civil War, the judges, the prosecutors, etc., had a different feeling on the importance of charging in what they thought was insurrection because we just had a fucking Civil War. So even though, for example, a lot of the Vietnam War protests technically would have met that definition of insurrection, I don't think that the standard idea of the judicial system at that point in the 60s and 70s was the same as it was in 1840. Just like our understanding of free speech has changed. But I couldn't point to you what my standard legal definition is. But that was the debate. I wasn't allowed to talk about double standards and, well, wait a minute, Pisco, if that's your standard legal definition, doesn't the Chaz Zone meet that? Doesn't the burning down of Minneapolis police station meet that? Doesn't matter. That's not the debate. The debate's just, what's the standard legal definition? And so what I told Pisco, and he agreed to this, I was like, I'll do this debate with you. I don't give a shit what you say it is, or even what the standard legal definition is. What I give a shit is that it's evenly applied. And it's clearly not. If I could point to instances that meet your definition that no one batted an eye about, then it's clearly not being equally applied. So if I do this debate, then you do the debate with me of the unequal application of our law enforcement when it came to political protests and riots. He says yes. That to me is reciprocal. That's the way to do that discussion. To just be like, okay, you've demanded that I condemn Trump corruption, that I talk about the standard definition of insurrection, fine, and I'll just keep it in that will. Because what happens is it's the same shit every time. They control the narrative, so you'll go on, and then you'll say something like this. I bet this has happened to you dozens of times. You'll be like, okay, yeah, technically Trump violating a TRO, that's not the greatest thing in the world. But on the scale of things that we would think was unconstitutional or illegal or immoral even, like that pales in comparison to like what we could see over here, abuses, fights, blah, blah, blah. And what are they going to say? That's whataboutism. That's not the topic. We're not talking about that. We're here to talk about this one thing. Okay, well, when do I get my chance to talk about the thing I want? We don't do that. You set up that topic yourself. By the way, we're not going to come talk to you about it. So that's how I feel on it. Where it's like, I still criticize Trump. I do it in my channel all the time. And you're right, though. You make a point that is worth mentioning. I have a lot of viewers that were former Destiny viewers. They were like, I think he became unhinged. I always thought you made reasonable, good points. I'm happy to be here. And that does mean something. Even if it's only 5 people, that's 5 people that you've at least came across as being good faith enough that they're willing to hear you out, which is good. But I think that even I would still debate someone like Destiny, hypothetically, pending these legal charges. But I think that it's worth entering into these conversations at certain times with certain talented people. But to me, the calculation changes with just random expat. Having the conversation's one thing. And that's what I told Connor. It's not a simple yes-no question. Is Trump's tweet true or not? Right? It's actually very complicated. So I'll have a debate with you, but I'm not just going to say yes or no on this fucking platform. Fuck you. You don't give a shit about corruption. And so I guess to sort of give an olive branch to a little more what you're saying is maybe the best compromise is if you're capable of having a like in-person, it doesn't have to be in person, but like a video dialogue as opposed to just one or two random Twitter. Yeah, maybe that's more worthwhile.
Yeah, so kind of in line with what you're saying, when you're saying, well, this I'm sure this happens to you a lot. It does, right? I recall one specific debate, especially regarding the Her Report when that came out. Hutch was there and a couple other people, and 100%, right? Because first of all, somewhat hilariously, there was like 5 people on the panel. I was the only one who read the Her Report.
Of course,
I was actually the only one who read any of the Her Report, and I read all of it, right? And so they were going in to defend Biden against the Her Report without having read the Her Report whatsoever. That was bad, right? And so the whole time I was just like citing specific lines. This is really bad, guys. Like, look at what Her is saying. And every time, you're right, every single time it was, well, but like Trump has like senior moments, like here, look at this, look at this video, look, and I was getting frustrated, right? And there's been several panels now where I will bring up the fact that look, you know, it especially I'm trying to keep them on topic, where it's like, we've had multiple panels criticizing Trump, and I've stayed on topic on those. But when it comes to this, where we're talking about the Hur report on Biden, which is, by the way, horrifically bad, right?
It
Like
was terrible.
it was terrible, and the way Congress treated Robert Hur during that hearing, even Pisco was saying that was fucked up because it was that fucked up, right? It was not good, and I think the Hur report represents something even that's worse than people give it credit for being, which is what it shows is that especially when the primary kind of Kamala took over the primary, which is the Hur report is, I think, evidence at this point of a institutional systemic dishonesty that is
Right.
within the DNC, where they're willing to, when you voted in the primary, that was supposed to matter. And everyone was saying, this guy's fine, this guy's fine, this guy's fine. And then here comes Robert Hur saying he's not fine. And the response is to attack Robert Hur. The response is to deflect to Donald Trump. The response is to simply not acknowledge that. I 100% agree that happens. And
And
that
let
should,
me let me real quick just to pick. This is thematic with the Democrats because in my state, John Fetterman ran for Senate. He had a stroke. Right, Fetterman's much better now than he was at the time he was running. And I don't know if you recall this. It was a woman from like CNN or MSNBC or ABC or some shit, not a traditional right wing outlet, that did an interview with him, and she was like, this guy couldn't understand me. Like he can't have a conversation. And they came at this lady knives out. Like, how dare you? And this poor lady's just like, I'm just telling you,
Telling
like
you how
what
it
I
is.
saw. I'm not saying the guy's brain dead. I'm just saying he couldn't follow the conversation and communicate. Now, and I'm not the biggest Fetterman fan, but thank God he's gotten better. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. But at the time, voters had a right to know. And I feel it's the same way. So Biden, it was like obviously on a far grander scale, but it was the same thing. And I agree. The Hur report, the easiest question to come out from the Hur report for me to ask people was, how is this guy too mentally infirm to charge, but enough mental competency to be our president? Yeah. That's it. That's the real strength of the real message of the Hur report. Now, I think it also shows that had these same facts been found under a prosecutor looking into Trump, he would have been charged, in my opinion. But to me, as far as politics go, the scarier question in that particular instance was who's running the show? Why are they lying to us systemically? And so I agree with you.
Yeah. That is what happened. But during that debate, I was able to, consistently hammer with, when it was topics on Trump, I criticized Trump. You guys keep deflecting to Trump. That's unfair. You guys haven't read the report here. You don't know how bad this is. And it was. I mean, it was all of them were flailing, right? They were bringing on reinforcements, right? Like at the end, Josiah was joining, and he hadn't read it either.
Right.
And it was a clown show. And I think it was absolutely one sided. And so that was beneficial to me in that instance. And I think that I didn't see your debate on the insurrection question because some of you may know I'm a lawyer, and I've looked at this question as well. And you're right; it's the definition of insurrection is not clear. Right. And Pisco has already said that, right? Like in terms of it's a good faith attempt of looking through legal history to determine what the sort of prongs are here. And I did watch the debate with Andrew Wilson, where Andrew Wilson debated Destiny on whether or not this was an insurrection. And I thought that a lot of people gave him shit for this, but I think Andrew Wilson handled it correctly when he said,
he did.
This is your burden of proof. You're making the positive claim. That was good. And he was able to, I think, prove what the problem with their definition of insurrection was, which was that when you have a 3-prong approach where it's incredibly strict and there's no kind of consideration for aggravating factors, this means a bunch of hippies going out to federal land and smoking weed. This would be an insurrection, wouldn't it?
Yep.
And Destiny said yes. Because you're locked into this position. Now the question is, did the drafters of this of the Constitution, the founders, did they intend for this to be insurrection, to disqualify you from office? Is this a reasonable interpretation? It's not. There must be some other prong here that's being missed, and I think that was demonstrated, right? And so even if I think one way I try to approach it when people are, coming at like, oh, we're only going to talk about this, we're only going to talk about this, especially when they're using, catastrophized language, is to point out that, your strict standard and your catastrophized language that you're using here, like it's going to lead down paths that you don't even agree with. So if you're wrong on this, now we've established that like this is more muddy, right? This is way muddier than you're giving it credit for. And then you have that conversation, right? And then after that conversation's done, you point out, look, this is way more muddy than you're talking about than you thought. What about this over here? What about the fact that you seem to have a big problem with this? That's fair. What about this over? What about the FISA warrants, right? What are your thoughts on that? And after that first part is addressed, I think that is incredibly difficult for them to weasel out of.
Well, that's interesting because you didn't see my debate with that. So to give you the rundown, that's perfectly fine. Just to give you a rundown, what happened? That debate I was supposed to have with Pisco never happened because I was at work doing like 15 days straight where I wasn't home. So Pisco sent me some articles. His definition was from this guy Bowden Paulson, which Destiny was writing a manifesto or whatever on January 6th. He's getting most of his shit from Pisco. By the way, Pisco's DMing him while I'm debating him. They gave me shit for using AI. Pisco's giving Destiny answers. I think one's
he also uses his chat too, right?
That's right.
Look at his chat, which is kind of the same thing. But
right. So, but Destiny messaged me and said, "Hey, do you want to do this debate with me?" I said, "Yeah, I don't give a shit, but I'm at work." I would have still did the debate with Pisco, but he never asked afterwards. But so as soon as I got off from work, my 14-day stretch, I said, when do you want to do that tonight? He said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, I haven't had time to research much." The whole thing was, I don't want to give too much inside baseball here, but I did talk to Andrew before his debate with Destiny, and I did recommend, Andrew came up with his own strategy, don't get it twisted, but I said the problem is whatever definition they give will be too broad. And I was like, think of it this way. If you walk into a debate and someone says, we're going to debate whether or not lactoid is tall, okay, let's do that debate. And they stand up and they say, my definition of tall is anyone over 3 feet. And you'd be like, well, I don't have an exact definition of what's tall, but that's fine. If that's what you want to say your definition is, great. Then the word's meaningless because everyone's tall. So there's literally no meaning to it.
Exactly.
And that's very problematic with language anyways, but especially when we're talking about potential crimes. So, for example, one of the crimes that I think's crazy is like sex trafficking. If you look at how they charge people sometimes with sex trafficking, it's actually quite insane. So, you could invite someone from a state and pay for their hotel and have sex with them, and that sometimes could be construed as sex trafficking, because sometimes people explain it as it's sort of paying for a service. It's just insane. And it's like, you have to be careful, right? If we want to broaden the definition to harassment to be, criticizing anyone for anything, that's very troubling. And then if you're coming at it from my perspective, which is my concern isn't predominantly pro-Trump or pro-Hillary or pro-Biden. My concern is double standards within the institution. It's always going to sound like whataboutism because my point is I'm not defending Trump on this particular accusation. I'm saying, okay, is this how the courts normally operate? Is this how the FBI normally operates? So when I debated Destiny, I said to him, this is how we opened up. I said, the reason I'm doing this debate is because I know how pissed off you were that Andrew Wilson refused to define insurrection. So I will do that. And I will let you go through our definitions with a fine-tooth comb. But my condition is that you then have a debate with me of equal time about the double standard and how it's applied. Because I already knew his definition led to BLM being insurrections, the Chaz Zone being insurrections, Vietnam protests being insurrections. Hell, even 2 hippies smoking weed was an insurrection.
Yeah.
So why was it never charged? Why was no one who participated in that ever kept off a ballot? Why? Kamala Harris promoted a bail fund for the insurrection in Milwaukee, right? Why wasn't she being, if we're going to remove Trump from the ballot, why isn't she? That's the part of the debate I want to do. Want to know what happened? For 4.5 hours, we talked about my definition of insurrection, and then Destiny rage quit. That's what happened.
Wait, so it was pre-agreed to talk about something else,
pre-agreed,
and it never happened?
That's right. And his excuse was, now I'll be honest, when he rage quit, I didn't mind, because I assumed we'd do it at a later date. Because 4 hours is a long time.
4.5 hours, yeah, you're right.
So I was like, maybe it's just like, fuck you, I'm tired tonight. We'll bring you back on. But he blacklisted me. And it was because 2.5 hours prior, I used AI. And what I used AI for was, I'm at work. I don't have a computer. Pisco sends me all these articles. This Bowden-Paulson paper is like 130 pages. Long story short, I read a couple articles about it. And the question so one of the things I screenshotted was an AI question that I asked it. And I turned out to be right because Destiny was claiming there couldn't be state level insurrections, which makes no sense. Of course there can be. The same thing you could do to the federal government, you could do to a state government. Why would that not be an insurrection at the state level? But their big argument, and I know because I had this argument with Bisco, is going to be, well, the reason we don't kick them off the ballots because the insurrections you're mentioning are state insurrections. And so Section 3 of the 14th Amendment would only apply to people that have participated in a federal insurrection and not a state, which makes no sense to me because insurrecting against the state government would be tantamount to insurrecting against the federal government, right? If I insurrect against Harrisburg, my state capital, isn't that part of the federal government? So it would be still, and if I take over 6 city blocks in Seattle, I'm not just insurrecting against Seattle. That's also land of the United States. Anyways, that was the whole point. That's why I was prepared for, I was shocked that Destiny said there can't be state level insurrections. Not only did it not apply to Section 3, but there just couldn't be an insurrection at the state level. And that's his excuse that he gave. So I'm sort of using this, not to relitigate it, but to push back against sort of what you're saying here, that it's like, well, you have that initial discussion with what happens when they run? What happens when they say, yeah, we'll have that conversation eventually, and then they don't. And it's like, oh, the next panel you do, we'll get to that. And then on the odd chance they do, all they do is talk about, yeah, but what about Trump? But what about Trump? But what about Trump? And for me, it's like when I do these panels, I did another panel. Connor actually ran this panel, and it was Brianna Wu and Destiny. And the topic of the panel was like, do you think the classified document case of Trump is like basically a big deal? Or do you think it's an evidence of a double standard in the application of law? And of course, that's going to be my take on it. I'm like, I'm not saying mishandling classified documents or being accused of obstruction of justice isn't a bad thing. It is. But if we weigh that versus the targeted, the putting the thumb on the scale by the FBI, that's far worse. That's far more damaging to our country. And the entire time, all they did was say, like, that's whataboutism. That's whataboutism. And I'm like, but it's literally the topic. But that's whataboutism. We don't give a shit about Biden. We don't give a shit about Hillary. We're just talking about Trump. And I'm like, but I'm not talking about Biden and Hillary. I'm talking about the FBI. I'm talking about the investigators. It's not whataboutism if the target of your criticism isn't the individual that you're excusing their behavior. I'm criticizing the FBI. I'm like, they behave in a double standard. So if someone says Trump did this, and I say, okay, well, how did the FBI treat Trump? And then how did they treat Hillary, who did something similar? That's not whataboutism, because the target of my focus, I'm not saying it's okay they did that because someone else did something. If you're saying, I don't care that Trump mishandled classified documents because Hillary did, that could be whataboutism. If you're saying the problem I have is the double standard in the treatment, then that's not whataboutism. And for them, it's always the same. In fact, last thing I promise, and then I'll leave you jump in here. I remember the one time I was so giddy to do a panel to talk about Russiagate. This was probably 2020. And I'm doing a panel that Danabo was running, and it was like Demon Mama and a bunch of other lefties. And there were 3 topics, and the way they chummed me in was the first topic was Russiagate. Great. Finally, they can't accuse me of whataboutism, and I know these people haven't even heard more than the MSNBC talking points, right? I'm not kidding you when I tell you in the DMs on Discord 10 minutes beforehand, they're like, yeah, it turns out no one really wants to talk about Russiagate, so we're going to talk about abortion instead. I'm not bullshitting you. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, oh, there's some fresh area we're litigating, another abortion debate, which I've done dozens. And you're just like that sort of illustrates, the frustration I have, where it's like, at least I'll give Pisco credit. He'll go in the weeds with some of this shit. My criticism with him is just that I think he's hopelessly partisan, and maybe we'll talk about some of that a little later in my conversation with him, but at least he'll get in the weeds in it. Who else will? Even you said you're doing a debate in the Her Report, and they're all like, I didn't even read it.
Yeah, they didn't even read it, yeah.
And I'm not even, and by the way, I'm not trying to speak for you, but I bet your criticism isn't you had to read every word of it, but at least read some of the relevant sections, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like that seems to be noteworthy. Like, you couldn't read 5 pages, like the summary? You couldn't do that? We're not even saying, well, you had to meticulously go through all the footnotes and just have some idea, but.
No, it could be, here's what it could be. especially when you've described, I guess, the Destiny story, where you had the topic that was agreed to on a certain condition, and then that condition was just completely betrayed. Um, you might be a little bit more jaded, and I mean that like with all respect. I think that you might be more burned, I guess, by people pulling this shit than me, and it's probably because you're more involved, and you have a bigger platform, and you're more involved in these kind of spaces. So, I mean, that could be part of it, and I understand that, right? Like if stuff like that happens, and the response is, well, I can't trust them at this point to have the conversation, even because they never will. Even if they agree to, they're just going to leave. So there's no point in even like making those kind of agreements beforehand. I understand that. I don't know. I guess I
And
just
it's like, and I'm not making like. First off, let me say I'll give you the same like not I don't know what warning, a disclaimer that I give everyone. Never just take my word for something. I could be totally misleading you about what the agreement was in that Destiny debate. You watch for yourself though. It's at the very beginning where I'm like, but I'm just saying, and to everyone listening in the audience, because you never want, especially a fellow streamer, you don't want to put him on and say, yeah, what he did was shitty. Yep. Just based on my word, because then you go back and look and people are like, well, that's technically not what he did. Now you're calling the dude shitty, and you're like, oh, well, I think Rob was putting a little spin on it or something. I didn't realize. So I'm not asking you to connect. I'm not saying that, right? People could look at this themselves, but
you
I
would
guess
never fake a screenshot, right, Rob?
that's right. Not so, yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't violate someone's consent by faking a screen. Now, but that's what happened. And like I said, I fully expected him like a couple days later to be like, yeah, we'll have you on. But he didn't. But even my audience at the end was like, oh, Destiny Rage quit. I said, oh, he'll probably bring me on the next day. And they're like, people are saying that you used AI and that's really shitty. And I was like, man, Destiny probably doesn't feel that way. No big deal. And so then like the next day, people send me clips of his show the next day. And it's like, Rob's blacklisted from my channel. He fucking used AI. If I would do that shit, I'd be crucified, blah, blah, blah. And to further speak to what you're talking about, again, who gives a fuck about Destiny in that incident? But there's 10,000 people watching Destiny's show. You would think that a healthy portion of them would be like, well, I don't know about all that. I mean, if you were so aggrieved by that, why'd you proceed to talk to him for 2 hours afterwards? And didn't you sort of promise him to talk about this double standard? Like, seems pretty evident that you avoided that debate. But no, they're just all in. Yeah, fuck Rob. He used AI. Fuck him. And so you would even say, like, because what you said there is like, well, if they back out and they refuse, then people are like, what's going on here? But no, that's not what happened.
Well, some.
Well,
and what I mean by that is,
were there any on his side? I don't even know if there were any because they bought his excuse.
Well, there might be some though. Like you even said that like some people from your audience have come from DGG, right? And look, I agree. The vast majority. I mean, look, you have the majority of his fans defending the allegations that have come out recently.
Did you see that lawsuit?
I did. Yeah.
I'll leave you finish. I have a question about that. As a lawyer, you're actually someone good to ask. But
yeah. Well, I was going to say, like, if you have a community that will defend those kind of things, or like be willing to sweep those kind of things under the rug, then you never had a chance to get them anyway. Like, you could have destroyed every single point. You could have just controlled that conversation all the way throughout, and you're just never reaching them. Right? They are completely captured. That's one. I agree. That's 100% true. But again, there is this this cream on the top. There's like this group of people, I think, where they're sentient, right? They're watching that and they're actually like digesting everything that's being said, and they notice things that perhaps people don't notice. One example, and then I'll let you ask your question. One example was, I had recently a debate with Pisco, and Pisco has developed, and I think you'll even agree to this, a very aggressive debating style as of late, right? A very aggressive debating style, yes or no. And it makes him come across as very confident and dominating the conversation. But I think that for his fans, people they like that, right? Oh yeah, you're crushing it, you're crushing it. But there are like there's a middle group of people who are watching that are turned off by that. That are like, no, let the other guy talk. Like, what are you doing? Like, this isn't an actual discussion. Like, this is ridiculous, right? And I've had several of those people following the debate come up, like reach out to me and say that. Like, I watched the debate. I thought that what happened there was totally unfair. And so, in some ways, you're not going to reach everybody, but in some ways, the people who can be reached, I think it's if they can be reached, they also are smart enough and even-handed enough to notice when you're being good faith, right? And that's been my overall
I
philosophy
think
on it.
that's fair, and I do think you're right, and I think that's why it's still worth to do debates.
Yeah.
I demand you answer this shit on X. I don't care. And let me further clarify. I'll violate this own rule all the time. I'll just have days that I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. Fuck you. Show me proof that you called it out. Now I mean, again, I will have to, like, I begrudgingly say this. Soy Pill got me good in the sense that I was actually excited. It's like, yay, a lefty that fucking actually cares about corruption. Wow. It was so refreshing. But then I think that's part of me being a little pissed off for like 30 seconds when he said that. But again, not to relitigate that, but the bulk of it was he's like trying to make a fool out of me. Like, and then I have to sit there for another hour and a half. Fuck all that. Like, I don't need this shit.
It was also about like the best, because you and I actually were on the same side on that New York debate. Remember that?
Yes.
And it was like the best one to bring up because that's like, what a great example of just a ridiculous case, right? And I saw that, I was excited too. Look at that! Like they some of them do see it, and then no, the whole thing was fake.
Well, and again, that's another example. That's actually, I'll put off the only question I had, I'll ask it real quick about the Destiny. That filing that you saw, it has to be, that's just a lawyer filing something, right? That's not like, it hasn't been scheduled for a jury trial. It hasn't been accepted by the court that this will guaranteed go to a jury trial. That's just a filing that any lawyer could make, correct?
Yeah. So I'll just very briefly explain just like the life of a lawsuit, right? So how it works is you have, you get a lawyer, they file a complaint, which is basically that's what this is, right? It's a long list of all the things that I think that you did wrong. Here are the specific laws that I think you violated, and here's what I want from you. I want money is what lawsuits really are always asking for. Sometimes they're also asking for injunctions, but that's neither here nor there. So you ask for a bunch of money, and then then you serve the lawsuit, right, on the other person. The other person, they get their own lawyer who then drafts a answer, which is basically a response to every allegation in the complaint, saying, yes or no, admitting or denying. Usually you admit the stuff that you just have no basis in denying, like what your name is, right? That's usually one that you admit. Or if your address is your address. And then if the allegations, like,
is that partially why it's numbered? Like
yes.
they number. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. You literally like respond to it like via numbers, like
number 7
in response to like number 7, like we deny the allegations thereof,
gotcha,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then you just go down, and then you file that answer with the court. After the answer's been filed, and there's a deadline to do that, right? There's a deadline to file the complaint. That's called the statute of limitations. After a certain amount of time, you can't file one anymore. And then there's a deadline to file the answer. After that, there's a scheduling conference with the court where both sides call in and they set the schedule, right? And the schedule is, okay, we have this many months for discovery. We have like a deadline. You got to set experts by XYZ. After the whole discovery process, which includes interrogatories, requests for documents. So there could be a lot of documents that are pulled, right? Destiny could get a request for a whole bunch of documents that he might have to comply with. Deposition, right? We've all seen those. Forced interview, basically. And then after all that's done, then you start going into the actual trial process, right?
Yeah.
Go to court.
That's what, and then that's what I thought, and I just wanted to, like, for the people, because I saw that got released today. I read through it. It does not look good for Destiny, but for me, I was like, if this is just this isn't something official from the court that they're certifying this or anything. This is going to be what the trial's about. It is just one-sided. He hasn't had a chance to respond.
That's right.
He may have competent responses. So to me, it was like, it's bad to hear the allegation. It certainly is. But I was like, this isn't like the judge read both sides and is making an accusation.
You're
and
right.
It's also not a criminal, right? This involved no criminal charges, right? This is civil. It's all civil. It did suggest an injunction. It did have an injunction of demanding Destiny delete all of material, but that's the only injunction part. The rest of it, I think, is just money, like basically suing for punitive and actual damages and attorney fees, the way I read it. So.
Yeah, that is one-sided. That's coming from her attorney. So it's not the judge coming down with any kind of decision or
He was I didn't see this. Someone says he was making responses today on stream. As an attorney,
that's
the
worst idea. If that actually happened, please tell me that didn't. If that actually happened,
I heard people saying that all over X today too. That he started off like the first half hour of his stream was like him responding to the actual document.
Oh, I remember seeing the document, and I want to talk on this a little bit because I think this is bad, right? I remember, when all this dropped, he was saying, "Well, I can't deny it because it's litigation now, et cetera, blah blah." That's fine if you actually don't talk about it. But
Right.
he did talk about it, and in the
Exactly.
complaint, they're citing times that he talked about it
On his Discord.
on his
Yep.
and it looks bad, right? And it looks bad, and so like, oh, you couldn't talk about it when it came to denying it, but you can talk about it when it comes to saying shit you shouldn't be saying. And if this is true, where he's going through the complaint on stream and addressing every point, that is, he's just not respecting the process. Maybe he's. I don't even want to speculate because I don't even know if that's what's.
But that's what I said. I haven't seen it, but I heard. Well, the other thing is, and again, I'm not an attorney, but just thinking logically through this, not only could statements you make lead to a possible guilty verdict, like be evidence against you, but I think it could also increase the damages. Because if part of her argument is you've damaged my reputation, and now they're putting stuff in this filing saying, after this initially broke, he's putting on his Discord, she's just a money grubber. Isn't that... If I'm her attorney, I'm making the argument that's further harming her reputation.
Yep.
So you have the reputation harm of the physical video, but then also of the attacks on her character, which could also be and so it's like, I thought that his initial response was the correct one. Hey, I can't say shit, right? And then you had the Discord shit, which is bad, but then you also had his public post on X, where he's like, coming back today, looking for my costume, and it's the Dr. Disrespect shit.
Yeah.
And so if I'm harmer attorneys, let's say he theoretically says, okay, yes, I did this, but it was sort of, I didn't intend for it to be made public to everyone, just one person, blah, blah, blah. And basically pleads to like, I'm very apologetic. I feel terrible. Doesn't all that provide evidence to the contrary? Like, you're joking about this shit online. Like, and so if you then try to go in and say like, well, I'm very remorseful on the penalty phase of this, that's all going to be brought up. Like, does this seem like someone who's sorry? And, if I'm him, I would make the argument, well, that's how I get through grief. Anxiety, I joke, but still, I think it's a jurist. That's right. As a jurist, I would be like, so if I believe that you did this shit and then you were joking about it, oh boy, the punitive phase of this is going to be fucking astronomical. It's different if someone's like, I fucking made a mistake. I made a horrible mistake. And that's the other thing, the question I had for like Erudite, right? Or any of the Orbiters, because in a weird way, I don't know how well you know some of these characters. I finally talked to Dan. I'd never met Dan or talked to him. I will say that Dan's stance of like, I don't give a fuck, I'm sticking by Destiny, he's my friend, I sort of respect. I'm not saying it's a decision I would have made, but to me, the scummiest thing would be, well, I'll see which way the headwinds go. If I think there's more benefit to doing a partnership with Destiny and I can get away with it PR-wise, then that's what I'm going to do. But if there's enough momentum against them, then I'm out. Like, to me, that's the scummiest thing. And so, like, when you see people like Erudite that were like, well, I knew about the accusations 2 months before they were made public, and I believe them. That's the key part, right? By the way, if you're listening and people say, oh, well, how could you have a problem with this because you voted for Trump? Because I don't believe the accusations against Trump.
Oh, I had a whole panel on that specific question, but
right.
Yeah.
So you don't believe me. But if you're admitting, and if someone's argument is, I don't believe Destiny did this shit, and you're like, but look at these quotes, he kind of admits it and say, yeah, but I think he was just trying to prevent her from committing suicide. So he just said that because they told her. That's actually, I could see someone coming to the conclusion, I disagree with it, but I could see them saying, I don't believe it. That's more of a reasonable than, well, I believe it, but I'm still standing by. But that's the people that say, I believed it, I heard about it, but I still kept doing my Bridges podcast with them every week with a smile on my face until it was made public. And then I was like, oh, I'm going to cancel the podcast. Like, it sounds to me that wasn't a decision you made based on morality. It was a decision you made based on business. That's what it sounds like. Which, whatever, just be honest with it. And so Erudite's explanation is, but I think the reason I stuck behind him is because I think he's remorseful. Really? Because the way he's talking about it on his Discord does not sound like a guy who's remorseful. So when's the remorse begin? Once the penalty phase hits? Then the remorse begins? If he's not found guilty, is he remorseful? I mean, so the whole thing, it's just like, I don't know. That was my question the whole time. It's like, fuck Destiny, you already blacklisted me. I don't give a shit. But if I'm saying I'm friends with Pixie, she's my friend. I believe her. And I kept doing a partnership with Destiny right until the point where this was made public. And now I've publicly changed my position. That sounds sketchy as shit to me. It sounds like you're not standing by Pixie because it's the right thing to do. You're standing by it for PR because, oh shit, it looks really bad for me now. So that's, in a weird way, I respect Dan more for saying, dude, I'm going to take the PR hit by being I'm going to stand by my friend,
I think, it looks fishy. I think that, and this was kind of I don't know all the details behind the scenes as to the like how much the various orbiters knew and how much they were involved. I guess to steelman the position a little bit for there, because after they cut ties, I did reach out and say, hey, like, I think that's, you got to give some credit, right? I mean, there is a financial tie that you just can't deny, right? That exists there. And it's difficult, right, to separate from that kind of financial tie, right? Like, would I tell my boss to like go fuck off? Yeah, if something bad enough happened, but like it would be difficult. It'd be something that I had to plan.
You're willing, if it's your friend or if it benefits you in significant ways, you are consciously and subconsciously more likely to be lenient towards them.
Sure.
And that subconscious thing's it's the same way in politics. If you hate Trump, you probably are more likely to believe E. John Carroll than if you like Trump.
Exactly.
And some of that might be, it's because they hate him. But some of it's because you like him, dude. And don't get that twisted. It really is. That's true.
100%. And I think that maybe their argument could be, and I think it is to the most, like to the extent that they knew about what was happening, is, if they thought he was genuinely remorseful, and the things I've seen appear to indicate that at least he was feigning that, if he was, right? Because we see like, well, it appears to be remorseful, and then it becomes public, and then any kind of remorsefulness like charade goes out the window. I mean, but to give them credit, like, it was around this time that they also began cutting ties. So maybe they felt lied to as well. Maybe they felt betrayed.
There's so many. For example, I'll name names, right? I reached out to Pisco. I was like, you don't have to answer me, but I was just curious. What did you know and when did you know it? He's like, I didn't know shit till it was made public. I was like, okay, then I have nothing negative to say about it for you, right? If you didn't know and it went public, yeah, but Rob, what about, there were rumors and accusations. Those are rumors. I hear rumors about all sorts of people. I don't have the time of day to sit there and look. You know how many times I've had people tell me almost every lefty I debate's the scum of, maybe they all are scum of the earth, but I like people from day one, like, don't debate Destiny. He's done this in the past. Don't debate Vosh. He's done this. And maybe some of those accusations end up becoming true. But for me, it's just like, I'm not fucking moving in with the guys. I'm not having them be my roommate. These are just accusations. I'm just debating a guy for 2 hours online. I don't really give a fuck. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with them. I just don't care to look into them. I don't. And okay, it's a little worse if you're in a business relationship, but rumors are rumors. What I'm talking about is the people that say they know, but there's all kinds of defenses for them as well. Yeah. Well, I thought he was remorseful. Now I've seen his comments. I don't. Or now there are more people that are accusing.
Yeah, more.
And so
that's what's happened. A couple people.
Right. Like, oh. And so I just said, Erudite responded to me. I was like, okay, well, if you thought he was remorseful at the time, I'm just curious. Did you ask the following questions? Because here's the first thing. This seemed very simple to me. These tapes went viral. The most viral one was of Destiny filleting a dude, right? Did that guy give consent? Did the other girl? If I'm in Erudite's position and I say I was very pissed about this, and so I asked him, that's the first thing I would have asked. Did you do this to anyone else? I was like, did you ask him that? What did he say? Right? And she's like, well, these questions deserve answers, but I don't have time today, which is fine. She don't owe me shit. And I even said that like several times. I was like, if similarly to my belief of if you didn't condemn corruption, fuck you, I have no problem with any of these Destiny orbiters being like, fuck you, you don't like Destiny. I'm not going to say shit to you. Completely reasonable, to be honest. I'm like, yeah, fair. But what about your audience? What about the audience of people that like Pixie? They deserve an answer, I think, not me. Who gives a shit about me? And so, to me, if you're like, well, and Erudite, I think, has a claim that makes this a little more important, which is I have counseled women in this position before. And so it's like, well, then you should be in a position to be like, well, wait a minute. If I'm trying to evaluate someone who made a huge mistake, if they are remorseful and change, the first step would be asking, like, okay, are there any other victims? And if so, will you be reaching out to them because maybe they don't know? Maybe hypothetically, the guy that was involved in that sex acts with Destiny has no clue. That guy has the right to know that there's a video of him out now, right? I would think. I mean,
yeah, I would agree.
I don't know. I've never been in any sex video, to my knowledge. I guess I didn't spend any time at Destiny's house, so I don't know. But I would think I would want to know. Maybe not. Maybe you wouldn't want to know. But that's it. But
I would want to know. I would want to know.
Right, for sure. I would think. But like for me, it's like I don't give a shit. I think that you could just straight up make the argument. Yeah, I did it for money. But it's not just money. Like, look at Pisco's position. Let's say Pisco knew. And what if he says, well, I think Trump's like really evil, and I'm trying to build this political movement to stop this evil guy. And yeah, now I think being attached to Destiny harms that. Before this was public knowledge, I thought it helped it. So fuck him now. I think that that's slimy, but it's honest. And it's like, I don't think that's unforgivable. Like, oh my God, you're the most evil person in the world. Like, I'm just like, that's all I'm saying. I was just asking questions about it in general with the Orbiter. I don't even know. Like, there's a serious question. How bad is it what Destiny did? No one wants to talk about it, but it's a serious question. And I was on with Dan and them and Darius. And, I asked this question. I was like, listen, this isn't going to sound good for me, but I'll be honest. I've been at a party when someone I knew came up and showed me a picture of like some chick's tits. Said, yeah, I banged that chick last night. That's fucked up. I've never done that. But how fucked up is that? Does that guy go to jail? Does that guy get put in the sex offender registry list? Should that guy be sued for 20% of his worth? I don't know. And like, there is a tendency to just be like, oh, it's like a sex crime. And I've certainly made my jabs violating consent, this and that, even on this show tonight. But there's a serious conversation. I don't think this rises to the level of sexually assaulting someone. I think that the accusation of being recorded without your knowledge is more serious. I think like being recorded with your knowledge and then that being given is really bad. But not even knowing that you were recorded and then having that recording set is somehow worse. Because as much as I don't want to victim shame, if you allow some internet celebrity that you barely know to film you having sex with them, there is part of you that should know that's probably going to be seen by someone.
The behavior is it's unwise, but I think there's like
you're still a victim,
exactly.
But it's worse if you didn't know you were filmed, because then it's really like, well, I didn't do that stupid. By the way, I'm not trying to besmirch Pixie or anyone else by saying it's stupid. It is stupid. Don't film yourself having sex with anyone, period, would be my advice. But if you're going to do it, make sure it's someone you're in a long-term committed relationship with. Because like the Tinder culture we live in, it's like, my God, what are you doing? Like, it's so bad. It's just so, but I digress.
No, you're right. There's a difference here though. Like, and I know you're saying this, there's a difference between, something that's unwise to do and something that is, morally wrong. And
correct.
I think that you can say, well, this is unwise. Like you shouldn't leave your car unlocked in a high crime area. You shouldn't do that. But if your car gets stolen, it's not. Yeah, if your car gets stolen, it's not your fault, right? Like the person, like the other person, is the bad guy. And so, when you look at this, that's exactly how I look at it too. I agree as well that there's defenses that like various orbiters, for lack of a better term, I always find that term to be odd, but
me too.
The orbiters, can use...
I started calling my followers Norbiters. That's good. That was a good, clever twist there. Yeah,
that's clever. Yeah. And so there's defenses that exist there, but I think this in particular, like, it's not as bad as sexual assault, but it's bad enough to like stand up and take notice. It's bad enough, especially now, because like revenge porn over time, like a lot of things, has been kind of recognized as getting worse. In terms of just like the way we view it. And that's, by the way, that, especially that was kind of hit a peak during the Me Too era. But I mean, generally speaking, sexual assault is becoming more and more serious, right? Like if you go way back, I mean, they were making movies making fun of it. Now it's a lot more of a somber tone. We're much more concerned about it. It's much more of something that's not a joking matter anymore, right? In the same way. And so that's sort of becoming this way when it comes to revenge porn as well. So when I've had a lot of people tell me the same thing, right? Like somebody brought out their phone and showed it, but I think that's becoming less common now as people begin
it should be called out.
As it should. But I think that although it's not as bad as sexual assault, there's I think two things about this that that make it particularly bad, right? That I would go as far as to say it makes it sort of very sociopathic, which is not only the action itself, but the response,
Yes.
right? The response to something like that, right? If you do something that's bad, even if it's not terribly bad, and someone says, "Wow, that's pretty fucked up," if your immediate response is like, "Oh fuck yeah, that was pretty bad. I'm sorry about that." Like you're redeemable. It's not the end of the world. You've done something stupid, and you should get a little bit of shame, and then you can recover from that. But if you begin to defend it or like double down on it and make it worse and like drill on it, which is exactly what I think he did, it's a whole new level of bad. And I think that in of itself is enough for him to get the flack that he's getting. And I think that in of itself is I think a lot of the orbiters saw that behavior and were just done with it, right? Because I mean, Pisco dropped him, Erudite dropped him, right? It was really.
We'll see if they go back though.
That's the question. That's the question. If they go back, that's going to be, I think, a big deal. I'm hoping they stick by their principles on this, but we'll see.
So real quick, I just got to give the insult of the night against me comes from Devin in chat that says Norbiters due to gravitational pull. Pretty fucking good. I got to give you, that's a good one tonight. So well done. Beats just call me a fat effing R word, you know, so we'll take that. You're beating Connor here for that. Yeah, I think there's other things that make this uniquely bad. I think there's a pattern of this. There's also a pattern of him threatening to release DMs or pictures in the past, right? So then it's it's almost like a power dynamic, which speaks to like sociopathy as well, right? Where it's not just a sexual gratification thing, but it's also a power thing. Yeah. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying these are things.
It appears to be the case.
It appears, right. And he may have an explanation. I'm not saying he's guilty of anything. I thought I Steelman Destiny better than anyone I've heard. Destiny could say that he basically made his statements under duress, where it seems that he admitted fault because he thought that Pixie was suicidal and legitimately felt bad for her, and he wasn't going to quibble. Yeah, remember when we were banging, I said, I'd like to give this to other girls. You're cool with that, right? And she said yes. That might be an argument that he makes. I don't know how compelling it is.
If that's true, like though all of this goes like out the
right.
window, like this is
and he could say, what did you want me to do? Quibble with her while she's basically saying her life is ruined? Instead, I too am a victim in that my video got released everywhere and I feel terrible at the time. And so I'm just trying to console her, and then it spirals out of control. And by the time it spiraled out of control, I basically was like, okay, I made a bad decision commenting on my Discord stuff, but I'm pissed off because I'm a victim here. And now I'm being smeared by all of my audience and my reputation's being damaged, when in reality, she did consent to this. I'm just saying that I don't know if I'm someone who stood by him, why I wouldn't have came up with that as a potential defense, but whatever. I'm not here doing pro bono work for fucking Destiny, I assure you. But that makes it worse. Two other things off the top of my head that I can think makes it worse. Because Destiny is someone who frequently talked about this sort of stuff, and he apparently, according to Pixie, had all of these conversations with her about what consent means as a 19-year-old woman. That's fucked up, right? Because it's like, then you really violated someone's trust, right? And then for me, I don't know that this has any legal bearing, but just as a grotesque, there is apparently a video of Destiny talking to Pixie's dad, and his dad on stream, and his dad's just like, thank you so much for being a good influence on my daughter. If I was that dad, let me tell you the rage that would be boiling in me, and so all of that just lines up to and it's on the left, and the left has been for better or worse, I think way too far sometimes with the Me Too shit. They've been on this consent thing for a long time. And so you have this, Destiny on this crusade against someone like Andrew Tate. And in effect, he's accused of things that you would consider things you would expect Andrew Tate to have been accused of. And so it's like all of this piled up. It's like, it just looks, it's so bad. The history of all this shit happening, the power dynamics and all of that. So, I'll ask you, would you ever stream with Destiny again?
I in a sort of collaborationist way, I would only do so if there's a total 180. And I've said this, right? There would need to be some kind of total 180 of like contriteness, apology, making things right, acknowledging wrongdoing, and some kind of demonstration that this person's not a complete sociopath, right? Because when you're engaging with somebody who is a complete sociopath, there's like a level of danger that makes me concerned. And I think that there's a level there, or at least I perceive there to be a level here, that isn't there with the people that I do stream with in a kind of collaborationist way. If are you telling me that like I mean, because even some of his biggest critics, like Andrew Wilson, will jump on and do streams with him as well.
Did Piers Morgan with him?
With Piers Morgan, exactly. Except it's in a very sort of antagonistic way. I don't think I'd necessarily be opposed to that. It would be incredibly difficult for me though to not bring up the allegations somehow.
Sure.
And I do think that he would. I'm guessing. I don't know this for a fact at all. My guess is that he's probably getting people to agree ahead of time to not bring that stuff up if they're going to have a conversation with him, because I mean it is juicy. It's a juicy allegation, and people aren't bringing it up against him when he's going on.
Well, and legally that makes sense for him, though he is running his mouth apparently in other ways about the game. But legally, you would be like, I can't talk about this. You know, I kind of almost am in exact agreement with you. I don't think that I did a couple streams with him where I just talked about my job with him because he was interested in that shit ain't happening. Yeah. If it's go on Piers Morgan and talk shit on him, like be antagonistic towards him, that's different. Yeah. Also, and I'm sorry to say this, and this might make me sound incredibly slimy, the venue matters. Right? I don't know if it's like, I know I said I'm not going to do Wick's panel, but someone of the size of Wick, I might say no. But if it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to do something like be on Piers Morgan show, maybe I do. It's not that I wouldn't partner with Destiny. It wouldn't be like, Piers wants you and Destiny to do a weekly show. You know, fuck that. I wouldn't do that. But if it's literally an hour of my time saying this guy's political opinions are bullshit, then maybe I'd do that. And things could change in the future if he seems remorseful or if enough time goes by or whatever that sort of things blow over, so be it. But yeah, that's basically where I'm at as well. I think, you know, I wonder how tasty and tempting it'll be for that sweet clicks and money for a lot of these left-wing former orbiters to go back eventually, to look for any excuse to go back. And, you know, we'll see. But I mean, honest to God, like, look, I'll fuck with Pisco. And the other day when he was giving me shit and I'm on there and I'm like, look at Mr. fucking Destiny Sweeper. Legitimately, I don't think he really swept for Destiny. I thought his statement was sort of milquetoast. I understand his position is...
His second one was pretty good.
Well, I didn't see the second one. But I will say this. I do think that there is a chance that as an attorney, one of the parties may have contacted him and said, can you give me some advice? And if that's the case, maybe that limits what he could say in some context. I don't know. But if I want to, and again, fuck Pisco's political ideology. I think he does a lot of shit that's real scummy in debates and stuff. That doesn't speak to me, though, him as an immoral person. The shit we're talking about with Destiny goes to a morality of character that is not, you're just a scumbag debater. You know, that's too, I separate that very easily. Like, for me, there are people that I think are just the worst people to debate because they're super bad faith debating. I'd let them walk my dog. You know, it's not like I'm fucking like, they're going to kick my dog. You see what I mean? But if you try to put yourself in Pisco's position, I think he probably put a lot of sweat equity in that New York project.
Oh,
and I think that he was very, and that's a nightmare.
If you watch the second video, I mean, he's borderline in tears. You have to give it to him. Like when you watch the video, like he starts out, his face is red, like his eyes look kind of teary, and he's like explaining all the effort that he put into it, and he said it's done, right? Because some things happen that are just unacceptable. And that's when I messaged him. I was like,
me too.
Yeah, that was good.
I did see, that is the one I saw. I thought it was milquetoast in this sense. I don't think that I think that it would have helped a lot if he said there, like, I didn't know about any of this shit. I did not know until it was me. Because to me, it was vague. I understood the vagueness of it, but the question that I had that I think a lot of people had was like, well, did you know about this for months and you just kept working with him? Or, and I think that he has made it clear to me, I don't know that he's made it clear publicly, but he has made it clear to me that he doesn't want to talk about it publicly, but he let it be known to me, and I think thought it was okay that I say that he didn't know. He wasn't involved. It's not like he was involved in these gossipy things. This dude was like nose to the grindstone, politics. And I believe that too. I do believe that. And it wasn't like, because I don't think there's a lot that I've seen in Pisco's character where he's like Mr. Party guy, that like he's going out and maybe he's involved in like the gossip and shit. I didn't see a lot of that. And so I can believe, and to be fair, I asked fucking Dan. I said, Dan, you knew about this. Did you ever have a conversation with Pisco? He's like, fuck no, I don't like Pisco. So that seems to, you know, his criticism of Pisco, though, has nothing to do with this. It has to do with Dan has a show with Destiny in Florida, and Pisco's sitting right in front of Dan, like, hey, move to New York, do this show with me. And Dan's like, fuck you.
There's there's competition for him over
right, the orbiter, but that's neither here nor there. I don't give a fuck about business drama and stuff like that. So and I think you could say the same thing of people like Dan or Erudite that had shows with him. There is part of you that feels bad. That's like, it fucking sucks if through no fault of your own, you had a big project that you saw as helping your career or helping some cause, and it fucking falls apart because of the actions of your co-host. That sucks. That's like, Opie and Anthony does something stupid, and Opie's like, or 100%. Tenacious D, Kyle Gass saying about the assassination thing, and now Jack Black's like holding the bag, like, yeah, what am I supposed to do here? I gotta condemn this shit, but he's still my friend. And so, yeah, I mean, I think this is more serious than the Kyle Gass, but so that's my feelings on the Destiny shit. Like, look, if you're still listening to Destiny, I don't think you're a bad person. You're dumb. You're listening to Destiny, but no. But as far as like, I think you could say. I do think though. I'm interested because you said you did a debate in this. In addition to the I believe it versus I don't believe it between this and the Trump shit, I think there's another degree of separation where it's one thing to say I'm going to vote for someone because they're the lesser of two evils, even if I think they did scummy things, versus I'm personally doing something that's connected to this person. And this sort of, but Destiny's really good at politics and can help our side. Dude, you're blowing smoke up his ass. I'm not saying he's not good and he doesn't have a big following, but it's not like a senator, a president, a politician. Like, you're talking about a fucking streamer. And there is no streamer, no matter how big, like maybe Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson or something to that effect, that you'd say, well, we have to overlook this transgression because they're so big, they're influencing politics in a way that'll help us win. I don't think that's the case with Destiny. And,
No, the whole panel essentially was exactly the kind of thing we were talking about before, which is, well, did you criticize Trump for this? How, and it's like, well, like, hold on a second. The two situations are distinctly different, and here's why. Just to be honest with you, we're political streamers. Destiny's a big political streamer, right? But political streamers occupy a different niche than politicians, which is that, and this is especially true, I think, with DGG, which is that it's not just a political realm. In fact, I don't even think it's primarily a political realm.
It's not.
The primary realm it's a sort of cult of personality, parasocial relationship, entertainment kind of factor, right? There's people who become obsessed with celebrities. They think the celebrities love them. This is the concept, right? That's happening here. And so when you are really into Destiny, like, you could agree with his politics, but the reality is you like him, right? I think this is true for probably like 80 to 90% of the people who like religiously watch him. Like, they really like him as like as a
real quick. I think the closest thing I could put it to, maybe the closest, I don't know. It's like being like a soccer hooligan, right? Where it's like, I like this team, and and I'm not saying this is all bad, by the way. There's a camaraderie. This is our community. Yes, it's centrally focused on this guy, but and I said it's something that I also feel bad for. The people that were that from that community that are just the average viewer that were like, fuck, this is really bad. I feel bad for them because it's almost like, well, do I have to leave this group that's my friends? And unfortunately, because of the way our society is today, I think a lot of younger people that would probably be watching Destiny, I don't know how much of a social network they have in real life or outside of that group.
That's true.
And so, like, I went to Reddit because I was curious, and I'm reading some of these Reddit posts that are like, I don't know what to do if I lose this community. And I believe that. I believe there are probably people in that position that are like, oh my God, if he would get banned or go to jail, what do we do?
It's tough.
And right. So I agree with you. It is not just like, oh, I'm voting for Chuck Schumer.
Well, and that was the argument I was making, right? Like if you, for me, there's a fundamental difference here between, like, look, I have problems with the E. Jean Carroll case as well, right? He denied it the whole time, and the evidence was entirely based on one person's testimony. There's questions there that should be asked for sure. I recognize that the case happened. Now, that being said, like, there is a fundamental difference between saying, policy matters considerably to me, so I'm going to be selecting this person based on XYZ policy considerations. This is what he's going to do. This is why it's critically important that he does what he does. You can try to say that about Destiny, but I just don't think you can, because the real underlying motivation is, whether I think they want to admit it or not, is there is the parasocial relationship that they're trying to maintain. That is the primary motivation of why they want to keep him there. That's what they're concerned about. And that's the first argument. The second argument is what a weird thing to deflect to. Like, at what point does this stop? Right? You could say this about anything. So like the one argument I use is, let's say I get pulled over for drunk driving. The cop comes up to me and breathalyzes me. Oh, a 0.12, I'm in big trouble. Officer, how can you be wasting your time pulling me over for drunk driving when Trump is ruining the country? This is ridiculous. You're wasting your time. Like, what I did was so much less than what Trump did. You're going to punish me? You're really going to punish me for this? It's like, bro, like you did something bad. Like, you can't deflect to the president when it comes to this. Like, this is something that you have to hold people accountable, I think. And yeah, this is just sort of, I guess, my whole principle with all of this is like when somebody does something bad, I think it's fair to hold them accountable. And to me, it's just not enough to say like, well, Trump did worse. And that's what the whole panel was about. People have been saying that. Like, you have no basis to criticize Destiny if you didn't criticize Trump. That's not true. And second of all, I did criticize Trump. And third of all, like, this road leads down incredibly dark paths. You just can't.
Well, to speak a little bit on the Trump thing, just a little, I think that's why the lawfare is so important against Trump. Not just the E. John Carroll case, but also the Letitia James and the Bragg case. Mm-hmm. Get something from this sort of appeal to authority that says, see, felon, see, rapist. And then
inciting insurrection, right?
Right. And then anything you have, well, this is why I prefer Trump, but felon, but rapist, or any criticism you have. And it's beyond dispute at this point. Ironic coming from lefties that one of the things that, if there were issues that I would say that would make me more lefty than righty, one of them would be gay marriage. I don't have a problem with gay marriage, right? Another of them would be prison reform. I'm favor of both less harsh and harsher sentences, depending on the crime. I think that we over-criminalize certain things, nonviolent crimes, and we under-criminalize some. But on all accounts, the condition of some of our prisons are disgusting. I don't care if you're accused of the most heinous shit. It should not. If we want to make the penalty torture, then make the penalty torture. Don't make the penalty 10 years, and then we send you to a facility where you're literally fighting for your life every day, and you're being sexually assaulted. It's fucking... Yes. I don't mind the jokes. I don't. Look, joke about evil, horrible shit. I don't care. But the fact that there is truth behind the prison rape joke is despicable. That's the society is the most advanced country in the world that would make me sort of lefty. And along with sort of criminal justice reform and things of that nature would be this question of times when police could go overboard or times when the legal system could go overboard. And the left for years has championed the idea just because you confess to a crime doesn't mean you did it. You could confess, you could have a coerced confession. Just because you've been found guilty doesn't mean that you're 100% guilty, right? Now, you might just as a layman be, that person was found guilty, they must be guilty. That person wasn't, therefore they're not. But when you're talking about specific cases like, oh, well, I could deflect from this because of Trump, like, that there is a possibility of biased juries or of overzealous prosecutors, etc. But they don't give a shit about any of that. They just don't, because they could just point to it. But it's ironic that comes from the left, because it's like, if anyone knows this shit, it's you. Mike Flynn pled guilty. Yeah, they were going to fucking throw his son in prison. Of course he pled guilty. Got a slap on the wrist. Well, tantamount to a slap on the wrist. And it was all about just connecting to Trump. That's the only reason they went after Flynn. Even the judge said that at one point. I wonder if this is just about trying to get to someone else. Yes, that's what they were doing with Flynn, with Cohen, with Papadopoulos. Of course, that's what was. By the way, that's not always a bad thing, but that's what was going on. So when it comes to that sort of thing. But I wanted to transition to. I don't know if you saw me debate Connor last night, because this is a good. So
I saw the whole thing and all the slurs that got you in trouble.
Right. So I think I could have done I think I did fine. But in the context of how heated that was getting, it was hard to get all of the thoughts out as clearly as I think that I can all the time. One of the things that I thought was amazing was the spirit of Trump's message, his tweet, right? It's not, Connor's trying to play this clever semantic trip saying, well, technically you would still be guilty. So a simple yes-no answer saying no, that Trump's tweet's not true is stupid, because it's clear that the context of the tweet in the terms of like what Thomas Jefferson's saying or what Napoleon's saying, is like, there is a higher law than the law, right? That if the written law goes against the higher law, and that might be the non-negation principle if you're an ANCAP. That might be the law of God if you're Christian or Muslim or whatever, Jew. Right? That violating, in other words, technically, are you breaking the law if you tried to free a slave in the time of slavery? Yeah. But you would say, I have broken no law because the law I adhere to is higher, that you cannot enslave a human being. And most of us now would agree with that. We'd say, yes, technically, if they catch you, they're still throwing you in prison. You've technically violated their written law. That's why I think the Jefferson quote's so important, because he makes it clear what the thrust of that's being said. There are things above the written law. Yes, the written law is very important, but there are those occasional times if adherence to written law, like slavery, I don't think Jefferson's saying slavery, by the way, but you see what I'm saying? Like adherence to it could be violate the greater law. And I think that it's an interesting point. I think it's super dangerous for Trump to be saying this, right? I think that it's stupid. It's optically bad. And I think that I understand how people say like, oh, this guy's going to run for a third term. This guy's never going to cede power. That's what he's talking about. And I think he's talking about these TROs. That's what he's talking about. But I understand it gives red meat to the other side that's unnecessary. It's just stupid. And I can understand being pissed about it. I get it. I think it's ham-fisted. It's stupid to say. But the general spirit of, yes, there are things above the law, and so therefore you're not breaking law. Connor gets into this ridiculous, like, semantic argument, right? Where he's like, well, but still, technically, you would have violated the law. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, like, that whole part of it was stupid. But the reason I bring it up here is I think that Connor agrees with the sentiment of the Napoleon quote. Because I've personally talked to Connor, who has defended things like Trump's generals lying to him so we could keep troops in Syria. Now that theoretically could be a court-martial, which could lead to time in jail. But he thinks that Trump's an insane maniac from pulling out of Syria, so he's okay with violating the lawful order of bringing all the troops back because there's a greater good, right? So in a way, Connor agrees with what Napoleon's saying. And he also agrees in his personal life. And this is the part I wanted to bring up that connects to what we're just talking about there. He defended canvassing with Vaush after the lolicon shit. Now, we could argue about how serious is lolicon. Fair enough. You could have the debate. But Connor was going after this person named Food Shops for it. Talking about how bad it is. And then when someone's like, but you're canvassing with Vaush, he was like, lolicon bad, canvassing more important. Now, this gets to the part you were talking about where it's like, this dude ain't Trump. Vaush ain't Trump. Destiny ain't Trump. They're not politicians. And even if you're doing political work with them, all of the things you just said about parasocial relationship, about the stations being different would still apply. And so for me, it's like, Connor, like, you don't see, like, and then what was crazy is his rationale is because we have to save Ukrainians. But he also admits earlier in the debate that his political ideology led to the war and Ukrainians dying. So I'm like, look how fucked up it is when you want to skirt ethical responsibility for this shit. You've basically said in the context of this debate, yeah, for reasons, I think we should have voted for the policies that led to the Ukraine war starting. But because that war started, I now have to canvass with a guy who's doing something that I think's personally horribly unethical because it's important for my policies for Ukrainians to continue. And to me, that whole, if you could see that whole picture, it really shows how fucked up this idea of like, not I'm voting for the lesser of two evil, but I'm going to be in a personal relationship for some sort of benefit to my ideology, my pocketbook, my social circle. Once you cross that bridge and say, yes, I find what they do repugnant, but I'm still willing to work with it because Trump, all of a sudden you're basically saying monstrous shit.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up because I did watch the debate and I thought it was very heated from both sides, right? I think you both were going at each other the whole time. There was a couple things that were, there were things that you said that I agree with, and there's things that Connor said that I disagree with, and vice versa. And you mentioned one thing that I agree with you on, and one thing that I actually sort of disagree with you on, maybe. The thing that I agree with you on is, or I guess maybe more disagree with Connor on, is when it comes to the Ukraine conversation. I'm sorry, and I know there's tweets today about this, so this is very relevant. And this take that I have isn't super popular among all conservative circles either. But like, we need peace in Ukraine now, and that's the way to prevent death. And Donald Trump was running on the less hawkish position when it came to Ukraine. I don't understand how you can say, well, I was voting to save Ukrainian lives, when we're talking, it's an election between somebody who's saying we got to end this fucking war now, and somebody who's saying, give them more guns, let's keep going, we got to kill more Russians. Like that I think it just doesn't make any sense. The
And
Russians,
you could get further
too.
into it. It's like, but Trump was this is the thing. People want to talk shit in Trump's foreign policy. That was if people could, I don't know how old you are, how much you remember the 2016 election cycle, but as an old man myself, I remember one of the most central attacks against Donald Trump was he's a foreign policy maniac. The world's going to be on fire, right? And it was remarkably peaceful. And maybe he is a maniac, and maybe that's why it was peaceful. Maybe the walk quietly and carry a big stick will walk like a maniac and carry a big stick. And everyone's like, I'm not going to get in that guy's way because we don't know what he's going to do. So we're not going to invade. Maybe it's a good thing if Putin thinks like, man, if I invade, Trump might go unhinged and just invade us tomorrow. It would be bad for Trump to invade. Don't get me wrong. Let me be clear. That's very bad. But if Putin thinks he might, maybe not the worst thing. If it's like, we better keep our shit in order because we don't want to kick off this guy. Whatever the reason might be, it was remarkably peaceful. And then we had the invasion under Biden, whatever you think of that, right? And so for Connor's position, and the truth is Connor's position's like most of the pro-Ukrainian position, it's not about saving Ukrainian lives, it's about a geopolitical goal, which is Putin bad. Putin's bad, and it's worth Ukrainians dying. Lindsey Graham makes this argument. I've heard him make this argument as clear as possible. Well, it's okay, they're dying and not us. That's basically the argument. And that's when Connor gets into his spiel at the end, because we kind of had a little scuttlebutt on X about where I was like, if you're so pissed off about the war ending, Ukraine's taking volunteers, head on over. And he's like, well, you're a fat fuck that never served. Don't call me a coward. I appreciate your service. I do. But right now, what you're doing is basically saying, I don't like Russia, so I'm happy for Ukrainians to die to stymie Russia. That's not a pro-Ukrainian people position. And he tries to get out of that by saying, well, this is what they want. Well, not all of them.
Not all of them.
They're drafting them. They're conscripting them.
Not only are they drafted, but like there's plenty of video. They're pulling up in vans and grabbing the people who don't show up, and they're kicking and screaming, dragging them to the front line. This is a humanitarian tragedy. We have a tremendous amount of deaths, and look, a lot of attention has been given to Israel, Palestine, that conflict, but fewer people have died in that conflict than this one. And this one is just simply not getting the same level of attention unless we have like some very specific moments where Trump says something that people like kind of latch onto, which is what's happened today. I was also really glad to hear that you talked about the color revolution you were made on back in 2014, right?
Yep.
That there's nuances to this conversation that are necessary to bring up when it comes to analyzing why did this happen in the first place? What does Russia want, and how do we stop this war? And I think Trump is he seemed more open to acknowledging that stuff to try to end this war, and in my opinion, prevent the deaths of Ukrainians, which is a tragedy. Sure. And also, I'm going to say it as well, the Russian conscripts who through no fault of their own are also drafted and thrown into the front lines and killed. I feel bad for them too. This isn't something where I'm not like cheering on when they get killed. Which is all over Twitter, by the way, people cheering on, because a lot of them...
It's one of the worst things on Twitter. Yep, yeah. It's disgusting.
You'll
see videos of it. Yep. You'll be in public scrolling, and then you see this fucking despicable video. By the way, I don't care if it's Ukrainian or Russian story. Right. The celebration of some guy begging for his life, it's one of the most heart-wrenching fucking anti-human things that I see. And there it is publicly on X. I wish they'd fucking do something about that and hardcore pornography. Like, there's nothing like sitting in public, like, I'm going to sit in this... You
also followed Kanye West's account, I see. Yeah.
Yes. Not follow, but I guess I clicked on it enough that I fucking
yeah, no, that was my thing too. Yeah, I may have followed it. I don't recall, because I was looking to like maybe get something from Yeezy.com, but then he posted the stuff about Diddy, and I was like, all right, I can't.
Yeah, that's too much.
I would do the ironic thing, right? But I can't go that ironic, right?
When you start doing
that, it's like whatever. And then the whole Nazi swastika. It's
not good.
It's not good. It's not good. There comes a time which you can be like an ironic jokester, and then there comes a time where it's just like how am I supposed to explain this as a joke? You just can't do it. But
when's it still irony when he's like stringing up a Jewish person? It's like this is still ironic. Like
yeah, exactly. But the videos of death, they're horrific. I think that it's a humanitarian tragedy. And I do give credit to Trump to being one of the voices here. And by the way, one of his picks that I was most excited for was Tulsi Gabbard, specifically because of her less hawkish stance. I have a track record. I can say this, even back when I was a left winger, back when I was younger, I've always opposed George W. Bush, right? I think the Iraq War
Me
was
too.
one of the biggest geopolitical disasters we've ever gotten involved in. We've handed that country over to Iran. It was a complete mess. We went to that war based on a lie. And, Tulsi gets a whole bunch of shit for saying, hey, maybe we should double check before we start firing rockets into Syria.
Yep.
No, that's exactly what we should be doing. We should be double checking everything, because look what happens when we don't double check. We get Iraq again. And then what did that lead to? ISIS and all sorts of other horrible things.
One of Trump's worst things in his first term. 3 days after this alleged attack, they're bombing, and then they claim that the investigation wasn't completed for months. Then why'd you drop the fucking bomb?
Yep.
And by the way, the investigation was a sham and bullshit anyways. I'm not saying Assad's a good guy, and I'm not saying he never harmed his own people. But when you have the lead investigator for the OPCW that's coming out saying, like, look, this shit is not as it seems. So the OPCW is like, we're going to have to let you go and install a new guy that's going to turn out a report in 1 week that's basically like, no, trust us, he gassed his people. He's on the verge of winning. It's almost over. So he takes the one thing he does that could cause him to lose. He's going to gas his own people at the last minute. I'm not saying it couldn't have happened, but Tulsi's right to say we should. It's right. And how many times are we going to jump in with both feet and then be like, whoopsie, our bad, yeah, so I agree with you. I'm interested. I certainly want you to keep going, but I definitely want to hear what you disagreed with me on for sure. So.
I'll get to that. Yeah. And just want to say, when Trump that first time around, when he went hard at Jeb, for me, that was powerful, right? And I think that really put him in a different category, because to that date, everyone was just, I can't alienate the Bush voters. I can't alienate the Bush voters. And then Trump was like, nah, fuck it, right? This is what I believe in that. So again, you have to give him credit for that as well. Wasn't enough to get me to vote for him back in 2016 or 2020, but still, right? I'm able to, again, call it as I see it. What I disagreed with you on, and here's my perspective on this. I agree that on the concept that there are like more, and maybe this is just like the lawyer brain of me, okay? I hold the Constitution in very high regard. I think I fight tooth and nail against the people who are advocating for packing the court. I have had vigorous debates against Destiny, Josiah, Pisco on this, right? Packing the court is a complete disaster. You will obliterate the third branch of government, and it just can't happen, right? And part of that's because of how much I respect the stability that the Constitution gives. I agree there are laws above the law. Like, there are moral principles I hold so strongly that it would lead me to betray, my oath to the Constitution. It would lead me to betray the government. But it would have to be pretty bad. Like, slavery could do it, right? If we instituted some kind of like, we're bringing back slavery, yeah, that could probably get me to do it. I'd probably be like, no, we're not doing that. I'm sorry, we're going to have some kind of revolution again. It sucks, but right. But it would have to be pretty bad for me to like fall to that level. Certainly not a TRO, right? And so when I look at Donald Trump's tagging that or replying to that TRO, how I'm reading that is him disagreeing with the TRO, him telling the court, because he's already said he's going to abide by the court's decision, which was great that he said that.
Sure,
say that more, please. But when he replied to that and he said, he who saves his country breaks no law. How I understood him is that was like a response to the court saying, I'm not breaking the law, I'm saving the country. Come on, this is ridiculous. That's the best interpretation. That's the way I think.
I agree. That's what he was saying. Yep.
The bad interpretation is him saying, I don't care what you have to say. Me defying you is me saving the country. So I'm not breaking the law. If that's the case, which I don't think is what he meant, but if that is the case, if that's actually what he's going to do, if that's actually what he's pushing for, that's a disaster. That's a unmitigated disaster. That in of itself would be enough for me to, I'd pull all support, right? If he defies the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court gives him an order and he says, no, fuck you, like that is a complete constitutional crisis beyond heaven and earth. This is presidents can't do that, right?
I would say unless something insane happened. I don't know how much we disagree. Maybe I didn't articulate properly, but I basically agree with you.
Okay.
I think that at this stage, I actually am not happy that he would violate the TRO.
Yeah.
I think on the grand scale of things, first off, there hasn't been an injunction yet, right? That ups it, right? If he violates after the injunction. But even then, you could make an argument, I think, that like, okay, it's not the highest court in the land, but once the highest court in the land rules, I think that's pretty much it. Unless something unthinkable is going on, right? Like literally the enemies are at the gate with bayonets coming into the White House, and the court's like, yeah, you're not allowed to defend yourself. You can't put the National Guard out there. Like something that insane, which is unthinkable. Like, so other than that, I don't think that all of a sudden I'm team fucking Democrat, but yeah, I would be like, this dude has gone so far. That's where the fear of the left is actually legitimized. I don't think he would do that. I don't. But the fear that they have that I think is something that I would say is a legitimate fear is if he starts to think I'm morally righteous and therefore anything I do goes, even if that means doing shit that I'm blatantly that's like, I don't mean blatantly not allowed to do like violating a TRO. I mean blatantly not allowed to do like, I just sent the National Guard to arrest fucking Pete Buttigieg. Why? Because I think that he's a terrorist. Yeah. Right. Like, you're like, no, dude. Like, and there is a danger. There is a danger of not just Trump, that I think Trump's susceptible to this, to anyone, to start huffing their own fumes a little too much and start buying the fucking, buying into like sort of the iconography that's being spread about them. And that's why I try to, and I hope enough people try to keep him humble. Now, unfortunately, a lot of people, I think, are faux doing this, right? So there's a lot of people, your Andrew McCarthy's out there right now that are like, well, it's ridiculous, Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, like trying to, root out corruption in these institutions. That's absurd. That they need to let bygones be bygones. Fuck all that, right? Like, no, that's exactly what they should be doing. But the idea of like that they're so morally righteous that they could just all of a sudden be like, we don't need no probable cause. We don't need no, right? Fuck you. We're kicking doors in. We're doing what we want. We're black bags over heads. And that's why I said, to me, of the scale of things that have been real shitty, this tweet's not even, like, to me, it's not in the worst thing that even happened in his second term. The meme coin's fucking outrageous.
It is, yeah.
Absolutely outrageous. Yep. Elon Musk's statement that CBS needs to go to prison, absolutely fucking outrageous.
The TikTok 180, I've got a big problem with as well.
Yeah. It's a 180 is what I have a problem with.
Okay.
Right? The
I'm
stance
not
of
on TikTok, so I maybe I'm missing out, but like there was a 180, and to me the
stance on should we ban it or should we not, I'm more favorable to either side. But basically Congress saying it should be banned and him being like, nah, dog, that's the bad part, right? That if Congress would have said we shouldn't ban it, and he said he ran on we should ban it, and then said, okay, we're not going to, I wouldn't really have a problem. The problem is that he sort of, you don't get to make the law. You get to enforce the law. And if the legislator said, now, if he wants to put political pressure on the Congress people from his party and say, hey, we'll primary you because I don't like this law, that's one thing. But to just, we're going to give him 30 days and we're going to do this and that, I don't like that either. I think that's what I said. The irony to me is the shit that they pick fights with Trump and shit about. It's like there is red meat to go after. I don't understand it. Like, you pick the dumbest shit. Elon Musk, he did a Nazi salute. It's like, or even in the election, it's why I still pick on Pisco about this. I joined his face with Pisco for 3 hours. I talked to him about Tony Hinchcliffe's joke. And I'm like, you guys are getting throttled if like a week before the fucking election, your big issue is a stand-up comedian that's like one of the most offensive comedians in the country fucking told a joke that was pretty benign about Puerto Rico that you consider offensive. The criticism here, you know what the criticism is? It's pretty dumb to hire that guy to go to your convention. That's it. That's the criticism. But they're trying to make it like, hey, Puerto Ricans, see what this means? Oh, racism from Trump and all. And you're just like.
And remember when Biden's response, by the way?
That was the best. It was so I was so happy. I fucking laughed my ass off. I'm at work. I tune into Pisco's show. It's one of the funny, listen, I don't know what you think about the live and learn people. Let me start off by saying I don't wish any of them ill. I kind of think I would, if they were like the same age as me and we're in college together, I'd probably still be friends with them today and be like, you guys are fucking nuts. Your politics sucks. But I don't have like none of them do I have like a personal animosity to, really. But I will say that some of their political acumen is so fucking bad. So Pisco's at least smart enough to realize, like, it's real bad if Joe Biden just called the other party's voters trash. That's real bad. So he does this whole stream where he's like, no, that's not what he said. There was an apostrophe. There was an apostrophe.
So clearly shows it,
there's an apostrophe. He's saying that Hinchcliffe's joke is trash. It's Hinchcliffe's trash, not Trump supporters trash. It's like, oh, it's so bad. So anyways, he does this whole spiel. Then he brings on Josiah and Econoboy, right? And so Pisco just tried to fucking carry water. The mental gymnastics are incredible that Pisco's trying to do, to be like, no, trust me, Joe Biden, we would never do that. We wouldn't call Trump supporters trash. Within 2 minutes of Econoboy and Josiah coming on, they're like, well, what percentage of Trump supporters do you think are trash? And Econoboy's like, at least 50%. And Pisco's like, and it's just like, oh, you fucking idiots. You can't even get, like, you don't understand that this dude's trying to, like, he's in a sinking ship and he's throwing water out with the bucket. Yeah. And you guys are like, let's throw more water in the fucking ship. I made fun of Econoboy so bad the next time I talked to him. I'm like, you fucking idiot. You couldn't take a cue from your co-host to see that he's desperately trying to convince people?
Did you see? I didn't edit it at all. It just came up on my Twitter feed. It was like one post, like right at the very top was, yes, he called them trash and they are trash from Destiny. And then the immediate post below, he never called them trash from Pisco. It was like this right. Yeah. It was like, oh my God, they can't. It's like,
and it's so funny. Like I said, Pisco, you're in this position because you take positions that are clearly bullshit and you hype it up like it's this big thing. And then when it blows up in your face, so you're going to freak out about Hinchcliffe told a joke, and to him that meant everyone who didn't decry that, every Republican, well, they adhere to the fact that Puerto Rico's trash. That's what they adhere to. And then Biden comes out the next day, and so it's like, okay, stand-up comedian says it versus leader of the opposition party. And Pisco's like, and then all of his side's like, yes, they are trash. And it's like you were only in this position. If you would have made the whole spiel the day before, then you could be like, okay, these people are dumb. I personally don't think they're trash. Whatever. We're talking about the economy. We're talking about fucking border security. We're talking about foreign policy. But no, you were talking about jokes. So now you've opened yourself. And I try to tell. It's like Pisco. I have other things to talk to you. I don't know how long you have, but I have other things to talk to you about the Connor debate. But I want to get to. They're going to be more about legal matters, right? So I'll pivot to the conversation I had with Pisco the other night. You probably didn't see this, right? But we're going. It starts off very heated, and then this always happens. Pisco, I have a way of being able to tone down the temperature, and I think he does with me as well, because it gets annoying after a while to both be. So it ends up ending
the voice too. I mean,
I'm used. I've been fucking yelling for 40 years, so I'm used to it. But we start talking about the FISA warrants, right? And he was pushing back against potentially criminal Sean and myself, saying that they were corrupt. He admits they were illegal. He doesn't like them. He told me at one point it was, and I'm quoting, regrettable. So my issue with him is he's massively downplaying this. But nonetheless, he says they're illegal but not corrupt. And I was like, well, define corrupt. And so we both sort of give our off-the-cuff definitions of corrupt. And we're talking about he does this thing where, and we all do this to an extent. You're putting, oftentimes you're not giving the rebuttals to your argument while you're giving the argument. In your own head, you might say, well, there are pushbacks to this, but in the course of a debate, you're not volunteering that information, right? But like Pisco's making the argument like, well, Kevin Kleinsmith, you're aware of the facts of this. Like Kevin Kleinsmith pled guilty.
I'm going to be honest with you. I am much less educated in this field than you are or Pisco is.
And so this is what I'll try to keep it as what we have factually confirmed. Sure. Kevin Kleinsmith is lawyer at the FBI. It was the fourth warrant, FISA warrant. They finally get to asking whether or not the target of the warrant, this guy Carter Page, he's making a claim, or people are making a claim. I guess not him, because he doesn't know he's the target of the FISA warrant. They're making the claim that he had previously worked with the CIA as an informant to take down Russians, corrupt Russians. Okay. Now, this would be possibly exculpatory. If you're accusing this guy of being a Russian spy, but he's previously worked with a different intelligence agency to help take down Russians, isn't completely exculpatory, but it's evidence to that. Kevin Kleinsmith, this lawyer, emails the CIA. Someone from the CIA emails him back and it's like, yes, he did work with us. He changes yes to no. Literally, that's what he pled guilty to this.
He altered the screenshot.
He altered it. Right? That's right. He did. That's right. Yeah, prick. Anyway, that soy pill. Maybe soy pills related to. But no, so he changes it, and then he takes it and he his superiors. He's like, yeah, the CIA reached back to us and they said no, he didn't work. Okay, so they volunteer that information to the FISA court. IG Horowitz cites this as one of the two most significantly bad things with the FICE applications, and Horowitz is the one that recommended charges, which stuck, which he pled guilty, got like probation for a month, lost his license to practice law for a year, 1 year, and that's that. The judge says, and this is Pisco's argument, which I think is evidence of just the motivation that he thinks that this career top lawyer at the FBI had, his motivation for factually changing evidence to the opposite of its conclusion was expediency. It would have taken too much time to reach back out to the CIA. Now, on the other side of that ledger, my argument is that it was most likely corruption of a political nature because Kevin Kleinsmith, it was also revealed by the IG, was sending texts to other members of the FBI saying things like #resist. They had to stop Trump. So a guy changed evidence to get a FICE application from, yes, the target did work with the CIA, to no, he didn't, submitted the FICE application, pleads guilty to doing that. He's saying that we need to resist Trump. He's clearly a Hillary supporter. And Pisco's determination is that's not corrupt because he only did it for expediency.
I mean, that would also be corruption, though, I think.
Well, he defines corruption and it has to be of personal value. That wouldn't count to him. I finally got him after 3 hours to admit that he has to think about his definition of corruption, that it might be corrupt. But it doesn't matter because that kind of corruption wouldn't be a big deal. Only political corruption would be a big deal. Now, that's bad. Go ahead. I'll leave you respond to it.
Well, I guess, like, it's got to be, he's saying the definition has to be for some kind of, like, ideological purpose. Because like, when I think of, like, a classic, like, the classic corrupt cop is the kind of cop that would, like, plant drugs on you, right? Like, for a non-ideological purpose. Like, that's like the classic kind of corrupt.
But it could be personal gain. Like, he wants to advance
some kind of personal gain, for
sure.
That
would be corrupt, he says.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's not what he was doing either. It was just expediency. And he truly believed, this is the other part of it, why he would say it's not corrupt. Because Kleinsmith argued, I truly believe that the email was mistaken. There's no evidence as to why he would believe that. But he truly believed Carter Page did not work in this capacity with the CIA. So instead of, if I was I'm not a lawyer, and if I was in that position and I believed the email was inaccurate, you know what I would do? Send another email or pick up the phone and go, are you sure? This is what you meant? This wasn't a typo? Right? That's what I would do. I wouldn't change the fucking evidence, right? Okay, so this is bad enough. This is the debate. I think that's a really weak position for Pisco, that it wasn't political. I think that's really weak. But nonetheless, I guess somewhere out there in the realm of defensibility. But then we start getting into the weeds of more and more shit. Here's some of the arguments that in the context of defending this, that he's now forced, because he's never looking at like the broad picture. In my estimation, he's looking at it for like, how do I benefit my side? How do I benefit my final argument? Right? And so he ends up saying shit like this. I'm not making this up. You could go watch. Why don't consider that evidence? That email's not evidence. And I'm like, why not? Because the email was never entered as an exhibit of evidence. And I was like, but the facts wherein were materially used on decisions on to whether pursue a FISA warrant. It doesn't matter. That's not evidence. And so I had to fucking, like, after 15 minutes of this, I was like, okay, let's not call it evidence. Let's call it information relevant to the probable cause.
Was there testimony about the email?
I believe that in the FISA application, they said there's no evidence he worked.
No, I don't even. What I'm saying is that like later on, when all this was like, I'm assuming going through like legal proceedings, was there any kind of testimony as to, yeah, I faked there must have been because he pleaded guilty.
Yes. And so Pisco's like, it was evidence in the trial of Kleinsmith.
Okay.
But it wasn't evidence but it's like, but that's exculpatory. That'd be the equivalent of, if I'm a police officer or a prosecutor and I'm investigating you for like burglary, right? And your alibi is, I was at, EOD's house, right? And I contact EOD and EOD says, yeah, he was here. And then I just don't tell the judge that. I just don't, I never bring it up.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
It's not evident. It wasn't an exhibit, right? Because it was just never brought up. But it's exculpatory evidence that you didn't include. So it's still evidence. But nonetheless, it's like, what's the point of this semantic game? I finally got him to admit, I'm like, does it matter in the grand scheme of things whether or not we call this evidence as to whether or not it would be corrupt or it would be illegal? Well, no. then what's the fucking point? What's the point of this whole exercise? Here's another argument he makes. Well, actually, Kevin Clinesmith wouldn't necessarily think that getting a FISA warrant on Trump's team would be detrimental to Trump's team. It could help them. Because what if this guy really was a Russian? Then it would allow Trump to know he was a Russian to get him out. So it's actually good for Trump's team. So even if they did lie to get a FISA warrant, it could be good. I mean, you're just like, please go get the fuck out of here.
Was he just like stress testing different arguments, or like was it actual position?
No, this is like, he's trying to make this as a defense to like, because I'm like, look, Clinesmith clearly favors Hillary. He's clearly saying resist Trump. He clearly broke the law to try to get a FISA warrant. He knew this would harm Trump. Wait. He didn't know it would harm Trump. Prove it. What do you mean? Well, they're getting a FISA warrant against their fucking team. Like, that allows them to investigate through the two-hop rule. It allows them to investigate everyone that Carter Page talked to and everyone that those people talked to. That means they now have access to all communications between everyone Carter Page talked to, emails, phone calls, etc., and everyone those people talked to, which would include Donald Trump.
Information, yeah.
Right. So in what world would you say it's not detrimental? Like, if it's you, Lactoid, if somehow there's a FISA warrant against me, which allows them to get all of your communication, in what world isn't that fucking detrimental to you? But Peace goes like, no, maybe not. Then we start talking about like whether or not this is corrupt for different reasons. I bring up the planting drugs case because he's sort of trying to allude to this argument that's like, well, if he truly believes in the guilt of this guy, or in this case, if he truly believes that he didn't work with the CIA. And I was like, okay, so let's say a cop truly believes that someone's a serial killer, but they can't get him. So you plant coke on him. Is that corrupt? He didn't do it for personal reasons. He thinks he's saving lives. He didn't do it for political reasons. So is it corrupt? He don't know. I'm like, what do you mean you don't? Like, he's hemming and hawing. He's like, after 2 minutes, he's like, I don't know, I guess maybe. How about you, Rob? I'm like, yes, that's corrupt. I'm not a lawyer.
Whenever I think of like corrupt cop, that's the first example I think of. I can't think of.
And then he's like, well, but that's because it's a different crime. That's why it's corrupt. I'm like, okay. Let's say the cops think this guy's a coke dealer. And they look down the street and they see a bag of coke 100 yards away from this dude's car. And they think, I know that's his coke. So they take the coke because they know they won't be able to prove it, and they throw it in the car next to the guy. Is that corrupt? Well, I'd have to think about it. Yes, that's corrupt. Yes, it's undoubtable. You're an attorney. How do you not know this? That's fucking corrupt. And you're just sitting there. I'm like, please go. How are you twisting yourself into these fucking pretzels? It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to watch this guy. You know, how hard is it to say this? Yeah, I mean, it was fucking corrupt. What they did to Trump was corrupt. What do you want me to say? It was years ago. It's over. They weeded out those people. He was found guilty. Let's move on. Now, I think that's a terrible mindset to have. But at least that's defensible. We don't know. He did it for expediency, I think, and it wasn't necessarily detrimental to Trump's team. And it's just the whole time you're just like, oh my God. And that's the sort of shit that frustrates the shit out of me with him. And, you know, the big argument I had the first time I realized that he was so partisan, it was like worthless to try to get concessions out of him, was the Jabal Bowman thing. And with Jabal Bowman, as bad as, you remember that case, the pulling the fire alarm?
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Fuck it, whatever. But we argued at first about, like, before the video came out, we argued about, I'm like, that fucking dude knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. He knew that they wanted to delay. He hit that fucking alarm because he wanted to delay. That's what happened. No, maybe he was just trying to aggress the door. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So we argued about it, and the video comes out. I think it looks very bad for Pisco's argument because he fucking barely even tries to get out the door, and he just blatantly pulls the alarm. Okay, whatever. But Pisco had been arguing with me for years that the crimes that the Russia collusion report, you know, Crossfire Hurricane found, that they prosecuted people is very serious for Trump's team. Like, George Papadopoulos committed a very serious crime. What did he do? He lied to investigators. Lied to law enforcement. It's very serious. Okay? Roger Stone lied to investigators. Very serious. Mike Flynn lied to investigators. Very serious. If you materially lie about the investigation, it's very serious. Okay. He's also arguing with people on X. And he's trying to be reasonable as a lefty, right? And the people on X are like, maybe he didn't know an alarm would go off when he pulled the alarm. And Pisco's like, yeah, that's bullshit. Clearly he knew. He's a former principal, for God's sakes. He knows pulling the alarm triggers an alarm, right? They finally released the statement, the transcript from his interview with law enforcement. One of the questions is, when you pulled the alarm, did you intend for an alarm to go off? He says no. So I finally get to talk to Peace. I'm like, okay, let's do a little syllogism here. Lying materially about a case is very serious and should be charged, right? Yes. And you think it's impossible that Jabal Bowman didn't think that alarm was going to go off, right? Right. Okay, here's what the transcript says. He's asked, did you intend for an alarm to go off? He says no. So that's it. He should have been charged with lying, and he wasn't. How do you defend that? And I shit you not, this was his response. Well, I think when he said no, what he really meant was yes, because he meant that he didn't intend for the global alarm to go off. He just meant he thought the alarm right above him would go off, but not the global alarm. And I'm like, I laughed at him, so I'm like, Pisco, this is... When he said no, he meant yes. I mean, what do you even say? At that point, what's the point of arguing with anything that I argue with this dude about? Like, if we're arguing Burisma, and I'm like, I think that Joe Biden forced the firing of this Ukrainian prosecutor to try to protect his son. If Biden comes out tomorrow and is like, yeah, I was trying to protect Hunter, Pisco could just be like, I think he meant he wasn't trying to protect Hunter. What's the point of a discussion at that point?
It's infinite charity one way, right? That's what it is, right? And you're right. It is impossible if there's going to be infinite charity one way to ever make ground. And I think this is what, I mean, I guess really this was your argument from the very beginning, which was like when you're engaging with somebody who's giving ultimate charity one way and just refusing to engage with any kind of substantive criticism of their side, why even bother, right? But I mean, you were up until 4 a.m. doing it.
It was fun. You get the spicy memes. That's true.
You get some spicy memes. That's true.
Well, one other question I wanted to ask you, referencing this, what did you think about the part of the debate with Connor? Because to me, this was like one of the fucking the two worst indefensible positions that he had. I thought were the like, I don't care if U.S. aid is fucking trying to root out populism at home and around the world because populism's bad. So if they're fucking, yeah. So yeah, it's a populist that's bad for me, right? So if they're saying, yeah, we're going to root out the former president in Poland's a populist, so now the new president should arrest him. And we know that fucking the intel agencies are doing the same shit back home, censor populists, whatever. Yeah, that's okay because that's fucked up. But then sort of going along with that ideology, at least in the theme of that ideology, which is clear cut that he says this, I'm making an argument about Eric Adams where it's like, the concern is, was he politically targeted? So I'm not questioning his guilt. There's an argument. I mean, he's innocent until proven guilty, and maybe we haven't heard his defense. Maybe he has a defense. I don't know. My assumption is, though, my default with almost all of these people is, yeah, they probably have campaign finance violations. They've probably taken money. You have to explain somehow they're all making 6 figures in Congress or 6 figures as a politician, and they're walking home with 9 figures. Something's going on, right? Money's coming from somewhere, so I assume there's some shady shit going on. That's my default position, so I can't speak directly to Eric Adams, like that I know beyond a shadow of a doubt he's guilty or that he's absolutely innocent. I just assume he's guilty, okay? My question is, was he politically targeted? And I asked Connor straight up, I'm like, well, if he is guilty, or if anyone's guilty, but we find out that the only reason that they're being charged is politics, that they're being targeted politically, should those charges be rescinded? And he's like, no. And that's surreal. I think that's, to me, one of the biggest problems in this country. Now, there are levels to this.
There are levels. Yeah, that's what I was
Someone's a serial
I was trying
killer.
to think of examples of like,
right.
If it was politically targeted, but hey, like we got to go after this guy.
We find out Bernie's a cannibal, right? And he's eating a bunch of fucking people. Like, and he was only targeted by Trump because Trump hates Bernie. Okay. But like with shit like this, because the fear is this, and it's ironic because Bove's memo back to Sassoon, who resigned. I don't know if you've read those, but Bove's memo is basically like, you quoted Scalia. That's funny because Scalia makes this point that how dangerous it is that if you really want to go after a politician, using the force of law is the best way to smear them, and how dangerous that is, right? And for me, that's the problem. I got arrested one time at a concert. I don't know if you've ever heard me tell this story, but I was at this metal concert. There were a bunch of people fighting. I'm drunk as shit. Should not have been served any more alcohol. But anyways, this fight breaks down. The cops arrest a couple people. They stop the dance floor. No more mosh pits. Fucking whatever. Okay. So I go up to the bar. I buy a Pabst Blue Ribbon Pounder for $8, which is outrageous, but that's concert prices, right? So I give him the $8, and the bartender does this. Sits the beer down, And before I grab it, security grabs the beer. Haven't even touched it. They say, you're shut off. I said, okay, I want my $8 back. You can't fucking sell it to me before I even touch it, shut me off. If I'm shut off, give me the $8 back. And I'll be honest, that's being a prick. That guy's like, fuck you, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, fuck you.
Of course you got to hit him at that point. I mean, come on.
Right. Well, I did not. But then all of a sudden I got fucking bam, slammed in my face. It was a cop. He slammed me in my face. My nose is bleeding. He handcuffs me, drags me out. I get arrested. There's a lot more to the story, but basically that's being a fuckhead. Told him that someone was recording me. And then he wouldn't wipe the blood off my face while I was handcuffed. I was like, can you wipe the blood off? He's like, I thought you were a tough guy. I'm like, where the fuck did you get that from? And I was like, my buddy over there is recording this. This will be your last day in the job. No buddy's there of mine. He starts taking random people's phones. I didn't give you consent to record. It was quite humorous. So they get me to the drunk tank. And then there's a second cop there. He pulls me in. And I was like, what am I being charged with? Drunk in public. That's okay. And disorderly conduct. And I was like, I didn't commit disorderly conduct. And I'll never forget this. The cop's like, yeah, you did.
And I was like, no. For disconference.
And he brings up the Pennsylvania statute of disorderly conduct. I can't remember the exact wording, but it's basically something like anything that could be considered a nuisance to a member of the public. And he's like, playing your music too loud, disorderly conduct. Having an argument with your friend about baseball, disorderly conduct. He's like, we use that as a catch-all that we have probable cause to fuck. It's for anything. He's like, that's the way it's written. And yeah. The way the statute is written, you violated it. You're being a loud asshole. That's disorderly conduct. Now, long story short, that cop I paid my fine, fought it at the magistrate or the judge or whatever, and that cop spoke in my defense and all charges were dropped. So it ended up working out fine. But that stuck with me. That's what stuck with me there, which is, what if there's a law that we're all guilty of, and it's just like the people in charge will just selectively decide who to target? For political reasons, for racial reasons, for gender reasons, for sexual orientation reasons, religious, whatever. That clearly has to be antithetical to the core tenets of what our legal system is supposed to be, like the basis of English common law. It has to be, as best as possible, equal application. So we cannot have our primary law enforcement federally selectively targeting people they don't like and protecting those they like. So when you're talking about crimes like Eric Adams is accused of, we got upgraded airplane tickets. He got concert tickets. I'm not saying that isn't a crime that should be charged. But that crime versus a corrupt FBI that's selectively only going after people that they want pales in comparison. And if we assume that there are, particularly with campaign finance laws, there are probably, and I ran for Congress, it's easy to run afoul of them, even if you're not attempting to. If we decide that we can have rogue FBIs that are like, we're only going to go after Republicans, we're only going to go after people that criticize the president, that's fucked up. And so when I asked Connor, like, if that's what occurred, if they're like, we're just going after Eric Adams because he criticized Biden during the election, but he did do this, he took those concert tickets, yeah, we still got to charge it. We still got to go forward. To me, that sums it up. That sums up everything that I think is problematic with his ideology, which is, but Orange Man bad.
I wonder, though, I guess my philosophy on this is, like, if he did it, it feels really shitty to me to, like, let a guilty guy go free. I understand sometimes you have to, right? I mean, like, the best example I can think of is, like, Bill Cosby, right? Where, like, he did it, he admitted to doing it, but because we hold our government to certain standards, we had to drop the charges because, when you promise somebody immunity and they testify and, otherwise they have Fifth Amendment protections and they waive those in order to testify, and then you use that testimony against them, you've broken the trust and will and good credit and faith of the U.S. government. So you can't do that. But if Eric Adams did this shit, right, I'd be cool with him getting punished. But I think your point, perhaps, which I think is fair, is that the people who, like, are selectively politically targeting people, there needs to be something there that needs to change, right? There needs to be something there that needs to, like, perhaps there needs to be some kind of, like, punishment, discipline to those people. There needs to be, like, some kind of investigation as to how much of this is being politically decided compared to an actual, like, good faith, discretion based on the role this person holds and how bad it really was. I'd like to see that, but I don't know. I don't know where I feel on the whole dismissing all the charges.
Think of it this way.
It's tough.
I think that I've personally, at least once in my life, seen a case of someone that I know was guilty, was of a DUI, that was had the charges dropped because his rights were violated. Theoretically, right? Didn't read a Miranda rights, or what about this situation? Like imagine that a mayor's like, the guy that's running against me is shitty. So you don't have probable cause. So you fake probable cause. You kick in his door and you find a weed plant. He committed that crime, and let's say it's not
the poison tree, yeah.
Right? Let's say it's something more serious, like they find fucking heroin needles.
I mean, you can talk about Miranda, right? Like that case was the guy murdered people, and he got off because they didn't read him his rights.
And unfortunately, the Miranda that
I don't agree with that case either, but
but the spirit of it in general, that's like, what if murder's the highest level that you can get in that? The Miranda seems to be sort of very low in this, but what if it was murder, and instead of they just didn't read him his rights? The only reason that he was ever looked at in the first place was because he ran against the local mayor. And so they watched this guy for 4 years and then finally found something. You may have to say, unfortunately, despite the heinous nature of that crime, we can't let this charge stick, because at that point, the rule of law is out the window, where it's like, well, now there's an incentive. Or maybe, I guess what you could do is say, make the punishment so harsh on the opposite side that police officer faces such a stiff penalty. But that's the point I'm making, like, because Eric Adams didn't commit murder, right? Like, let's take it to somewhere else. Like, I don't like most of Washington. In fact, I'm someone who's libertarian adjacent. I want the government massively strength. If they've committed a crime, let's take a crime that I think's committed all the time, FARA violations. People that are registering, or that are not registering, and they're lobbying for foreign entities. I think that probably happens in law firms all the time, right? In DC area. Throw them all in fucking jail for 10 years. I don't care. You want to throw Don Jr. in jail for talking to that Russian lawyer, Veselnitskaya? I don't care. But throw Hillary's team in jail for talking to Dushenko. I don't give a fuck.
I think maybe, hold on, I just realized something. So when I talked about Miranda, like, so, and I maybe you know this. So Miranda, like Miranda rights, that comes from a case called Miranda. I think it was versus Arizona. And in that case, the dude murdered people. And the reason why we call it Miranda rights is referencing that case specifically. The dude murdered people, but he was let go because they didn't read him his rights when he admitted that he murdered people to them, right? That's where that comes from. And so there's standard in the US of, if you violate certain rights, this person did horrific things, we still got to let him go. And so under that principle, I think set by that case, really, or it existed beforehand to different extents. I have some disagreements with Miranda, actually, based on originalist interpretation issues, but regardless, on the basis of, well, you can't mess with people's rights or discriminate against them or target them unfairly and then just expect everything to be hunky-dory. I get the argument, right? Now, my only reason, the reason why I don't really know where I stand on this is because I haven't gone through all the evidence against Eric Adams. I don't know all the investigatory procedures that were taken. I don't know all this stuff. If it very well could be the case that he should go to jail, right? It very well could be the case that he did enough to go to jail. But you're right. If I had access to all the information and I looked at all the information, and like they're texting each other, like, let's worst case scenario. It doesn't have to be this bad, but let's say they're texting each other like, oh man, this guy's actually critical of immigration now. We got to get him. We got to bring him down. Find something, dude. Search this. Find something. Yeah, that's a big problem, right? And if that's been happening, dropping the charges seems way more reasonable at that point, right? The question is just, I just don't know to what extent that's true.
Right. And I agree. That's why I'm saying Connor took the principle of it, right? His principle is, no, the charge shouldn't be dropped, even if the worst case is true. And for me, the clearest cut reason of why this is bad is I firmly believe that since 2016, our establishment's modus operandi has been, show me the person, I'll show you the crime. Trump did something. He did something.
So true with the New York case. So true with the New York case. That was ridiculous.
All we need is an excuse to overturn every rock. We'll find something. Some fucking insect's going to crawl out of some rock, and then we'll say, and I argued this from day fucking one of the Russia investigation. I said, mark my words, this is what's going to happen. If they don't find anything connection to Russia, they'll find some crime somewhere against someone. It doesn't matter what it was. And then they'll say, see, it was worth it. that crime happened.
Yep.
And we, so even, okay, we'll admit, maybe we didn't do everything by the book, but we found that crime, right? And that's exactly what happened. And the problem is, that's become so expansive that if that's what happened to Eric Adams, and Trump did just sign this executive order that's like, we need to stop political weaponization, I think the charges should be dropped. Now, the question is that what happened to Eric Adams? I have no fucking clue. I don't know. There's all sorts of reasons that case could have been dropped to Eric Adams that wouldn't be like what people would traditionally think is like corrupt. Like maybe Eric Adams was like, I'll tell you what, I know of some super serious, more significant crime that's being committed by very powerful people, but we can't go public with it right now because they're going to have to investigate. So he's turned state's witness to a more serious crime. Maybe that's it, right? That happens with law enforcement. They let people off the hook completely for cooperation in more serious crimes. That could be what's happening. Right. So that could be what's happening. Or it could be that they're saying, look, we think that there's an appearance of political impropriety, so we're not letting you off the hook. We're just delaying it until we investigate that. If we find there is none, then we'll bring back the charges. That could be what's going on. Or the worst case scenario for the people that are criticizing Trump. What if they're truly just like, we think that there is a law that we lawfully are protecting our border by getting rid of illegal immigrants. And we think that we'll be fought tooth and nail by mayors around this country. And so we have made an agreement with Eric Adams that we will not pursue this charge that we think is illegal, but it's not as important as enforcing the border law, which is actually leading to the death of people and blah, 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 blah. So for his cooperation in enforcing this other law, I don't like that. If that's what happened, I do not like that.
Yeah, that's bad.
But it is not as clear-cut bad as just like, this guy's my friend, so don't fucking charge him. I think that level of it's worse, right? And it's tantamount, it's different. It's not, this isn't apples to apples because we're talking foreign, but it's almost like we're willing to work with the dictator that did some really fucked up shit to stop ISIS. And you might say, but wait a minute, that sort of deserves harsh penalties that this dictator did something shitty. And it's like, yeah, but if it means stopping this other really worse thing from happening, maybe we let bygones be bygones and do that. Now, I understand it's different when you're talking domestically and not foreign policy-wise, but the rationale's still the same. It's like, look, do we have to, this fucking mayor's corrupt and he embezzled and made $100 million, and that's fucked up. But we're not going to criminally pursue because we know if we remove him from being mayor right now, this pandemic that's occurring is going to get out of control and 100,000 people will die. It's an interesting theory. Of course, what we're talking about here with the illegal immigration isn't that level of the pandemic thing, but I'm just testing the extent of, I don't know. I still don't like it. I still would argue that I don't like that. I would say fuck that because there's too many. How do you know that enforcement will go the way you're saying, right? What if Eric Adams doesn't enforce in the way you think? Or what if he does and it turns out that policy wasn't as important as you thought it would be? There's so many things that are wrong with that.
And the problem is, the real issue as well is there's so many policies you could apply it to, right?
Right.
And
think of how it could be used. You're okay to get away with violating tax laws and because we think that you'll actually be good at fighting climate change.
Yeah, exactly. You just can't. Yeah. I think that for me the thing that would be most justified, I guess, at dropping the charges against Eric Adams, assuming that the allegations are true, would be like an investigation into their investigation into Eric Adams and finding it rife with just like reeking of political bias. That could be sufficient depending on like how bad it is. In terms of like some kind of deal, I struggle with that. I can't get behind that.
I don't know. It depends on what the deal would be.
Well, sure, right? But not for
my guess is this is just pure conjecture. My point: the only deal that remotely makes sense has to do with argument one anyways. That he somehow has evidence that he was targeted, right? And he's willing to submit evidence and testify, right, that I was in this conversation where they said, hey, fuckhead, you're not going to say that shit or we're coming at you. And, he has some emails or some communication to prove it. But that's sort of a moot point because at that point, then number one would need to be true anyways, right?
Yeah.
It would have to be a
Right.
political persecution. I don't understand. I don't think that it's like Mayor Adams has knowledge of a drug cartel, or some shit like that. And it's like, well, to bring down fucking the Latin Kings, we're gonna leave Eric Adams off this.
And even then, that opens up a whole new can of worms, which is okay. Why does
Why
Eric
didn't you
Adams
do anything?
have
You're the
such
mayor.
but also not just why didn't he do anything? Eric Adams, how did you get such deep intel on the cartel? What are you doing with the cartel that's giving you this information? How did you get this information, right? And if we have because look, most of the time informants are involved in the crime somehow, or at least kind of swim in that soup. Not always, but usually. And so if you know, if Eric Adams had in-depth knowledge of the cartel, my first question would be, what are you doing, Eric Adams, that gives you in-depth knowledge in the cartel that for some reason the rest of us don't have?
I was shooting craps down on Fifth Street, and see, this is the shit I'm talking about. This guy says in my chat here, where'd it go? Diet cheese. Rob GPT making excuses for criminals later. By literally
you weren't
just
gonna win him over, Rob. You weren't gonna win him over.
By just talking through potential theories. Me saying yeah, I don't like this. Now, let's assume the worst is true. The worst being not even for he'll enforce immigration. The worst just being for enemy of Trump's enemy of my enemy, fuck it. Let him off the hook. Right?
Yeah,
they don't like him, fuck him. That's bad, right? Let's assume that's the worst. How bad is it? Right? Is that as bad as the FBI spying on the President of the United States? Is that as bad as the New York trial? I'm not defending it. I would criticize the shit out of it. But when I talk to Connor and he says, and this is something I need everyone to understand. It sounds easy for me to understand, but I've debated for so long that I forget that not everyone looks at shit like me. So I can understand the confusing nature of this. It's not always what's true that matters in a debate. It's what people say when they think something's true, right? For example, if I were to say to you right now, Lactoid, right? Did you see that Trump just signed an executive order right now to invade Canada? And you were like, good, sweet, that's awesome. And then we find out later that was a hoax. I read, it was the Babylon Bee, and I read it. So I didn't lie to you, I was mistaken. But don't I still have the right to criticize you and be like, Lactoid, that's fucked up. You would
100%.
defend, you know what I mean? It wouldn't be a defense of you to say, yeah, but Trump never did that. It's yeah, but you still would have cheered for it.
If you didn't eat breakfast, what would you be? That's 100%.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's absolutely right. So it's difficult for people to understand this. So when Connor's conceding things, when Connor says, yes, I believe Joe Biden raped Tara Reade. I'm willing to say, I don't believe that. I believe it's a possibility, but it did not affect my vote because I do believe that without more relevant information, I'm forced to say he quite literally could be innocent. And so I'm not willing to factor that in my decision on who to vote for. But if Connor's yeah, I believe it. He doesn't get to later then be well, actually, it was okay for me to defend it because I don't believe it. Right? You see what I'm saying? So when Connor is saying yes, even if he was politically targeted, that's fine. That's where I'm getting these arguments from. And in this case, what I'm talking about is Connor admits, he makes all these admissions right out of the way. Yes, I believe the FBI was corruptly going after Donald Trump with FOIA warrants. Yes, I believe they were protecting the Bidens. Yes, I believe they discredited the fucking Hunter Biden laptop to help Biden win the election. All of this shit I'm listening to, I'm this is damn near as bad as it could get. You're admitting that the most powerful law enforcement intelligence agency in our country is all in and not only bringing charges against one fucking side, but then protecting the other side from charges. And so when I'm well, so then how could you take money to embrace that side? And his answer is because that at least had the veneer of not being corrupt. Even though I believe it's corrupt, it had the veneer, whereas the Eric Adams thing's too much. For me, it's I'm not saying if the worst is true of the Eric Adams thing, that it's not something that everyone should be fucking infuriated about. But it pales in comparison to what we're talking about here.
Yeah. And by the way, it's not, there's a difference, I think, between whataboutism and acknowledging a point and then explaining why it's not nearly as serious or should influence a voting decision as much as X, Y, Z. That's fine. That's not the same thing as whataboutism, right? I was going to say, the Tara Reade point, by the way, that is that's the easiest thing to catch people on, right? I've had so many discussions where people will say, how could you vote for a rapist. And then I said, okay, what about Tara Reid, right? Would you vote for somebody who raped Tara Reid? And just nothing, right? And you're right. I could say
he wasn't found guilty. He wasn't found guilty.
He wasn't found guilty, right? So you reject the allegations, but see, not believing her is usually a step too far, right? It honestly for them. So
believe all women.
It has the intended effect, right? Now I'm with you in the sense of I think that the E. Jean Carroll case had problems, and I think the Tara Reid case
does have problems.
Yeah, it's got problems, and you can point that out, and you can say, look, there's not nearly enough here to be making such definitive claims. But when you have somebody who feels super comfortable making definitive claims, right, and not only making definitive claims as to the truth, the veracity of the matter, but also you are horrible if you could even consider voting for somebody who has these kind of allegations against them. Well, under my standard, I'm fine to vote for the person who I voted for. But under your standard, you're not fine voting for the person that you voted for, right? And then at that point, it's just,
It's so tough. It's so tough. Let me give you a couple examples how this plays out in other situations. So I debated Destiny one time on Drunken Debates, and afterwards we stuck around. I was drunk, which is rare. I've only streamed like drunk 2 or 3 times. But we debated on trans issues. And I thought I did very well, but they selectively clipped me. And it was the front page of Reddit where Destiny goes, my entire argument was this. Transgenderism is either a physical or mental illness, but it is an illness. So we shouldn't ban people that say it's an illness. To Destiny's credit and all the lefties, they were like, yeah, we're against banning people that say that, but it's not an illness. And so the argument that Destiny's making is gender dysmorphia is an illness, but not transgenderism, to which I'm replying like, but how do you know you're transgender if you don't have dysmorphia? Because dysmorphia is just like feeling an incongruence or discomfort with your gender. So like a discomfort? Without a discomfort, how would you know that you're trans? Right? Anyways, that's the argument. It's not very important. Destiny's like, well, what if you woke up one day and you were in a different body? Someone cut your head off and they sewed it on a different body. I'd say, okay. He's like, hypothetically, we have the technology to do that. I was like, okay. He's like, how would you treat that? I was like, put my head back on my body. And he's like, yes. I was like, but Destiny, that's my argument. I'm saying there's something, in that case, you might not call it an illness, but something fucked up has happened. So for you to say, oh, that's completely normal. That's Rob's normal body. There's nothing wrong. Like, you understand, that's my argument. Anyways, the thing I took from that debate that I thought was fucked up, which now maybe Destiny has more of a case, given what we know, ironically, he said at some point, I'm not making this up, he says in this debate, he says, I claim to be non-binary is armor for when I debate against trans people. Because then they can't accuse me of being transphobic because I'm basically trans, I'm non-binary. And my argument was, okay, it's very similar to what we're talking about here, where it's like, if you believe something, according to your standards, then you can't vote for it. That's not my standard, though. So I'm perfectly fine voting for Trump for E. Jean Carroll. But if your argument is you can't vote for a rapist, and you believe Tara Reid, I'm not saying that Connor argument, by the way, but many people that is.
So many people, yeah.
So what I'm saying then, if I'm a member of the trans community, I might be like, based on Rob's standard that he just thinks it's an illness and blah, 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 but he's not saying treat people like shit that are trans. I don't like that. But how is it what Destiny said worse? Because Destiny's like, no, I do believe all that, but I pretend to be trans for armor for some benefit in a debate.
Which is sort of self-defeating, by the way. I'm pretending to be trans.
Well, he argues
argument as to accept it as valid, right?
But he argues that he's not pretending because he doesn't feel a strong connection to either traditional forms of masculinity or femininity. But that gives him armor.
That's a fun little life hack.
I say, like, I'm like, that would offend me more. I'll give you another example. When Black Lives Matter was rioting, fucking for the George Floyd Summer of Love, we had this situation here, and this is why I no longer post to Facebook, because I put some of my fucking videos up on Facebook. But the problem is, everyone on Facebook knows me from real life. And a lot of them are from when I debated in college, and they're super lefties. So I get shit, right? And I'm like, I don't want to I don't even deal with it anymore. So I do Facebook like once a year, and I'll put something like, hey, check out we went to Chuck E. Cheese's today. Shit like that. That's all I put on there anymore. But this dude locally starts giving me shit about Black Lives Matter and about how this is a white guy that I know. That's important. His race will matter in a second. How I have white privilege and this, that, and the other. And I was like, I don't buy all that shit for XYZ. Yeah, so much of your possessions that you personally own are only because you're a white person. I said, you believe that? He says, yes. I said, is that true of you? He says, yes. I said, how much of your wealth is stolen from black people? He says 50%. I was like, okay, then give it back to them.
Give it back.
And he's like, well, I was like, now, if I was a black guy, I'm looking at Rob. And even if they disagree with me, they go, that guy doesn't think he's stolen from me, but I think he does. But that's less offensive and wrong than, and that guy does think he's stolen from me, and he refuses to give the shit back. It doesn't matter which one of us is right. Like, did me or that guy steal? What matters is he believes he stole, and he refuses to return it. That shit happens. I notice this shit in debates all the time, where it's like my standard will be like, well, when it came to the Me Too shit, I'm of the feeling that we should take all allegations seriously, but I try to adhere to innocent until proven guilty. That doesn't necessarily mean in a court of law for me, though. Like, for me, that might mean that I see the preponderance of evidence is so great but that's basically the standard I have. But if you're hashtag believe all women, or something Connor says yesterday, well, we know Trump's guilty of E. John Carroll because he said grab him by the pussy. Okay.
I heard that part. Well, so then he said they let you, which I mean,
right.
If I let my friend borrow my car, did he steal my car? That's
right. So that's the argument, right? By the same token, then, because think of the timeline of this. E. John Carroll didn't accuse Trump before that Access Hollywood tape. She accused him afterwards. So if you were going to make an accusation up, wouldn't you make one up that fits the pattern of... So in that vein, if Connor's on a panel and he says, once in a while I slip a Mickey in a chick's drink, and then 5 years later, he's a politician, and some woman goes, I'm going to say he slipped a Mickey in my drink and took advantage of me. By Connor's rationale, he's guilty. He doesn't get to say, no, that never... No, dude, you said that's it. Because her accusation was in line with the thing that you said that you thought was off camera with buddies just bullshitting around. But I wasn't being serious. Tough shit. Doesn't matter. And like, it just amazes me. It's like, you can't see how fucked up this standard will be when it's applied. I look at that shit a lot where it's like your own standard. I say that all the time. It's not my standard. I'll give you another example. They just 2 days ago in DC were having a protest about Trump. They had an effigy of Trump that they were dragging around with the noose. Yeah. They're dragging with the noose, right?
Well, they also had a sign. What was it? It was a sign that was like to execute both Elon and Trump.
Right.
Yeah.
Now that's a real noose. A real noose, right? Just like the real gallows.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because as soon as you say that, people are like, come on. Or I said, I think you saw my post. I was like, oh my God, this is worse than Pearl Harbor. Could you believe that? You fuckhead. Because that's what Democrats were saying about January 6th. They don't even, they immediately get the absurdity of it. Oh my God, Chuck Schumer just said fight like hell. That's inciting a riot. Clearly, that's just political rhetoric, normal political rhetoric. Who in their right mind would think that a politician saying fight like hell was a literal call to violence? That's what the Colorado court said, you fuckheads. And that's why I always say, I'm not asking people to apply my standard. Who the fuck am I? Apply the standard that they themselves have set. You think people... I had to be banned off. I had to get strike after strike after January 6th on YouTube because if I said anything that questioned the 2020 election, that was theoretically misinformation that could incite violence.
2020, in terms of censorship, 2020 was awful. And I think that between 2020 and 2022, basically, I mean, it was a nightmare. And I think that a lot of the kind of libertarian support for Trump came just from, I think, a anger out of that time period. And you're right. It was awful. They would ban you for it. The Facebook thing I empathize with so much. I pissed off so many people talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, right? That case, seriously, that case was such a big deal because you had people just denying fact. And but you can go back and look at this. I mean, I forget what the exact percentage is, but most Democrats after the verdict thought, no, he should have gone to prison. They to this day, when I have conversations,
he's a murderer.
Yeah, to this day, when I have conversations with people, they'll say, yeah, well, if he had killed white guys, he would be in jail.
He killed white guys.
That's who he killed. You know nothing about nothing about what happened.
Yep.
And they're just so angry about it and so uninformed. And so yeah, and of course with Kyle Rittenhouse, there was a bit of an exception made where you could challenge stuff, right? But if you tried to post about it being a lab leak, which is now what the CIA and the FBI are saying is the most probably the most likely explanation, you got banned for that, right? Facebook reversed that policy, I think, in 2021. So there was a time period in which you would get banned if you even said the theory that is turning out to be a more accepted theory among agencies in our own government. And that's, yeah, the censorship part is fucked up. And when you're saying that you can't talk about January 6th, I mean, you had to be careful even like explaining, hey, I don't think it's an insurrection because XYZ. I'm not defending it. When it was happening, I was condemning it. I was saying, look, I condemned the riots.
I did it that day.
Yeah, the riots were horrible. You can't have this shit. You can't have people breaking in and destroying stuff. This is not the way you handle this. Yep. Come the fuck on. And I was saying that when it was happening, there's people there with me when it was happening, I was saying this. But still, there's some nuance as to, does this meet this certain legal category? And you had to be careful even having that argument for a while, because otherwise they'd come after you.
To this day, I would not be surprised if you watch this live stream tomorrow, if you go to YouTube, and there's a little memo underneath that says facts about January 6th. If you do panels, and they're going to be on YouTube, well, it depends. Twitch has their own set of fucking hurdles you have to jump through, as I found out yesterday. But if you do panels, like if I do a panel on the Crucible, they'll be like, don't say the word COVID. Say Wu flu, say pandemic, but don't say COVID. Because there's still a theory that the algorithm fucks you over. Because they'll put a little memo about COVID facts underneath, which de-emphasizes you in the algorithm. Right? And so you're still dealing with the remnants of it. And they understand the absurdity. Like, what was the rationale between not being able to talk about facts of the 2020 election? Well, because it led to an insurrection. It is misinformation that led to an insurrection. And I'm like, okay, well, by that, it led to violence, right? Basically is what they're saying. Well, by that tone, right, couldn't I say, well, violence occurred when we talked about George Floyd, so you can't talk about that because it can inspire violence? Well, no, because George Floyd was true, so it's misinformation. Okay, how about hands up, don't shoot? That led to riots. Eric Holder's Justice Department said that was a lie. Mike Brown actually reached for the cop's gun. The physical evidence says, yet people still persist saying hands up, don't shoot. Should you be banned off YouTube for saying that because it could inspire someone to violence? That's absurd. What the fuck are you talking about? Or let's say now that all of this, Trump's Hitler, Elon, blah, 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 blah. God forbid there's an attack on Trump. Should everyone be banned? That then later says Trump did this, Trump did that, that was bad.
Well, Trump was attacked, right? I mean, he was shot.
Well, right. So imagine that they say, well, you can't criticize him about this certain. Now, even in this example, I think it'd be a bridge too far to say you can't criticize him for anything. But let's say, oh, he was shot by a guy and the motivation was that they thought that he was going to completely stop funding Ukraine. And so now you can't talk about how that would be terrible. You can't talk about it online. I mean, they would go apoplectic. They would be like, this is the most fucking brutal, authoritarian, fascist, and yet they all accepted it. Like, almost to a T, with very few exceptions. Every Democrat, they might be like, it's a shame you got your channel struck there. But all of them were like, the thesis of that's all right. Sonsel, at one point, have you ever dealt with this character, Sonsel?
Maybe like a long time ago. I don't think I've had a conversation with him in a very long time. I see him occasionally on
like, I like Sonsel. I think he's a likable guy, though. He's becoming less likable. But he at the time, 2021, 2022, he had me on for this big argument. He saw me doing a panel saw me doing a stream on how I thought that COVID most likely came from a lab. And I couldn't confirm it, but I thought that was the most likely scenario. But even if I didn't think it was the most likely scenario, it clearly was a plausible scenario. And so it was absurd to censor even if it was implausible, but certainly is plausible that made it worse. And I actually take a step further and say it's the most likely. This is going to get, for anyone listening with kids, I'll give you 5 seconds here because it's going to get very graphic in a minute, right? So Sonsel calls me on and we're having a discussion and he's arguing that it's not a lab leak. And I think I'm winning the debate handily. He makes the following claim. The lab leak theory has been debunked. And if we find out that it has not been debunked, I will take this dragon dildo on live stream and shove it up my ass. So within like 4 months, we got the initial report that was like 7 intel agencies looked into this. 4 were non-conclusive. 2 said it most likely came from a wet market. But 1 said with the most credibility that it came from a lab. And I was like, okay, Sonsel, fire it up, buddy. And he's like, well, when I said debunked, I meant not most likely. I'm like, that's not
can you expect him, though, to like really want to shove a...
Well, I didn't want him to do... But the point point is, I wanted to acknowledge, because it was all in the conversation was all in the context of, dude, there's I can't even fucking say this on Facebook to this day. And then it became, that's not true. They never censored it. Yes, they did. But I just typed it there and I said it. Yes, they've since changed their policy. But when it mattered, you couldn't say it. And now we find out, whoopsie, how many things? The Hunter Biden laptop story. Oldest newspaper in the country, the New York Post, censored. Here's another fucking idiot point they make. Yeah, but only for like 2 days and you heard about it, so clearly it wasn't censored. But the censorship was enough to convince normies that the story was bullshit. Right? That's what happened. Yeah. So when you heard the story and you're some normie, not people like me or you or terminally online people, it's, oh, well, we have to let this out there. But just so you know, for like the first time ever, we censored it because it's such bullshit. That's the effect that it had. And like, it's surreal. It's like, with everything like that, if you cheer for censorship, you have, it is unethical anyways, but it's unethical even more if you're not 100% sure that you're right, that what's being censored is wrong. And these people, to them, what is wrong, you can look this up, Mike Benz talks about this, what is misinformation? If we need to ban disinformation, there is misinformation, which is something that's not true, but you didn't know it. There's disinformation, which is you're lying. And then there's malinformation. And malinformation are things that are technically true, but they harm the goals of the country.
Yeah, I can give you a perfect example of that. So I took the vaccine. I'm going to be careful about this, but I did take it, and I'm one of the few that developed heart side effects, right? And I made a post about it on Facebook. And they put a disclaimer on it.
That's malinformation. You can't say that. That's right. That's exactly the best
even
example.
Though it was my story. Like, it was my health story. Right. I'm not lying about it. I've got a letter from my cardiologist. Like, it 100% happened. And I even said that. Like, but no, Facebook wasn't a big fan of that.
Well, so one day I did a panel, right? And I go to work the next day, and I got my phone here. It's like 2023, I think. And all of a sudden, I'm working. I work with, an autistic guy. I'm driving, and you can feel your phone. Like, I'm getting notifications. Like, what the fuck's this? So when we get home, like an hour later, I check, and it's all these emails, my Gmail, and I open it up. They're all from YouTube. Warning on a video. Warning on a video. Warning on a video. Warning on a video. Strike on a video. Warning on a video. Warning on a video. Strike on a video. Now, if you get 3 strikes within 90 days, you lose your channel permanently. So I got 2 strikes and like 7 warnings. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I know I got mass reported. The 2 strikes I got were from videos that I did in December 2020 when my wife was 9 months pregnant. We both got COVID. And I came up here and I streamed every night and said, this is what it feels like. And I got struck in 2023, 3 years later, for COVID disinformation. Maybe it was 2022, but you get the point.
Yeah.
And it's just like, so I had no choice but to basically delete every video because I'm like in the moment. I don't have time to go through them. 1 more strike and that's it. And they're giving me these warnings. So I had to delete like something like 300 videos from 2020. I had no choice. They weren't backed up anywhere. And then, of course, I couldn't stream for like 90 days until those strikes went out. And it's just fucking insane. Medical misinformation for me talking about what my symptoms I have right now are 2 years later. 2 years. And it's just like, you tell these people, you're like, COVID for me it's the biggest black pill, but also white pill. Because I think so many people in my life were like, I don't give a fuck about politics. That was the first time that it punched them in the face. Yeah. Right? That was the first time that everyone I knew was like, what the fuck? What is happening? Because I know I live in rural Pennsylvania. Everyone I know is like fucking, they're not nerds like us. They're fucking like welders and shit like that. And yeah, you're non-essential, man. I had a friend whose mom's in a nursing home 5 minutes away from here. He didn't see her for 9 fucking months. Had to stare at her through a window. And like, when you see this shit, it's just like, and I'm just like, see, politics matters, man. This is what happens.
Yeah, look, my grandmother died. We couldn't go visit. We couldn't go for the
no funeral, probably.
It was like 6 months later or something.
And now these, I said at the time, I was like, I'm not completely libertarian. I'm libertarian adjacent. Is there a case to be made for where the government could take draconian measures like this? Yeah, I could envision a case where I would say, like Russia releases a bio bomb, a dirty bomb over New York. Right. And it kills instantly like 1 million people in New York. and they're fleeing, and we know if they flee and get further in the country, it's going to kill 200 million people. Do you have the right to quarantine those people?
Yeah.
Probably.
Most libertarians would say yes, just to be clear.
Not the fucking ANCAPs, because I've had this discussion with
Scott. But did Scott actually say he wouldn't quarantine them?
I think it was Casimir that said he wouldn't. He was like, well, we would find other ways without forcing.
We would have, come on, we'd have to.
Yeah,
I agree
in
with
that
you.
case,
We would have to.
In that case, you have to, right? So oftentimes what you do is, for me, if you're having like sort of these things, you think of both extremes, right? You're like, so is it that the government, could you think of any absurd example when the government can do this? Yes. Right? And then you say, like, can you think of an example where the government could never tell you anything? Right? So once you say, yes, there is a point where the government could do this, right? Should the government always be able to do it? No. Right? So now it's a sliding scale. That makes things difficult. Right? This is why the ANCAPs that are like, no, you shouldn't be allowed. It's easy for them. It's hard because they have to bite bullets, but it's easy for them in that every question's easy. For me and you, we would say, okay, well, where is that sliding scale? And it's very fucking hard to say, here is exactly where it is. It's extremely hard in anything in life. What should the speed limit be? Should it be 65? Sure, 65 is all right. How about 66? Sure. How about 67? Sure. How about 68?
90. 90 is a good.
Right. Okay, well, how about 91? Right? And eventually at some point you'll go, okay, I guess not. Well, what's the difference between 90 and 91? It's like, yeah, okay. It's hard to get that exact right, but we still have a general. So with COVID, it was like, okay, let's try to steelman this.
Yeah.
What do you think? How bad are things going to get that you justify this? And how certain are you of it? Right? And at what point do you think it gets bad enough that the government's allowed to restrict us? And when I would ask these questions, the answer I'd be given is, what do you want grandma to die? What? And so, like, I told people all the time, I'm like, where are you getting this? Well, Dr. Fauci said, well, the CDC says. And so now I'll debate people years later, and I'll say, like Econoboy, I'll say, did you support lockdowns? He'll say, yeah, I did. And I'll say, what was the evidence you were looking at the time that you supported lockdowns? Well, why does that matter? It doesn't matter what you think you know now. You wanted to violate every single person's rights. So what gave you the justification? And I think that for me, or the same with vax mandates.
I was saying all this from the very beginning, right? Justification. You have to find justification if you're going to do this shit.
I won't even say this. A lot of my audience doesn't like this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you the vax is poison. No one should take it.
I also saw the recent super chat.
I missed it. What did someone say? Did I miss one? Rob, you always say you're not.
I hope it is.
Cody Folsom, is that Rob? No. You're always saying you're not a libertarian.
No,
Don't trust the vaxxed. Mr. B for $20 says, don't trust the vax. One day the mRNA will take over their brains and tell you what you want to hear. As the years go by, there'll be less and less control of their thoughts. Careful with this guy, Rob. That's good. I will get to all the super chats, I promise, by the end. But yeah, I mean, so for me, it was like, now that I'm talking to a fucking mushroom head, vax brain.
Great series, by the way. The last
Mushroom Head?
Yeah.
So that's Mushroom. Yeah. But like when like the vax thing, my theory was this: not only I don't think it's all poison. I think like almost every medication there are utility to it. Even ones that we later ban, probably for a certain population, it would be good. Like for example, every medication has side effects. Like, should you got a small cough? Should you take chemotherapy? No. But you have stage 4 cancer. Okay, right? And so my theory was, I'm not fucking here to tell you shouldn't be taking health advice from some fat fuck like me anyways. Find a doctor that you trust, give them your specific decision, and make the best decision you can. My personal theory is there's probably a population of people that the vaccine makes sense for. Maybe the extremely elderly, people with COPD, people with chronic conditions right now. But there are probably people it doesn't make sense for, like professional athletes that are 23 years old and at the peak of human health. Where you fall may be somewhere in between those, but don't take my advice, take your own. But let's say I'm wrong. Let's go a step further and I said, nah, don't take the vax. And the vax ended up being good. There's maybe some criticism to levy at me, but I didn't force anything on anyone. I just gave my opinion. What happens if I say, I want the government to stick that shit in your arm? And then it turns out, whoops, then what do you say?
And they've all been given immunity, legal immunity, by the way.
That's right. Yeah. And it's not just them, though. It's every motherfucker that I debated. Yep. Every one of them. Now what do you say? What do you say when it killed someone? What do you fucking say? Well, we were doing the best we could. Fuck you. You should have been certain before you should have been fucking certain. And not only were you not certain when I asked you, like, well, what was the evidence you were looking at? This guy, Elder Jazzy, who I like, he seems like a decent enough guy. This dude calls me out and says, no one's read more about COVID than me. I'll spank your ass in this debate. Okay. It was one of the most brutal beatdowns I've ever given anyone. I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked at how unprepared he was. And I think he'd even admit that he knew, because I asked him, I was like, I played poker with him later. I was like, what'd you think about that? He's like, I need to prepare more. I was like, Because where I focused on was like, you support vaccine mandates? He's like, yeah. I was like, you give me the body of evidence, the group that came up with the evidence that you think would be the most reasonable on the efficacy of vaccines. And he hems and haws. I was like, how about the CDC? Yeah, sounds good. Okay. I was like, let's go to the CDC numbers in 2022, their last comprehensive study that they did on it, and so let's look at what they say. Now, it is true that this CDC paper concludes vaccines are good, they save lives, and that even if you've had COVID previously, you should get vaccinated. But let's look at their data. And without boring you too much, basically the data, which was millions of people that they looked at, showed that yes, if you've never had COVID, taking the vaccines severely mitigated your risk of being hospitalized or having any visit to the hospital for COVID. Cool, right? However, not even those that had natural immunity, but just people that had been diagnosed with a prior infection, it only lowered their chance of being affected again if you vaccinated on top of it, something like 0.003%. But it increased their chance of being hospitalized like 0.2%. And the chance of having a vaccine side effect of any kind was 50%. And the chance of having the most serious side effect other than death, which was anaphylactic shock, was like 2%. So you're forcing people. You were for the vaccine mandate, right? Yep. And yet, the data from the very organization you say to trust, at the time that you supported this mandate, said that this group of people that you were about to force, it was overwhelmingly detrimental to force them to take it. But you don't know none of that because you didn't read. You just said vaccine good, vaccine good, vaccine good. And you forced this into people. How many of them have a heart condition like you that will later find out actually you were at very low risk from COVID? Because you're younger, you probably don't have asthma, you probably don't have COPD, so your chance of having a COPD, of course it could always happen. I'm not saying go out there and chill out with dudes you know have COVID, but your risk was probably higher of getting the vaccine and getting a side effect than fucking getting COVID. And no one wanted
the funniest part, by the way. So I got it, and then I developed it was a bout of pericarditis, and I think it was like 2 months later I got COVID, and then a month after that I got COVID again, because it was right when like the Delta and then the Omicron. So it was a fucked up year. Yeah.
The people I know that got like a ton of boosters, almost all of them have had COVID 3-4 times. I had that COVID once in 2020. I haven't had it since. I thought I had it earlier this year, but I took the COVID test. I think it was just the flu.
No, I actually just got over it. I had it I had COVID again in the beginning of January. So it still infuriates me. And for me, the biggest black pill of all was I was on this website called Above Top Secret, like back in 2020. It's like a conspiracy theory website, but it's basically became just political. And you get to know characters. Everyone's got avatars. My picture was a picture of Bill Hicks. My name was Grambler, Grambler. If anyone's on Above Top Secret, it's me. But I used to post my videos there, so everyone should know it was me. Anyways, there were people there that I knew that, their pseudonym or whatever. They called themselves constitutional conservatives. And they freaked the fuck out on me for being against 15 days to slow the spread. Come on, Rob. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, where's your proof that this is necessary? I was like, you don't think that this will turn in more than 15 days? Where's your proof? At what point is I'm not saying the government's never allowed to do this, but what is that threshold? And where's the evidence that we're anywhere near that threshold? And they're just like, come on, man, be reasonable. Every single one of those people 2 years later went on there was like, so what's up now, motherfuckers? Yeah, you were right. And I was like, that's the black pill. Of course I expect the big government commie lefties to be like, yes, the government should tell you all to stay in your house. It's the same guys with the goddamn Gadsden flag. They're telling me, yeah, stay in your house, dude. Like, you gotta listen to the government. It's like, what is happening? What is happening to people? And it hopefully it woke people up. I'm skeptical. I think that people have a short memory, and 6 years from now, we could have
fucking bird flu, COVID, whatever, and we'd be right back to where we started.
The bodily autonomy argument, I think, also was something that I don't think was given enough credit, because surprisingly, by the people who claim that they really care about this.
My body, my choice,
my
right?
My choice, right? And so I think that like that there's hurdles that you have to get over if you're going to mandate stuff like that. And this was, I think, one of the biggest criticisms of Biden, which was pushing for OSHA to mandate the vaccine. And just to cut, I want to tie this in before we lose track of it. I don't know how much longer we're going to go, but tying back in, when Biden did that, it was illegal, right? And so when you were talking about, well, like when Trump violating the TRO, like this is bad or whatever,
Sure.
There is, and this is something that I was trying to explain. There is a huge difference between defying the Supreme Court, right, and running afoul of a law and a court pointing that out, right? One is not the same as the other. One is not a challenge of the separation of powers. One is you fucked up and
sure,
the court has to correct you. With the OSHA situation, I would apply the same standard, right? I mean, that was struck down, and that was not implemented. But like the attempt there, right? It was obviously illegal. Right. Yeah, the attempt at pushing OSHA there, like the argument for that being a good faith interpretation of law, I think is much less than anything that you can point to here, right? And when it comes to like freezing certain funding under the Impoundment Control Act, right? Using OSHA this way is wild, right? But you're right. It wasn't a constitutional crisis because when the Supreme Court slapped that down, that was the end of it. I would even go as far as to say that the student loan stuff wasn't a constitutional crisis either, despite the fact there was a little bit of worminess that happened trying to get around it and everything. But
the problem there that the left runs into is
Trump also did kind of the same thing when it came to the Muslim ban.
But the problem for the Democrats, though, is, and this, I haven't got a chance to point this out to anyone yet, right? So this breaking argument here, you ready? The problem is that Biden, through his tweets, said the Supreme Court tried to stop me, but we're still finding ways. Now, if you're going to say that these tweets matter, I agree that technically Biden went through a different avenue, so it wasn't a direct fuck you to the court. But his tweet said it was, right? And so if the argument's, the intent matters of what you're saying, right? Okay. And you know what their argument's going to be. Yeah, but all we should do is look at the actions. Who cares what he tweeted out? Right. But it's different with Trump, right? With Trump, it's all about what might he do based on his rhetoric, right? So I haven't had a chance to see, I know they'll say it doesn't matter because they're fucking, they don't care. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. One of my favorite debates I had on this was, you've maybe seen this clip. It's with me and Dylan Burns. It takes 2 hours. And this is one of the things I hate. You have to set these people up, right? Like I was debating Tom Foolery the other day, right? And I was like, Paul Combetta, he deleted subpoenaed evidence after it was subpoenaed. Why wasn't he charged? And so I have to walk step by step by step by step by step. And finally at the end, I'm like, Tom, you know why I have to do it that way? Because if I said this, well, Paul Combetta wasn't charged because the FBI said they heavily suspected he was lying, but they were sort of in a rush, and they didn't really care about getting him, and they thought that he would claim up and plead the fifth. So instead, they just gave him immunity, and then once they found out it was just him, and he couldn't remember who he talked to, they said, well, there's nothing we could do. Tom would go, yeah, that's reasonable, right? So instead, you have to be like, would you give someone immunity, or would you aggressively go after them? How would you normally do that? I would go after them. Right? And that's what they did with Trump, right? Yeah. And when they arrested Nada, you were like, yes, maybe he'll flip on Trump. Yes, exactly. Why'd they do it different with Paul Combetta? Right? So you have to take steps. Well, this is what happened with Dylan Burns, right? Because Dylan's arguing, this is so funny. Dylan argued for the vaccine mandate. He was supporting it, right? With one condition, right? This is right. Already you're fucking entering a pile of shit. Except he was even for the vaccine passports in New York. Even to go to the grocery store for a vaccine passport. The only exception being if you were going to a Black Lives Matter protest. Because the government shouldn't have access to who was at that protest. So you shouldn't have to have ID. Coincidentally, Dylan was going all around the country to these protests filming. Just saying. Anyways, he's going off on this fucking, for safety. My axiom is for safety. Do as much as possible. So even those that have a prior infection, the OSHA mandate should apply to them. They should have to get tested every week or get the vaccine. I said, okay. So I have to walk through. I was like, who's more protected from COVID? People with natural immunity or people with the vaccine? So it takes forever. He concedes finally. Yes, those with natural immunity. I said, okay. I was like, so let me get this straight. Because you think we should do as much as possible, even though they're protected, you think they should get tested every week or get vaccinated? Yes, that's what I think. I said, okay. I said, are you vaccinated? He says, yes. I said, should you have to get tested every week? He says, no. I said, why not? You're more at risk than the person with natural immunity. And you said we should do as much as possible. And he goes, well then, no, I guess not. I guess that, and I was like, do you fucking see? As soon as it's an imposition on you,
Yeah.
well, actually, now that and that was it's the same argument I have with the socialists. Bernie Sanders thinks everyone with $1 more than him's immoral. The amount of money he has is exactly right. Bill Burr said it the other day. These fucking billionaires, we should take them all down. It's like, dude, you're worth like 20 million. I could say the same thing to you that you could say to the billionaire, right? And you would say, yeah, but their money is so above the mean, so above the standard, that's different. It's like, well, according to who? Because according to someone who's starving in sub-Saharan Africa, their life's more disparate to Bill Burr's than Bill Burr's is to Elon Musk, right? So when they say you're too greedy,
I mean, their lives are more disparate to your average American, right?
That's right. So they could say the average American's too greedy. Right? They could. Like, so it's like, who draws these bright lines for what's moral and what's not? It was the same with COVID. I can't tell you how many times I would debate someone and they would be like, well, you're fucking selfish, man. You're selfish. You went out. You fucking went out. You did this. You did that. You're not wearing a mask. That's fucking selfish. We all need to sacrifice for the greater good. Then you start asking them about their life. Well, what about you, man? What are you doing? Well, I don't even leave the house except to get groceries. Really? How many times a week? Usually 3. Oh my God. You go out 3 times a week in public? In public, 3 times a week. Well, you couldn't order DoorDash? You couldn't order. My Walmart delivers to my home if I want. You couldn't only go out 1 time a week? Why are you so selfish? And wouldn't you know it, almost 100% of people were doing the exact right amount, the exact moral amount of sacrifice they were doing. Almost everyone was exactly what I'm doing's right. Anyone who does one thing that's a little more, oh, you went out grocery shopping 4 times a week, that's immoral. But 3 times is moral because that's what it was so obvious. You're like, you motherfuckers, you can't see, like, that's sort of,
Can I ask, do you think Bernie betrayed Tulsi? I'm on the camp that he did. That's my,
yeah, I do.
That was fucked up because I remember Bernie Sanders, like, kind of being right by her back when those bullshit allegations were being made against her. Because, of course, nothing she said was incorrect. Even her comments on the lab are grossly misrepresented. Hillary Clinton had nothing to go off of when she said she was a Russian asset. And Bernie was on Twitter defending her. And then it came, nothing really changed in her position other than the fact that she obviously, was a Trump selection at that point and was campaigned.
I'm asking you once again for a 3rd lake house. Yeah, we got it, Bern. You got it, man.
I just don't know, like, why. Do you know I don't recall, do you know why he said that he voted against her? Did he ever specify, or was it just,
I didn't see it. So yeah, that's basically what I think of. I don't know that he made a comment. I'm sure if he did, it was something that, like, questions on national security and allegiances or something. And it's so funny because if you remember, if you go back to 2016, in the primaries, they smeared Bernie as a Russian asset. They did. And the Green Party candidate, Jill Stein, they smeared them both as, wait a minute, ties to Russia.
They also tried to get her off the ballot, too, with Jill Stein.
That's right. I mean, so much of this shit, like, I don't know if you heard me talking about USAID. It's like, it's surreal to me. Again, my standard's quite a libertarian adjacent standard. You're probably more libertarian than me. So I call myself, I don't know if I'm a minarchist, libertarian adjacent, whatever you call me, right?
It's a scale. And I have this discussion with Scott a lot. Like, there's some purity testing that happens. I'm much more like a big tent kind of person in the sense
yes,
like,
me too.
When there's a small ideology, you can't be super exclusive. There's, like, on the far end, there's the anarcho-capitalists, but then, like, as you start moving over, there's the minarchist. Gary Johnson believes in driver's licenses, right?
Right.
So, I mean, you could have people who, and he's a libertarian. So, I mean, I would say talking to you, I think, you're pretty libertarian adjacent. I think that you have a libertarian streak for sure. I'm probably more so, but yeah.
I've came more towards some conservative, like, there was a point of me at a time that would be like, I'll give a fuck if you want to shoot heroin on Main Street. Until you harm someone else, have at it.
I'm still there.
So I'm like I'm like, but, like, my principle, my core defining principle is always to start to a place of personal liberty and personal responsibility. That's my core start. I could be persuaded, but that's where I'm starting, right? So like if someone's like, well, gay marriage, it's like, because the government doesn't have a right in this, and if they do, you can't right? That's where I'm coming from on most of this shit, right? And so for me, it's easy when all of these complicated issues come up. If that's where I'm starting from, I'm like, you need to defend why you're going to infringe on that. Defend it. Why are you telling me that a protection offered to me in the Bill of Rights that I could freely associate people needs to be stopped?
There needs to be a sufficient justification to override the individual right. Yeah.
It can happen. It can happen. That justification can be given. The dirty bomb example we just gave. And it doesn't have to rise to that level. I'm just saying that proves that it can happen. Yeah. So give me. And what you'll find is 99 out of 100 times, maybe even 9,999 out of 10,000 times, not only can people not give that justification, they're indignant that you would ask. How dare you? What do you want, grandma to die? And that's the shit that I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, and so if I'm ever wrong, then I'm wrong of the context of, okay, I didn't force anything upon you, right? I've been wrong. You've been wrong. We've all been wrong, but I didn't force shit on you. I didn't force a drug in your arm. I didn't force you to not go to work. I didn't force you to not go to your kid's wedding. I didn't force you to not go to your mom's funeral, right? Like, you did. So what if you're wrong? Right? And that to me, and you could apply this to almost anything. Trump bombed Syria. Okay, what if you're wrong? You did that. You killed people.
Yep.
What was your justification? And when you asked, they're like, fuck you.
With Iraq, like, we were wrong, right?
Freedom fries, motherfucker. Fuck the French, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you look at that shit and it's like, I'm sorry, whoopsie doesn't cut it. No, people died, right? Like, and that's like even talking to Connor last night, where we're talking about USAID. And I'm like, look, we go through all these countries and we fucking like basically have color revolutions and overthrow their democratically elected leaders. And then we tell them to jail the previous party. And he's like, yeah, based. And I'm like, well, it's pro fucking American, blah, blah, blah. But what if you're wrong, asshole? What if you're wrong, right? And it's like, okay, so then he concedes. That ideology leads to the war in Ukraine. Well, that's a pretty big whoopsie, isn't it? Pretty big. Do those people ever say, fuck, my bad, I guess maybe I'm not the right person to listen to. I guess I need to change. No, they say, well, now that there's this problem, only we could solve it. Only our idea. Now we have to be more involved because this problem exists. That's constantly the rationale that these people give. Now, I'm slightly hypocritical because you could make this same argument to me right now, right? Be like, you're not for heroin on the street corner? What if you're wrong? What if fucking, now that's, but you see where it's more dicey.
So fair. My position though on this is similar. It's going to be the same thing, which is when you look at foreign policy, like it's fun to just say, well, ideologically, like we should push this agenda no matter where it is because, it's fuck it. It aligns with what I want. But I think that you have to account for pragmatic realities on the ground and the ever looming potential of blowback, right? Iraq is bad. Great. Let's just get rid of the dictator. Great. We're going to replace it with democracy. No big deal. The blowback is now they're an Iranian puppet and we have ISIS, right? The blowback's pretty bad, right? We didn't really fully account for all the potentials that come with that. When it comes to Ukraine, right?
Libya, I was going to say.
Oh, Libya's a great
open air slave markets now.
Libya is a great example of this, right? And I think the same when it comes to like drug legalization. I am very libertarian on this. Like, I do think that it's a bodily autonomy thing, and anybody should be able to do really whatever substance they want. But there's a big asterisk on that, which is that if you commit other crimes, which is what I think most of the time people have a problem with, like drug users doing, right? Robbing people, because obviously drug addicts do this, right? They'll lift your car and pull off the rims. When you're committing crimes motivated by your drug use, I think it's perfectly well within like the criminal justice system to identify what's causing you to do crimes and make you fix the issue. So if you commit crimes because if you're a heroin addict, they can make you get off heroin and make you stay off heroin. If you commit crimes because you have an anger problem, they can make you go to anger management therapy, right? If that's part of the treatment, right?
I was very similar, and I'm still close to that. I even suggested maybe enhancements.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, if you burglarize something, the penalty's 10 years. If you do it on heroin, it's 20, right? Like, it wouldn't be that severe, but you get
right,
the idea of what
the
I'm
idea.
saying.
The penalty I think would have to be like addressing the drug use specifically.
Right.
My problem is like, what if you have? Because look, I mean, alcohol is a drug that has a lot
Sure.
of negatives. I think I read somewhere like for every dollar you get in tax revenue, there's $7 in social expenses that come with alcohol. When you look at like drunk driving
Right.
accidents,
True. Hmm.
you know, violence, etc. And but you know, obviously, I would be very upset if the government came up to me and said, "You're not allowed to have that bottle of wine with your spaghetti." It's like, fuck that. I want some red wine with my spaghetti.
Right.
I'm personally not a big drug guy. It's just, you know, not my thing. But some people are. And I know people, especially in the industry that I'm in, who are occasionally do drugs and are high performers. And it
Sure.
doesn't actually affect it affects their life, because obviously you shouldn't be doing substances or anything, any kind of vice at all. But in terms of how vices go, it's not that effective, or doesn't have that much of a negative effect on their overall well-being and their ability to do their job and all that, and provide for if their family, if they even have a family. A lot of them, sometimes they don't even have families, and in that case, I think there's even less of a justification for the state to intervene.
Well, that's the one other caveat I was going to put. First off, just buttress off that in debate, I won't give a number, but I'll say a huge portion of people at highly competitive collegiate debate are on uppers or amphetamines.
Sure.
Like a huge portion. And it actually is beneficial to some degree to be able to stay up all night and fucking, you hear how fast you talk anyways when you're talking something like this. So if you add a little substance, it helps you a little more with that, then
Yeah.
why not fucking, you know, like it's like, yeah, you know, so now I'll admit, I'm not
lose my
saying
mind.
I'm not going to say I've never dabbled, but I don't know if you can tell by my body shape, not the biggest fucking upper dude. Like I'm not, you know, a skeleton or anything. I actually was never really into weed. I did a lot of fucking like hallucinogens back in the day, and I was an alcoholic. I absolutely was. But I was always a reasonable functioner. I wasn't drinking and driving. I was very serious. If I knew I had work or something, I was reasonable the night before. I didn't consume anything like that. But on my time off, yeah, I was doing shit. The one thing I was going to say that you said there, the other caveat, whether it be penalty enhancers that deal with it, that was something that I thought about in the past, was having children. And I think that if you are on certain substances and you want to take them, this was what I used to think. That's fine, but you have to sign away your right to take care of your children, because we can't have junkies with kids in the house. So you have to choose between the heroin or the child.
I would be. The only reason I struggle with heroin is the easiest one to look at. I'd be really like skeptical of this though, unless, especially, first of all, I'm skeptical of taking away children.
Sure.
Generally, right?
Maybe let me rephrase. If it became like you get busted with heroin with the child, it's like, listen, technically you didn't harm someone else. Like if you harmed the child because of it, fine. But even if you didn't, we're like, at this point, the child's being neglected. And so either you will get off the heroin or you will
look. We could talk about some allegations of a different YouTube lawyer, a much bigger one than me.
What?
Who?
Hey man, he's made in the shade now, right?
Yeah, you know,
basically.
Yeah, I think you know, if there's allegations of like the children testing positive, that's a big deal. If there's situations like that, but I think generally speaking, I'm going to be very hesitant to take away somebody's kids away.
I agree.
Unless you can show that it's been like a major issue, and I still like have some kind of punishment if their drug use caused them to neglect their children or to commit some other crime. I mean, neglect of children, I think, is a big deal, right?
But when I say, but it would be voluntary, right? If you were like, look, you got busted for this, you have heroin and blah blah blah, and we know the law says you're allowed to do heroin, but at this point, you cannot, in this condition, be taking care of this child. So there will either be regular check-ins where we'll make sure you're not doing heroin, and if you are, we're taking the child, or you could voluntarily keep doing the heroin and it won't be a crime, but we can't have the child staying here.
Let me give you like the most charitable example. And I know that like the law isn't always geared around every single charitable example. So you might say like, ideally this could be the case, but I can't enforce it. What if you have somebody who their parents, but every other weekend their kid goes and hangs out with grandma while they go to a party, and at the party they do some uppers, right? They do some like cocaine or something along those lines at the parties, and then they come back home afterwards. And then that's it. Like they don't do any drugs at home. There's no drugs around the kids, but one of them pops positive, like on a test or whatever. In that situation, I I would not take the kids away.
No, of course not. That's I'm more focusing on it's a chronic problem.
Yeah.
Right. Like you go in, the kid's malnourished, like shit like that. Because technically, that's neglect, which is a crime in some, like there's criminal neglect. I get that, but I would offer them the option of like the crime wouldn't be a crime less that child being here. Right. Like if the child's not there and you want to shoot up, have at it. Right. But we're now going to say you can't shoot up at all because it's gotten to the point of neglect unless you sign the children over. Now, I will say now, though, that my stance is more harsh than that because I think that one thing that I would go further from you is it's not enough that you're not just committing a crime. There are things that occur with some sorts of chronic drug use that fall into the category of displeasing me and the public. I don't want my kid to go to the school bus and see the dude juicing up in his arm. I don't want to. Fuck you. That should be illegal. That's how I feel. I don't want the fucking, junkie strolling through public property of the public playground and fucking falling all over my kids. I don't want that. And it's difficult. It's maybe having a kid is changed me on that some because it's difficult. Where do you draw the line? Is the drunk okay? Do we outlaw booze? You okay with the drunk cruising through your
cigarette, right? I mean,
that's right. How far do you take this, right? And it is, right? But I think that wherever that threshold is, right? Crimes like what you see in San Francisco where there's just people publicly defecating, shooting up. You have entire fucking roads that are just junkies. Yeah, you can't do that. No. And whatever law we need to pass to say this shit ain't happening needs to happen because we cannot have our societies become that. We just can't. And I would say the same if the problem chronically became booze like that. Now, it's one thing if there's fucking, what do they call it? There's always a name for this, something alley, right? It's just like, the seedy back alley, wherever. That's one thing. But it's Main Street. You got the seedy bar in the middle of nowhere and people were fucking smashing beer bottles on the wall. Don't get me wrong, there's possible crimes associated with that anyways. But generally speaking, I said that's one thing. But if it's at the fucking Applebee's on Main Street, right? It's like where kids are eating and shit. It's like, keep your fucking shady drug shit to your shady fucking areas, right? I don't want it to, and I'm tired. I don't want to make it illegal. I don't want to make pot illegal, but I'm fucking tired of that everywhere. I'm walking around Chuck E. Cheese's and I smell fucking marijuana. It's absurd. It's like this is, and I don't know what the solution is. I'm not saying ban weed. That's not what I'm saying. But I understand why that shit happens now. Because at some point you're like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, that guy didn't rob me, but I'm tired of seeing this fucking guy shitting his pants on the street because he's a junkie in front of my house every day. I'm trying to have a business here and this fucking asshole, I got all these tent cities popping up around me and shit like that. We'll just ban the tent city. That's not working. They're still standing around because the problem's the drugs. And like
weed is tough. The smell of weed is tough. I hear the complaint a lot, and the reason it's tough for me when I think about that is I understand the argument of like, well, I don't want to smell it, and it's fucking everywhere, and everyone's walking around high, right? That's the best criticism, right? But the specifically like the smell, that the reason I struggle with that is it's easy to say, well, just do the drug in your own home. Like that's like I would agree that when it comes to things like heroin, that could be the rule. Where we're just not going to don't be doing this in public, or especially around kids, because the threshold of harm is so high with this particular substance. We don't want kids being around it. We don't want kids seeing it. This needs to be kind of sanctioned off from public eye. I get that. When it comes to the difference, though, because I walk by a lot of cigarette smokers and I smell, would this be sufficient justification for me to ban smoking in public? Like anything, if I don't like the smell?
It's an interesting question.
I don't think so, right?
I think there's a higher level to it, which is that
higher level, Rob.
That's exactly what I'm getting. I'm glad you got the point. There is a possibility of intoxication from the detriment from secondhand smoke casually. Like secondhand smoke, if you live with a smoker, okay, right? Yeah. I get it. But you just walk down the park one day and someone's smoking a cigarette, probably not a big risk to you. But there is a potential risk from getting high, albeit low. I'll give you an example. I was
if you're hotboxing maybe, but I mean in the open air that's gonna be hard.
But it would be hard open air, but I'll give you an example. This isn't going to be a good example because you just said open air, but we'll take it to that example. I was at a hotel for debate, and there was some really cool like military ball going on. So you saw these guys in just these immaculate, like awesome Marine outfits, not like the grunts are wearing the camo, like the really fucking awesome like colors, and there's gorgeous dresses that these women are wearing, and you could intuit what's going on, like, oh, it's some sort of military ball. And some of these people from this debate school and me and my partner get on an elevator, and one of these military men come on, and they're going up the elevator, and one of these two dudes starts lighting up a joint, and that military guy went fucking berserk because he's like, if I pop on a piss test, motherfucker, because you're hotboxing this elevator, I'll fucking kill you. And I was like, hey, get him. You're like, you're right, man. Now let's say we get off the elevator and we're standing in the front door and he's waiting for his luggage and they're 5 feet, 3 feet away from him, they're smoking and it's blowing in his face. Could he theoretically pop? It would probably take a lot. Probably. I don't know the science behind that, but I can see that dude being pissed nonetheless. Be like, I deserve to not have this fucking in my face.
100%. But you would agree with like a cigarette as well. Like if I'm in a tight elevator with somebody and like they light up a cigarette,
sure,
like right there next to me. Like, look, I like cigars. It probably wouldn't bother me to the point where I would like do anything about it personally. The smell is fine for me. But if I was like a lot of people I know, they get nauseated, like physically nauseated,
sure,
just simply smelling it. And if I was that kind of person in a tight elevator with somebody lighting up a cigarette, I'd be incredibly upset for a lot of the same reasons.
That's true, but I do think that it is mostly comparable, but I think it is slightly worse with the marijuana because you still have all the secondhand soak, you still have the annoyance, you still have the potential nausea, but there is a chance that there could be the piss test or that it could make you I don't know. I'd be interested in seeing that. Like if you're 2 feet away from someone and you're standing next to them for 3 minutes outdoors, right? What are the chances that could give you even the slightest level of intoxication? I don't know. But theoretically exists where it doesn't with the cigarette. So if that's the case, right, now view like you see, I don't know, I'm not a big city guy, but these fucking footage you see of people shoulder to shoulder walking down the road in the city, maybe, is that common or is that just in the movies? I don't know. But it's if you stuck shoulder to shoulder with someone for 6 minutes on your walk to work and they're fucking smoking a fucking joint, I don't know, people probably don't smoke joints like it. You see how little drugs I do, and hitting a fucking waterfall bong, there you go, gravity bong, and the smoke's just blowing in your face. Can you pop? Can you fucking? I don't know.
I mean, I saw a Twitter video where somebody put like what was it, like an air compressor or something, and used a torch to light up this giant pile of marijuana, and they were sitting they hotboxed the whole garage basically. I think they would probably pop positive in that kind of situation, sure.
Right? But you are indoors there. There are circumstances where there's indoors in public though, right? And if we're talking about because I think we both agree, for me, private, fuck you. Like, I think the smoke bans on private bars are absurd.
100%.
If you don't want to go in, don't go in. Like,
yes.
But the public space
should be able to do that, and the weed as well, if they want.
That's right. So the problem with the public area is that it's not privately owned, and so what are the laws there, right? And so should you be allowed to smoke a cigarette in a public area? I would lean towards yes. I would lean sure, and so to say no, you can't do that. That's different because the private area, if the private guy says no cigarettes here, absolutely, it's his place. Whatever he says goes. If the private guy wants cigarettes there, absolutely. But I don't know. It's an interesting thought. It's an interesting thought experiment. But I don't know. That's those are things. And this is something that I would argue with like the extreme ANCAPs about was like. You have to build coalitions with people like me. You might say, no, that's against the fucking non-aggression principle for you to say that I can't smoke the joint in the public elevator. Fuck you. That violates the non-aggression principle. Yeah, but there's levels of it, right? Sure. There's levels to this shit, right? And so I think that's one of the problems sometimes that I have with the ANCAPs where they'll be so ideological that it's like they can't break from that. And it's like, well, even though Rob would be considered like 85% agree with everything we say, fuck him. And so now we end up with the guy that's like, yeah, let's ban free speech online.
Let me test a little bit more. So speaking of libertarianism, one of the things that it's controversial, but one of the things that I think Donald Trump is doing that I like the most probably is the whole Doge situation of auditing government agencies, going through and looking like this is look at the shit they're spending money on. What are your thoughts on in terms of the priorities, I guess? Because my guess is you think it's a good thing. Am I right on that?
Yeah, absolutely. There could listen. I sympathize with the people that say there's a potential conflict of interest with Elon Musk
Sure.
and even Donald Trump being the people that are doing it. I talked to Fabian Scott about this yesterday. The problem is because our system's so fucked up, it had to be people like them. Not because they're the best people for the job, but because it had to be independently wealthy people, and the characteristics to be independently wealthy are the same sort of characteristics that we would say we would write skepticism with them being the ones in charge. So unfortunately, when I was voting like crazy and trying to convince every one of my friends to vote for Ron Paul in 2008, it won't happen. Wasn't happening. And so it's going to take someone like Trump to win with all of the good and the bad. And so that's who's there for better or worse. So it's a plus that they're auditing it. If I had my druthers, would it be other people spearheading? Probably. But it is what it is. So yeah, I support it. We'll see where you want to go from this, but I'll just say as an addendum, did you see today that Hegseth said that they wanted to reduce yearly 20% the military budget?
It's based so
fucking great.
I knew that he was going to the Pentagon, and I was really hoping for something like that to happen. That is awesome.
Well, because the criticism that I'm willing to have of Trump is like, okay, man, if you're going to go into USAID, taking the money out of USAID is good for reasons other than just saving us money, right? Because I believe that it's literally funding shit that are antithetical to my worldviews, that are causing harm to the world, right? So it's a difference between we gave $40 billion to this random lady in Connecticut who bought the world's coolest RV and takes photos all around, goes to ball games every day. Like, that's bad because it's wasteful, but that woman's not doing anything that fucking harms me, right? No, we're giving it to things like, promoting child transitioning or
CIA front, basically.
Correct, right? That's the problem. But when it comes to just shrinking the size of government business, if you're going to massively expand the size of the military budget while taking away USAID, you ain't doing shit. And so you need, as much as people don't want to hear this, right? The classic conundrum between the Republicans and this is how I explain to people I work with developmental issues that have like autism and other things. They have a right to vote. That's one of the things in Pennsylvania. It's beaten to your head. And I take that shit seriously. I take it very seriously. And so someone who maybe can't read, it doesn't matter. There might be people out there going, people like that shouldn't have a right to vote. They fucking do. So what's my role in this? I don't want to persuade them one way or the other. I don't want everyone in the world, I'd be like, fucking A, man, vote for Trump. But so the way that I always try to say this, I go with the stereotypical, what is a Republican and what is a Democrat? And this is how I explain it. I say, you know how you like going to like some of the fun events we go? Democrats would have like more stuff like that. But when you get your paycheck, they're going to take more of your money. Republicans, there might be less stuff like that, but you get to keep more of your money to spend it on what you want. That's as my ethical consideration. That's as straight down the middle as I've been able to come. And I'll say this person's Republican and this person's Democrat, and that's how I try to do it. Having said that, no one has ever voted that I've worked with. But when they talk about potentially, that's what I tell them.
Sure.
The problem is Democrats always sell you this program, in theory, program, but we're not going to raise your taxes. And Republicans always go, we're going to cut your taxes, but not any of the programs either. The truth is, they're going to have to cut programs. That's the fucking truth. And they're going to have to cut programs that a lot of people would traditionally say we like. A lot of conservatives are big military people.
Yep.
You're going to have to cut it. You're going to have to. And Doge is a clever way of being like, well, what about entitlements? Well, before you get to the conversation of cutting entitlements, what if we cut the fraud and waste? So if it turns out, hypothetically, that $5 billion a year are going to fraudulent Social Security payments, let's cut that. That's no-brainer, right? But you probably are still going to, at some point, have to have the difficult conversation of like, listen, the money's gone. What could we do? I didn't like Trump saying... Yes, I like Trump saying, did you see what he said about we'll send people up to $5,000?
The dividend or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what to think about.
I don't know if that's legal. If it's legal, we should do it. That'd be pretty big.
Well, see, in spirit, I say yes, but then it's like, but with that, as fucked up as this is to say, because it's very difficult for me to ever say we should keep more of our money. I think that's good, right? Shouldn't we pay down the debt first? Shouldn't we balance the sheet first?
Yeah, we should, but here's the consideration, I think. Assuming it's legal to do this, which I don't know if it is, but assuming it's legal to do this, the idea of, okay, we've saved all this money, we can pay down the debt, right? There is the element here of popular support, right? there is the element of if everybody gets a check, hey, look, some of it, not all of it, because I think they're only saying they're going to do like with a fourth or a third or something of the total money saved. This is the idea. You get a check. This is just like a little bit of it. Everybody gets this, and the rest we're going to use to pay down the debt. I think that could do good for building public support. It feels a little bit like bribing the public a little bit, but I mean, that was the case with the COVID stimulus
Stimmy checks, baby. The stimmy check.
The stimmy checks.
Where's my stimmy, baby?
And this stimmy check is not made from money printing like the prior ones were.
Right.
This is made from actual savings, actual tangible savings. So I think it would just be a much more responsible way to do it while maintaining that kind of like the political element of it. Do I agree with you that like paying down the debt would be the best idea? Just like if we're just looking at this from like a raw sort of like analytical perspective, sure. But there is that sort of pragmatic part of me that's thinking like, if people don't see this tangibly affect them, are they really going to like care to support it at all going forward?
Yeah, I agree. Like, and I think it's amazing though. Like, never underestimate the awesome power of propaganda and sort of institutions' ability to shape a narrative. But right now, most Americans are on board with, in my estimation, I know you can hardly trust polling, but it seems like most Americans are on board with the Doge shit. The criticism of Trump, most of it's his big fucking mouth. Like, right? Yeah.
Because he has that.
Yeah, you got the Trump supporters. They're going to support Trump basically no matter what. And the Trump haters are going to hate him. But he won the election. And a lot of the people that voted for him are like former Democrats. So what are they thinking? And I was reading about this today. It's like, most of them are like, yeah, the cutting the waste is good. But we don't like some of his tweets. We don't like some, but we still, that's why his approval numbers are like hitting all-time highs for him, which is incredible because baked in with him is such an hatred and visceral gut reaction. Like he's got a ceiling that's like worse than any other ceiling in history because there's 45% of this population that thinks he's the devil. So it's like, you're never going to convince them, right? So once he gets to about 55%, that's probably a ceiling. But that's incredible that he's at the highest number that he's ever been. And he's doing all this, what you would be led to believe if you're reading the New York Times or watching CNN, these radical fucking unhinged shit. He's deporting people. He's got people just going through the books at fucking the IRS. And yes, the American people say, great. And to watch the Democrats try to gaslight people as to why it's bad is fucking hilarious. It's just hilarious. It's like, and again, Connor last night. Connor, I have to re-listen, but what did he say? He was like, the bodies piling up under Trump, 2 million in places like Ghana from AIDS.
Oh, from lack of USAID or whatever, yeah.
Already? Holy shit, a 10-day freeze, really? Fuck, are you kidding me? Like, now I assume he meant estimate is to be, but it's like, I'm sorry. Like, that's the deal with USAID. Like, this is what I do if I'm going to be a corrupt asshole. I'd be like, all right, man, here's what we're going to do if I'm Trump. I'm like, fucking find people like Lactoid and Rob and the NRA and fucking Newsmax and all them. And we're going to fucking, the entire budget, all this shit, 95% is going to go to them just to kiss our ass, right? Just fucking people we like, 95%. And then the other 5%, we're going to fight transgender AIDS in Zimbabwe. Okay? And then when they say, well, this is fucking crazy. Why is Lactoid getting money? Oh, you want people to die of AIDS in Zimbabwe? Fuck you. And Congress approved that money. They approved that money, right? And so you can't just shut it down. You can't shut it down. That money's been approved. I mean, it's obviously I don't.
Real quick, I was thinking about this. Technically, wouldn't it be the case if instead of like freezing it, Trump just funneled the U.S. aid money into like right-wing organizations? Wouldn't the constitutional crisis argument, like even that position, that would just disappear, right? Because
here's my question.
At that point.
I don't, and again, I'm someone who somewhat follows this. I think you are as well. Here's the legitimate question. Maybe other people that do politics will laugh at me for not knowing this. How is this money appropriated from Congress in the first place? My guess is it's something like this. You got these huge omnibus bills or these emergency resolutions or whatever, right? That are 1,400 pages that no one fucking reads, that everyone signs off on because it's like, oh, I got my little pork project. That's all I give a fuck about. Sign off on it. My guess is the way it reads would be something like this. $30 million for agencies to fight AIDS in Africa. But it doesn't say this specific agency at this specific time to be divvied out in this specific increment.
So,
right?
So it's kind of a split. So in these bills, there are certain line items that are very specifically funding certain things, so that like have to be funded.
Sure, I would guess. Like,
but then there is like a massive chunks that are discretionary in the sense that they have to go to like a certain goal, but what that goal, like how to accomplish that goal, is left up to the president, right? It's left up to the agency to actually run it.
Right, and when it's left up to the president, it's left up to the bureaucrat.
Right, right.
Fucking, because the president has no clue.
A good example of this is those Politico Plus subscriptions that were being paid for by the FDA. That was coming out of like a miscellaneous fund, right? The idea of like entirely like up to the discretion of the agency, essentially.
So that I would assume that's a lot of this money, and I use that exact example. So I was like, okay. If Trump's not allowed to freeze that money, then give it to Newsmax. Problem solved. Right? That's it.
I was thinking about
give it to the NRA. And then watch and see if the Democrats say, well, you could freeze it. That's what I would just be like, here's the ultimatum, right? We're going to take that money from Politico. It's fucking gone. And it's either that's going to fucking Ben Shapiro, or that's, there's money going to fucking streamers. That's going to fucking The Crucible. That's going to Rob Noir. That's going to Lactoid and Fabian. That's where that money's going. Or we could freeze it. Your call.
Did you see like all the what was it like? There was I don't remember the number, but it was like 60 something or like somewhere like decent amount of like quote independent news agencies around the world that were upset, and they were protesting the cutting of USA because without it they couldn't function.
Right.
And when that happens, it's like independent news agencies cease to be able to function if they're not getting funded by the U.S. government.
Yeah, independent from what?
Independent from what? That is
non-governmental organization that can't operate without government funding.
Yeah.
Non-governmental? Right. That's exactly. It's all word game. USAID itself is a word game. It's not aid. What is it, like Assistance for International Democracy? Isn't that what it stands for?
Yeah.
It's something like. But we just, people hear that, they're like, aid. We're aiding people. We're sending money to fight AIDS. We're sending money to fight poverty. That's good. We're feeding people. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say. And like, so let's say you keep those items. Yeah, we keep sending by the way, even if once you start to get the details, it gets even more fucked up. Because even if you take the things that we could all, first off, if you're someone like me, you say, the government shouldn't be sending money to any aid group outside the fucking country anyways. I already am skeptical of programs that we would say, like, I don't like poverty. I don't like starvation, but I'm still skeptical of government programs in our country to fight starvation. Right. It becomes incredibly worse when it's outside the country because, one, until everyone is taken care of comfortably in our country, our government has no right stealing money from us, the taxpaying citizen, to fucking help people around the world. Fuck that. Take care of your own first, right? Secondly, though, once you start to dig in, it's fucking insane. So, like, the averages of this are crazy. This is sort of, I was reading, maybe I'm full of shit, but this is what I was reading, and I've checked it with like 2 or 3 sources. This is how something will work. You're in DC, right? And you contact some of your fucking lawyer buddies, or, you draw up paperwork. And the paperwork is, you come up with an idea. You're like, what is a project that we could work on? Transgender people in the country of Chad. Okay? Then you go to the country of Chad and you find a couple of English speakers there. And you say, here's the deal. You're going to start an organization to push transgender issues here. And we're going to write a paper that says, yeah, transgender people are abused here and we need to open this up and blah, 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 blah. You're going to start this organization. Then we're going to apply for funding. Then they go and you start your organization in Chad that is the Chad Transgender Organization. In DC, you start the Organization for Providing Support to the Chad Transgender. Then you write the paper, right? It gets put in a fucking miscellaneous fund after it's accepted as something like USAID. They send you $10 million. The DC people keep $9 million. They send $1 million to the fucking country of Chad. And then the company that just got created in Chad keeps 90% of that $1 million that got sent there and spends $100,000 on fighting for transgender issues. That's basically how it works. And that's before you even get to, are there government entities in the country of Chad that say, we're going to get our figures in that pie too. So it's like, that's a bad example when my audience is going to be like, fuck transgender. But let's say poverty. Let's say starvation. We can all agree, like, we don't want people starving in Chad.
True.
But even if your big heart says, yeah, we should fund that program, very little of it is actually going to fight starvation. It's going to pay salaries of nonprofit, non-governmental organizations. And you're paying all these fucking massive salaries to them. And then you go a step further where it's like, well, not only that, but but you have people in the United States who are the politicians voting for it, that's family and friends are on the boards that are getting this money. Then they're not just funding fucking poverty, they're also funding things that are antithetical to what you believe in, like populism around the world. Or they're funding, my favorite Mike Benz video that I've seen recently was, they're funding the Atlantic Council, who then puts on a seminar on how journalists can spot disinformation to flag it for censorship. And the first tweet that they put out is Trump saying, and I'm quoting, witch hunt. So they're training these 300 journalists. What type of disinformation is that? Oh, it's a fallacy of authority. Right, it's a fallacy of authority. And how would you flag that? Right? And it's like, so my tax dollars are going to fund my own censorship.
Yeah.
Right? The whole thing, it's such a fucking shell game.
I'll after this, I'll send you. Earlier today, I was like going through sources, and one was like an official source of the Ukrainian government, like the official website. And I was scrolling to the bottom, and I was reading the whole thing, right? And I scrolled to the bottom, and the very bottom left, USAID, little trademark right there. I'll send that to you.
It's great.
It's everywhere, right? Like there's so much shit this has been funding that people just weren't aware of. All these independent news agencies, all this shit, and it really is. You're right. Like, why would you want to support something that that is has its hands in so many things, that's used as a front for the CIA and so many things, and in the cases of funding anti-populists, for example, something that's just overtly opposed to your political ideology and your political.
Well, Connor, in that debate last night, I bring up the example of Poland. I'm like, National Endowment of Democracy puts out this thing. Now, to be clear, that newsletter isn't evidence that they forced them. But our dollars are going, and they're I'm 99% sure there were dollars that went to the funding of judges, the funding of politicians in Poland to achieve this. But they're basically telling you, this would be our roadmap. This is what we think you have to do, right? And by the way, this is another thing that they do. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. All of the lamentations during the first Trump impeachment of the quid pro quo of Trump saying, if you want money, then you have to do this investigation. I shit you not, 3 Democratic senators also sent a letter to the Ukrainian government that was like, we send you all this money, and we hear that you might not cooperate with the investigation into Donald Trump. And that'd be a shame, because that seems to tinge of anti-democracy and cheering for corruption. So, wink, wink, you like that money you're getting, right? Now, how was that not a crime worthy of impeachment if the Trump thing was? Well, because Trump's guilty. Trump's a criminal. Of course they should cooperate in the investigation of Trump. That's the theory that's going on here. But that's the sort of shit that they do. It's like, well, we're not telling you have to do this, but we do send you $50 million. Just saying, just letting you know. And so, like, I'm talking to Connor, and like, to me, the example with Poland that's the most stark is they literally recommend, your tax dollars are going to an organization that's telling Poland that they must throw in prison politicians that push for mail-in voting in 2020 because it would lead to obvious fraud. If that doesn't sum up our federal government in one fucking nice, neat bow, I don't know. Our tax dollars going to jail politicians that wanted mail-in voting, while at the exact same time they censored you on social media for complaining about it in this country. That's it. And like, you bring it up to Connor, and he's like, based. That's what he says. Based.
Well, he wants you to pay for it, right? Though, I mean,
I read 3 sentences on this Wikipedia article, and it says that the president that was there before, his party's really corrupt. So they packed the courts. So, and it's like, but you don't even know shit about that. Like, for me, my principle would be like, what? We're interfering in other countries' elections? That's fucked up. Again, back to that idea. You're going to have to make a significant case why that's necessary. Connor's coming at it from the opposite end. I assume they're allowed to interfere in everything, prove they shouldn't. And then he'll start ranting and raving about democracy and republicanism. It's like, that's clearly antithetical to everything that speaks of, and probably against our Constitution anyways, let alone the thought of republicanism internationally. But he doesn't give a fuck. And then he has the balls to be like, well, you don't really care about the rule of law. You don't care about like the Constitution and shit like that. What part of what I'm suggesting, because I don't think Eric Adams, that situation is the most corrupt fucking shit that ever happened. Or let's take his best case, the alternate electors thing. I didn't like the fucking alternate electors thing. I thought it was scummy as shit. But it was a legal challenge. It was. And it failed and predictably would fail. And I don't know what to say as far as thinking it's scummy versus thinking that it's scummy. Like, it is definitely scummy. Yeah. It's undoubtedly scummy. It is, right? But it doesn't rise near to the level of the shit that was done against Trump. I would have no problem if none of the shit that was ever done to Trump occurred, or if it was all criminally charged, right? And then Trump did that and being like, "Fuck it, man, throw the book." Like, I don't know exactly what the crime would be from Trump's perspective. I understand the way they tried to go with it with the fraud statute at the state level, but it's going to be real tough, I think, to prove that case federally against Trump based on.
Yeah, proving a crime would be very difficult, but I think
Right.
it's enough to look at and have a problem with politically, and to say,
It certainly
like,
is.
yeah, like that's something that should not have happened.
They oversell. The problem with it is they always oversell their case. Here's in general what happens with the Democrats and Trump. Trump says or does something that's shitty, right? And then the Democrats point that out, but then they conflate a bunch of other shit that's not shitty or it's just made up, and they glob it onto it. And so then basically what happens is people are like, oh, now they've cried wolf so many times legally about Trump, the Bragg case, the Letitia James case, the Russia collusion investigation, all this shit. It's just, it would be really hard if Trump does something fucked up. It would be really hard to get people to give a shit because it's like, you've cried wolf 5,000 times, right? But this time, trust us, this isn't like that bullshit Alvin Bragg case. This is the real deal. Now, this is a real felony. What do you mean a real felony? What about the Bragg shit? 34 felonies. What's 35? We're going to tack another one on? Now, that's not how me and you would look at it, but that's how people will look at it. And it's the same. They did this shit with the alternate electors thing. The big problem they had with it was combining it with January 6th. That's the problem. They led with this is an insurrection. Look what's happening here. And then when you start to look at it, you're like, well, wait a minute. This is clearly being oversold. It's a riot. It's not good.
Yeah, much more. And by the way, and Trump's actions during the January 6th.
Not good.
They're not good, but they're way overstated. I think.
Of course.
My problem with the whole not only do I not think it's an insurrection based on an aggravation threshold, but I also think that you also have to prove that Trump incited it, which I don't think you can do.
He said fight like hell.
Yeah, he said fight like hell, and then I know that you'll go peacefully and patriotically. I mean, there were statements made that definitely do not appear to indicate any kind of incitement to violence.
Now, let's be clear, because I've had this debate with Pisco. They don't have to prove that he incited it. They have to prove that he engaged in it, right? That's the technical terminology of the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. So the Colorado court lays out the evidence of how he engaged in an insurrection. Okay? He said fight like hell. He said fight like hell, right? That's one. He had other tweets that said fight, right? One of those tweets, and I brought this up to Destiny in our debate, because Destiny's like, clearly, when Trump says it, he means use physical violence. I said, so all these examples they use when he said fight, it means physical example or physical violence. He said, yeah. I said, okay, here's one of the tweets the Colorado court used. It says, Mitch McConnell's weak. He won't fight. We need more people like Jim Jordan that do. McConnell needs to get in there and fight. I was like, do you think he's literally telling McConnell to strap up his fucking fist, put some tape on, dip it in glass, and get the fuck in there, right? Start sucking. Well, no. But that's the example that the Colorado court gave. So why are they putting examples in that clearly don't mean? And then they cited other things like he retweeted someone that said, don't worry, Mr. Trump, the cavalry is coming. That was an example they did of him retweeting someone that said the cavalry is coming. That's engagement of insurrection. And then, of course, the go peacefully, what they did was they brought on an expert from some university that said, I'm going to show you how Trump dog whistles to the opposite of what he said. And so he was coded language. When he said peaceful, his audience knew he meant don't be peaceful. That's it. That's their evidence to engage in an insurrection.
I struggle with this on so many levels. This idea of, well, we can't hit this incitement threshold, so we're going to say that it was engagement, but we're going to say engagement not in the normal sense of the word, which is that you're there doing it or planning it or involved in it.
Handing people weapons, guns.
Yeah. But it's at this point, it seems like engagement is being used as sort of a wormy way around the limitations on incitement. Like they're wanting to use incitement, but incitement you can't prove incitement here. So they're saying engaged in. I think that I think that's incredily weak. I've always looked at the question as, is he inciting it or is he not inciting it?
Right. Well, the engagement, it gets even more weak because they'll cite things, the way the courts define engagement, it's so fucking loose. Like, for example, you would have engaged in an insurrection in the Civil War if you saw Confederate soldiers walking by hungry and you fed them. That's engaging. You gave them something of aid or comfort, I believe is the language that it uses. Whether verbally or materially, you aided or comforted the insurrectionist. So it gives I think the exact example the court gives is providing shoes for a shoeless Confederate soldier. Right. That's engaging in an insurrection.
And now imagine also apply to battlefield medics too, who treated both sides.
You would think, right? But imagine you're just some poor fucking rural person in the North, and you see some deserter from the Confederates starving, and you're like, come on, he's got a gunshot. You provide medical aid to him. You feed him some soup. You just engaged in insurrection. That's nonsense. And then you're applying that to Trump, and it's like, well, then the obvious question is like, okay, well, if hypothetically, if that's what engaging in an insurrection, wouldn't that also be engaging in other things? If that's how we're defining engaging, like engaging in a riot. So I think that the Milwaukee burning down of a police station meets their definition of insurrection, but nonetheless, insurrection or riot. Kamala Harris promoted a bail fund for them. How is that not engaging?
Yeah, it's such a weak.
Well, that's different. Well, wait a minute. What do you mean material worth? That's money to get out of jail. It doesn't get more obvious.
Aid.
Right.
It's aid, right? They're saying U.S. aid. That's aid, right? So
it's absolute. And here's the other thing about January 6th that people are afraid to say, but it's a setup. It was. I am thoroughly convinced. I would say 80% convinced that people in establishment roles knew that things were going to get rowdy and encouraged it to do so, and then wanted to have that photo op so that they could stamp out opposition. That does not mean that the people that engaged in violence are excused or that they weren't really Trump supporters. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they knew and they facilitated it getting more violent by the police taking certain actions, and they intentionally knew not to have adequate security there to allow these people to at least get to, I don't know that they wanted them to get into the Capitol, but at least to the steps. And I think that the overwhelming preponderance of evidence shows that, particularly the testimony of Capitol Police Chief Sund, where, according to the official narrative, what I'm supposed to believe is this dude, Dwight, he had to get permission to request the National Guard, and then he had to request the National Guard. And both the Sergeant-at-Arms Paul Irving, under Nancy Pelosi, he lied because he said that as soon as Sund requested the request to get the National Guard, he gave him the confirmation. Sund has evidence that he called 17 times and that he was told over and over, I have to run it up the chain. And the only person to run it up to that was higher than Paul Irving that he answered to was Nancy Pelosi. He later met the Sergeant-at-Arms under Mitch McConnell, Stenger. Stenger told him that when he first requested the National Guard on January 5th, the day before, he requested to Paul Irving first. Irving said, I'll have to think about it. Then he went to Stenger. Stenger immediately said no. And Sund was like, well, it's like you knew the question before I got here. So months later, when he's having dinner with Stenger, he said, how did you know what I was going to ask? He said, because Paul Irving called me and said that Nancy Pelosi would never go for it because of optics. Right? And then
I just haven't seen any of this.
Once he gets permission, so then he says, I called 17 times. Irving says he didn't. Whatever. Once he gets permission, which took hours, he then gets on a phone call with Mario Bowser, Lieutenant General, I forget what his name is. It's about Walker, I think his name was. And he says, I'm supposed to believe that this career military man who's like a lieutenant general, colonel, whatever, is watching an insurrection, thoroughly believes that they're going to kill members of Congress and possibly Vice President Pence. That's what we're hearing. That's what they're saying now, right? Guy in charge says, hey, can I have the National Guard? He says no because of optics. That's what he said. They don't even deny it. That's what he said. How can that be true if you think this is so serious, they're about to kill the vice president, but a career military man's like, well, killing the vice president would be bad. But you know what would be worse? Photos of police stopping them from killing him. I mean, I just don't believe it. And I think there are significant questions around the pipe bomb that are a fucking joke. What goes on with that? So that's my belief. I can't prove it, so I'm not suggesting throwing anyone in prison, but that's my belief.
Yeah, I'll look more into that. For the evidence, I haven't seen any of it. I haven't read any. I know there was some allegations of Nancy Pelosi being involved, and that was brought up during the debate. On these specifics, there's a lot I think that you dug into that I just haven't really dug into. But one of the things I do know about January 6th, like the makeup of the crowd, was the FBI did an investigation, and Reuters even reported on this. that a very small, I think it was 5%, a very small percentage of the people actually engaged had a plan. Like they were actually the kind of people that were trouble, right? Like serious trouble, like the kind of people that wanted to do something beyond that actually had some kind of designs for what they would do, getting into the Capitol and doing something beyond that. For 95% of people, I mean, they were caught up in what you normally see in a riot, which is what you saw during the BLM riots.
Well, can I stop you just for a second? Sure. Was that 5% of all the people, or just 5% of the people that were rioting?
That's a good. I'll look up the Reuters article right now. That's
because it's a difference, right? Because only a percentage of the people there rioted, right? So if it's 5% of the ones that rioted, then you're talking about 5% of 20% of the people there, maybe. You know what I mean? Which is an even lower percentage of the overarching amount of people that were there.
Yeah. Yeah, let me take a look for that.
My audience is like, those 5% were probably all feds.
Yeah, right here. Reuters, this is from August 2021. The FBI finds scant evidence U.S. Capitol attack was coordinated. Here we go. 90... Quote, though federal officials have arrested more than 570 alleged participants, the FBI at this point believes the violence was not centrally coordinated by far-right groups or prominent supporters of then-President Donald Trump, according to the sources who have been either directly involved in or briefed regularly in the wide-ranging investigations. 90 to 95% of these are one-off cases, said a former senior law enforcement.
The ones arrested then.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's an even
investigation. Yeah, these are the ones that are going to be arrested. So these are the ones who were in there, right? These are the ones who were rioting. Then you have 5%.
Yeah, even if you take the 10% number, the high number, that's of the 5,000 that were arrested.
Yeah.
So that puts the number at 500 of the 100,000 that were there, 80,000, whatever.
Very small. And then right here he goes on, and then you have 5% maybe of these militia groups that were more closely organized. But there was no grand scheme with Roger Stone or Alex Jones and all these people to storm the Capitol and take hostages. And this is according to the this is again
that's their
the FBI from
now my audience is like, I don't believe that. It doesn't matter if you believe it, if that's what their official narrative is. And this is another thing that's like difficult sometimes for people to understand. Oftentimes what you do is you steelman the other side as best as possible. You say this is what they believe, but even that's fucked up, right? Which is why, when I would cite CDC numbers on vax, they'd be like, why don't you use VAERS? Yeah, well, because your opponent's going to say, I don't trust VAERS. But they will trust the CDC. So if you can say even their numbers are fucked. So even if the FBI's numbers are this incredibly low, even if you don't trust them, you can still see a problem, right? Well, I don't know if problem's the right word, but
let's assume the FBI, let's assume the FBI's numbers here are correct and the Reuters is reporting accurately, right? I have a lot of faith in Reuters. I think it's a good news agency personally. They're saying that 5% were like the kind of like scheming bad guys, right? That everyone was like very concerned about. 95% of people were caught up in a riot. Right? Taking their numbers. 95% of people were caught up in a riot. Getting caught up in a riot is still your fault. It's still a problem, right? I think there still should be some punishment associated with that. Same thing for the BLM rioters and et cetera. But this concept of this was a centrally planned, coordinated attack. This is the worst thing since 9/11. Again, the catastrophic language that's being used here to paint this as some kind of organized insurrection. And the reason why they really want to do that, by the way, is because insurrection has a legal consequence, right? If they can get somebody on committing insurrection, it's not enough. They just want you to say insurrection. Oh yeah, maybe insurrections aren't a big deal, but it's an insurrection, right? Well, what's the point of that? Well, the point of that is because if there is an insurrection, and Trump, let's say, engaged in it, even though, again, I think that argument's weak for the reasons I stated before. Now you can say he's not eligible. He's not eligible to be for office.
That's exactly right.
And that's really what they want. It's motivated reasoning.
Well, listen, this is my contextualization of the Jabal Bowman thing. Because one of the things they did to claim insurrection, right, even if they didn't use that word legally, they charged a lot of people with delaying an official proceeding. Right, and they try to make that synonymous with insurrection. So what do you need to do to commit an insurrection? Well, they delayed the proceeding. They delayed the counting of the electoral votes, delaying an official. Well, how long? Well, an hour or so. That's a big deal. Well, what did Jamal Bowman do? We delayed an official proceeding. He pulled a fire alarm, right? Now, you can see in that situation, it may have only delayed it. By the way, it doesn't have to actually delay. It only has to be the intent to, right?
Oh, true.
So if he pulls the alarm with we need 5 more minutes, right? That's delaying an official proceeding. So why didn't they charge him with that? Well, because people would say, wait a minute, isn't that the same shit you charged January 6th people with? So instead they charged him with falsely pulling a fire alarm, which carries like a $1,000 fine.
Sure.
But they didn't charge him with delaying an official proceeding. Now you might say, but did they have the evidence? I don't know, but that's how I was able to accurately predict there's 0 fucking chance he gets that charge. 0. Because there is no way that they're going to allow. That's why they didn't charge him with lying to law enforcement. Because you'd be able to draw a straight line to like, oh, Papadopoulos? Flynn? No, they ain't going to have that. That's how I knew they weren't going to charge Hunter Biden with FARA violations, even though it's blatant. Because then they're like, oh, shit. Who was he? He was lobbying with our enemies, hostile foreign companies. To who? Oh, Dad? Democrat politicians, right? That's how you knew. What was the name of that? Sam Bankman-Fried. That's why the fucking right? The illegal funding charges were dropped. Didn't want to know it was going to Democrat and Republicans. It went to some Republicans, but overwhelming Democrat. For me, it's always like, I'm not saying the default position is these crimes, if they're ever charged, are always going to be done so in a way to protect as many of the establishment people as possible. Hunter Biden could go down for the gun shit. He didn't even go down for the tax shit. But he can't go down for the FARA shit. And then simultaneously on the other side, what charges can we do that connects as many people as possible to something nefarious? Oh, insurrection. Because that would mean that we could then stop Trump. Because the way the law is written, then we could do something. And I'm not saying that works 100% of the times, but most times when you look at it, it's like, yep, that's fucking how it works out, right? It'd be a real goddamn shame if they had to charge Joe Biden with mishandling classified information, right? If they had to charge him out of that for something, I guarantee it would have been some fucking obscure, it was negligence on blah, 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 blah.
But they're going to depose Hunter now, because now you can't claim Fifth Amendment protections.
He'll just say, I don't remember.
Yeah, he's going to say that. But, I mean, they could, I don't know, worth a shot.
They charge, go look at that fucking Flynn 302. Look what they charged him for lying. They ask him over and over, did you have this conversation with Kislyak? First, he's like, no. And then they're like, are you sure? No. Then the 4th time they ask him, he says, I don't recall, that could have happened. That's lying, is what they say. Okay, if that's lying, I don't recall that could have happened. Whoopsie-daisy for almost everyone that ever gives testimony in front of Congress, right? How many times do you hear, I don't recall, I don't recall, I don't recall? It's like the select... And again, all it takes is, all I'm asking is for an equal standard, right? Like, I'll give you an example. Personally, as much as it might be untoward, I don't think it should be a crime to try to get dirt on your opponent from a foreign national. I don't. If some fucking Brit comes up to you and says, hey, I got dirt, I'm 18. Oh, I'm doing Australian. I'm fucking terrible with accents, but you limey bastard. I got fucking dirt on I got dirt on your fucking opponent. And okay, man, I'll hear you out, whatever, right? But let's say you think that is a crime. And so Don Jr. met with this Russian lawyer, Veselnitskaya. Okay. But then Hillary's team goes to jail too, right? For meeting with Igor Dushenko. Don never got the dirt. Hillary's team did. I'm not saying Hillary personally. Maybe she didn't personally meet with Dushenko, but someone did. So, right? Well, no. Now, if it was me, it would either be charged both or charged neither. My preference would be charged neither. But if that's how it's got to be, that's how it's got to be. And so, like all this shit, if you want to say we're going to interpret insurrection so broadly that it encompasses January 6th so Trump can't be on the ballot, fine, then neither can Kamala.
Well, for putting a whole fuck ton of people at that point.
Right. Black Lives Matter basically becomes an insurrection group based on the terminology that they're using. So anyone that provided aid or support to Black Lives Matter, which can include saying kind words about them, well, that's 80% of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Right? And as soon as you bring this up, they're like, well, that's ridiculous. That's outlandish. They said fight like hell. That means engagement. Absurd. That's ridiculous. Oh, they had a noose around an effigy of Trump. That's a real noose. Absurd. Why could you even say that? Like, they don't get it. Like, it is so amazing to me how, and again, it doesn't matter how many, I understand Connor's audience. Look, I'm fucking with Connor a little anyways. It's getting heated. I get it, right? I get that Destiny's audience, shit, like, I get all of it, right? But it doesn't matter how many times you could be like, I could come out and be like, Donald Trump should go to prison for the rest of his life tomorrow, as long as this Democrat that committed the same thing goes as well. And they'd be like, why are you defending Trump? And or as long as the FBI, is held to account for being selective in the prosecution.
Well, no, they wouldn't say that. They'd say, why are you dick sucking Trump? That's what they would
say.
Yeah.
And again, it's so funny. And the other thing is, like, as much as there's a cult of Trump, which there is, I think it's overstated, but there definitely is. The worst cult is the TDS cult, and I can explain why. Because it encompasses so many people that at face value you don't think have TDS. The real truth of the matter is the core political philosophy and belief of Pisco and Josiah and Econoboy and Destiny is take Trump down. That's it.
They openly
now
say
because
it,
because that's their core belief, they won't give a fuck if they have to say, sure, take Biden too. Yeah, whatever. Sure, take Hillary too. We don't give a fuck. It's interchangeable. The Democratic politicians are interchangeable. There's thousands of them. I don't care. Take 10 of them to take Trump down. Fine, fuck it. We don't care. Trump bad. Orange man bad. Stop him at all costs. And so what happens is you can see how this plays out. I'm not defending Trump. A lot of the times it is a defense of Trump, but that's not my reasoning. My reasoning is looking and wanting to end corruption in these bureaucratic agencies. And so when there's a double standard, it comes across as defending Trump. The Bragg case. Is the Bragg case me defending Trump? Technically, that's the outcome of it. But the reasoning of me focusing on the Bragg case is the corruption of the prosecutors. That's why I'm focusing on that case. The double standards, right? So I remember this one time I'm in this debate with Brianna Wu. She's on this panel. Brianna. Did I say she? Anyways, goodbye, Twitch. Sorry. When I fucking, I'm on this panel with her, and I convinced her. She's like, mishandling classified documents, obstruction of justice, not to move boxes, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, so you think obstruction of justice is a big deal? Yeah. I did the same thing with Tom Fuller the other day. I'm like, did they ever get those boxes back, the FBI? Yeah. Okay, you're aware of the fact that there were subpoenas of Hillary Clinton's emails? Yeah. What happened with those emails? I don't know. Well, they got deleted. Did they ever get them back? I don't know. No, they didn't. Was the person who deleted the emails a clear-cut case of obstruction of justice? Were they charged? No. Or I don't know. No, they weren't. So you go through it. You know what Brianna says at the end of it? Okay, I guess charge that guy then and charge Hillary. I'm like, okay, that's what you believe? Yeah, sure. Okay, then why aren't you pissed that the FBI didn't? That's my problem. I don't care if Paul Gambetta goes to jail. I don't care if Hillary Clinton goes to jail. I care that the FBI saw that and was like, let's protect these motherfuckers at all costs while going as aggressively, including raiding Mar-a-Lago to get Trump at all. That's my issue. And the people that try to get out of it by going, sure, just throw the Democrat in jail too. Okay, but they didn't. Now what? That's the point. And they don't give a fuck. It's not that they're Hillary supporters. They hate Trump. So if it means, sure, take Hillary down with them too, I don't give a fuck. That's why they protect the FBI so fluently. That's why they'll protect Alvin Bragg. That's why they'll protect Letitia James. They can't admit to corruption with it because that's the tools to take down Trump. And so they can't admit that there's flaws in, they can't even say, yeah, that one case was really fucked up. They can't say it. The majority of them. There are a handful, but they can't say it because their perfect little fucking dream of like all of this shit is justified because these are the fucking crusaders. These are the people with the red cross and the broadsword that are storming the gates. And so we must defend them at all. But yeah, the guys that sent them, what? They're interchangeable. Fuck them. But these soldiers must be defended. And that's what the evidence of it is overwhelming.
And they will outlive their usefulness at some point, right? And then, that's right. And then you might see the condemnation start coming at that point, for sure.
Well, that's just it. It's always that way, right? It's always a bullshit conspiracy theory until it's not, and then it's, well, that's a long time ago. That same debate with Brianna, that's what I got. That's what's Destiny's excuse. So what? It was a long time ago. What can we do? Right? While it was happening and I was screaming my fucking head off. Same with COVID. It's a long time ago. Time to forgive. All this shit. You're a fucking wacko conspiracy theorist. Bill Clinton. Well, then the Me Too movement. Yeah, he's no longer useful. Yeah, it's a long time ago. And I love the examples they'll use. It's like, well, they went after Menendez. They got Al Franken. Right, in seats they knew they wouldn't lose. Sure. Menendez, it was overwhelming. Like, it was so corrupt they couldn't ignore it. Al Franken, by the way, I don't think should have been kicked out. Just saying.
I agree with that.
No Al Franken fan. I think that what he did was in poor taste, and I could see that woman being upset, and maybe there was some sort of civil action. Looked to me to be a joke. If I'm just being honest.
My understanding is there was no actual contact, right?
Right. He just, I mean, come on. That's my take on it. But the only reason they threw the book at Al Franken, the Democrats did, was because they knew a Democrat would take his seat.
Sure.
That's it.
Yeah.
And he was, to be honest, he was sort of like an OG squad type person. So I'm not so sure how much the establishment level, he wasn't as bad as the squad, but he was considered a little quirky, as far as the traditional Democrats go. But yeah, it's always the same shit. It's a conspiracy theory. And it's like, dude, I had it beaten in my head that Russia collusion was the most serious thing in the world for 4 years. And then we found out it happened with Hillary's team. And they're just like, who gives a fuck? Pisco says, he's like, well, can you prove that Igor Dushenko was working as a Russian Federation asset? I said, I have equal proof as you do that Konstantin Klimenik, who was the Ukrainian national that supposedly was working with Russia that Paul Manafort showed, the big collusion that they dug up, a business guy that was in a business associate with Paul Manafort, who our State Department routinely brought in to help advise them with Russia. Paul Manafort gave insider campaign polling data. That's it. But Rob, why would he do that? Because Paul Manafort's a scumbag that was trying to say, look, I'm going to be a big man in the president's administration. Let's do some business. Now, that may be a crime, but that ain't colluding with Russia. Right? And so when he asked Pisco's like, well, how did you know he was Russian? I was like, Igor Dushenko was suspected of being a Russian spy by the FBI in an investigation that was never closed. Well, that doesn't prove he was a Russian Federation asset. That's true, it doesn't. Why didn't the FBI investigate him? If they were so worried about Russian interference in 2016, so much so that they started investigating Trump, and they knew that Igor Dushenko was a suspected Russian spy by their own admission, why didn't they investigate him and his ties to the people he was talking to? Well, they did 3 years later, right? When Durham came in. Why didn't the FBI do it? Right? And that's the sort of shit that I'm talking about. It's like, I just want an equal standard. I don't want the FBI looking at presidential campaigns. But if they're going to, under the auspices of, connections to Russians are shady, they're trying to interfere, and they're going to say, we suspect that Trump got dirt on Hillary from Russians, and the way we're going to prove that is by Hillary getting dirt on Trump from Russians. Basically, it's the equivalent of, I think Lactoid stole from me, so I break into his house and steal from him in hopes of proving that he stole from me. And then it turns out Lactoid didn't, and I go, whoopsie. And everyone's like, no problem, Rob. That's what happened. And I don't know how much I could shout about it anymore. If you want to say that, Manafort should go to jail or Don Jr. should go to jail, I don't give a fuck. I'll be honest, I'll let you in a little secret. For me, as someone who would have rather had DeSantis or even Vivek, the best thing that could have happened was Trump going to jail before the election.
I also voted for DeSantis in the primary.
Yeah, yep. It would have ensured that whoever was the primary candidate won.
Probably Ron.
If Trump would have went to jail during the Republican primary, DeSantis wins that primary and probably wins with 60% of the national vote. That's how.
I'm curious. You think Ron would have done better than Trump did in 2020?
If Trump went to jail?
Yeah, if Trump would go to. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
People would have been fucking insane.
Okay, yeah.
Republicans would have ran away. They would have fucking swept, man. And so it's like, and how would my life change if Trump goes to jail? Not at all. And if I thought DeSantis was better anyways, so it wasn't for my personal gain. It's for what I see as what's right and wrong. And it's like, this dude's being targeted, right? And his associates are being targeted. And by the way, Ron DeSantis, it's so funny because you already see them doing it with J.D. Vance. If you thought Trump was dangerous, J.D. Vance, it's the same shit. Mitt Romney was a Nazi. George W. Bush, not in the same way, mind you. It's way worse with Trump. But now George Bush, who, you're probably old enough to remember, he was persona non grata. Rightfully so in many ways, in my opinion. Bush lied. People died.
Yeah.
Now people are like, now the same lefties are like, Bush is a sensible Republican.
Oh, why can't we go back 10 years from now?
That's right. Trump will be all right. Trump will be all right. He was quirky. Yeah. He was quirky, but this Vance person, he's got a silver tongue.
Yeah.
Right? He's dangerous. At least Trump was ham-fisted and you knew that he was joking around, but not Vance, not DeSantis, unless it's a Bush or a fucking, so it's always.
So I was about to.
I
I do have to head out. I want to give you a little bit of time with your audience. I wanted to ask you one final question, though.
Sure.
Maybe we can end on a portion of Trump criticism. I think that
Okay.
the Live and Learn crowd would like that. So let me ask you this. Trump suggested something that I think is just an incredibly bad idea, in my opinion. I'm loading this just so you know exactly where I stand. His suggestion regarding Gaza, I think is like next level bad. The idea of let's move 2 million people out of it, and didn't he literally say like let's make a Riviera or something?
Well, it'll be the Middle East Riviera.
Yeah.
The Middle East French Riviera. Yep.
What are your thoughts on this plan?
Terrible.
Okay.
Terrible for various reasons. First,
You're
he's
a very
implying
reasonable person, Rob. You get a lot of shit for being this is. I'm glad because some people are defending that and
no.
Jimbo.
Yeah, no, it's so for various reasons it's terrible. One, because you're basically talking about moving people that are on that land that we have no business being involved with whatsoever. Second, he's talking about basically the U.S. occupying it, which would necessitate U.S. troops, which is unforgivable.
Yeah.
It's bad enough that we're sending the funding to Israel and to fucking Palestine, but sending boots would be so far beyond that. Now, I'll defend it in this sense, the same way that I'll defend the tariffs to this sense. Reciprocal tariffs, I'm okay with. Punitive tariffs on identifiable issues, okay, maybe, right? But the idea that it's just like sometimes he'll bluster like 20% tariff across the board, everyone, fucking terrible idea. With one caveat, if it is purely a negotiating tactic. Now, if it is a negotiating tactic, you can't say it's just a negotiating tactic because then it loses all, right? Like, I had long suspected, and I said this to my audience, I was like, at some point, Trump's got to hammer one of these countries with tariffs, even if it's just for a month, because he's got to make it believable. He's got to make the rest of the people go, oh, shit, he will go through with this, if it's a negotiating tactic, right? He's got to take some small country, like Colombia was fucking around. We're not gonna, I don't have a problem with that. If we're deporting these Colombian nationals back to Colombia and they're like, nope, the plane can't land, I'd be like, okay, fuck you. No more business in the United States. Sure, we'll send...
The Panama one will too, right? They're leaving Belgium Road.
Right. Yeah. So you can see the effect of that. If that's the idea with the Gaza shit, if he's like, listen, the fucking Arab neighbors need to get involved, and they need to basically be the fucking UN blue helmets, the buffer zone, right? And I'm going to fucking throw this out there enough that they're all like, what the fuck? He'll do this too. We better get our hands out of our pockets and fucking do something. Okay. Right? I'm willing to say it sounds really bad, but I'm willing to be like, let's see. But if it happens, I will be fucking infuriated. I think that would be one of the most backstabbing, sack of shit, neocon interventionist things that I can imagine. I absolutely believe that from the bottom of my heart. We have no fucking business in that region. None. That's why one of the things about Trump, one thing you can say about him is he gives, I understand the left will say like, oh, he's so predictable because he's not predictable. He gives mixed signals, right? Ukraine, I wanted to stop all funding immediately, right? For various reasons. I'll talk to my audience a little about that here in a minute. But
I do too.
What was Trump's position that he ran on with Ukraine? I don't know. Do you? I don't know.
Vaguely
half the time he's
peace. Vaguely peace.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna peace. But half the time it was like, well, yeah, we'll keep sending money, and half the time it was like, no, we're gonna stop. So I'm like, I don't know. It was the same with DeSantis, to be honest. Like DeSantis gave this mealy mouth, like, well, it's important, to defend our allies and blah, 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 but we have to be responsible and understand, track where all the money's going. It's like, well, what are you saying, dude? And that's because that's a tough issue with this party, with the Republican Party. Democrats, it's easy, fund Ukraine. With Republicans, it's like half the base is like, yeah, and half the base is like, no. So I get the politics of it. Trump basically coming out, I know everyone's bitching. There's a little ham-fisted shit that I don't like with, I wouldn't have a problem if he was like, yeah, Ukraine, come on, you're coming with us to this negotiation, and then bullying them there if you need to, right? I don't know about just saying, like, fuck you, we're not even going to bring you in. That seems a bit much, but that's the thrust of it, which is end this fucking war now. We're done funding it. Great. That's good. That's good shit, right? And so that's antithetical as a philosophy to the Gaza claim. It's complete opposite, right? Where it's like, fuck that. We're going to put boots on the ground. We're going to keep this shit. Imperialism, rah, 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 rah. Right? And so I don't know what he's thinking sometimes, because you could say, the Nick Fuentes crew will say, well, he's pro-Israel. Is that pro-Israel? saying we're going to take the land. I mean, it's pro to kick all the people from Palestine out, but then the U.S. then owns it.
Yeah, he also brought it up right next to Netanyahu, like just out of nowhere.
I think Netanyahu's, I'm no expert, but his facial features, it's like, I think he was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he was surprised. It was like.
And so I don't know that this is super pro-Israel shit. I think that it's like, this guy should. So maybe that's Trump's way of big man and like Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Like, look, man, it's not going to be the outcome you want. But having said that, like everything with Trump, like what I say is, let's see the actions. Let's see what he actually does. Trump's big man Napoleon tweet sounds bad. Not a fan of it. But let's see what happens. If the Supreme Court rules against him, he's like, fair enough. Then I don't really give a shit about that tweet. I'm sorry. If he decides to say, fuck you, Supreme Court, I'm disbanding you, I'm going rogue, I heavily give a shit, right?
Yeah.
Like
that is code red, massive alert. Yeah, 100%.
And it's always, it's always been that, one of the things I say all the time, it's like, the left is always freaked out about the things Trump says and makes excuses for the things they actually did, right? Pisco one time screamed and gnashed his teeth. By the way, my position of not talking to people that don't condemn corruption on issues of corruption, this started with Pisco a long time ago because as we're talking about FISA warrants and this shit, he keeps asking me what I think they deserve or what Trump should do. And I said, may you all get exactly what you cheered for others to get. And he's like, you're saying you want Trump to get illegal FISA warrants? That's what you're saying? I demand you condemn that right now. And I said, fuck you. I'm not condemning this shit for you. And then as soon as it's off the air, I told my audience, I was like, I'd be livid if Trump got illegal FISA warrants. That's ridiculous. But I'm not going to leave Pisco demand that I fucking respond to that. After this guy's fucking, you see what I mean? So it's been this way for a long time. Maybe that's why I'm jaded, because I have these fuckers saying, you must condemn this, you must condemn this. Fuck you. You people were more than happy when it benefited your side. So yes, I'm glad you asked that question. It is something I have talked about on my channel, but it is worth it. I mean, it's sort of tough right now because part of me just, I don't know if you saw my tweet today. I thought it was hilarious. I don't know how many people got the humor in it, but I was like, I've had an interesting couple of days. I had a dude Photoshop a tweet so that I would talk to him. Then I had the moderator chime in, blah, blah, blah. And then I had a Trump hater, get me banned on Twitch. Week's going great. Trump 2028. That's what I put, right? Which is kind of my way of being like, fuck you. There's part of you right now that just wants to ride the wave. Doge shit looking good. Crane shit sounds pretty good, overarching to me.
If peace happens there, and the Doge shit is like goes smoothly, I mean, he will have done like it'll be so good. Like libertarians really need to like take a look at that and realize like there is results here that you can get by collaborating and working.
He gave him Ross.
Yeah.
Which I know that's
Ross.
just,
yep.
He did give them Ross, which I'm a fan of as well. And one area I think a possible concern that you didn't raise, I've mixed feelings on. It's going to be another devil's in the detail. What about declaring the cartels terrorist? He just signed an executive order because I don't think the American people are ready for what that might mean. That probably means that there are going to be cities that are attacked by the cartel in the United States. There's going to be like mass shootings. They're not going to go down quietly. I mean, it's going to happen. And when that happens, do the American people have the stomach for it? Do they have the stomach for, this is what happens when you aggressively go after people that have tendrils already in our country so significantly? And, do you want our government treating our neighbor like harboring terrorists? Now, maybe Mexico cooperates with us, and so that portion of it doesn't become a big deal. But it's an interesting question. I think that's something that you'll have to play out. I have to look into this, by the way, the National Aerospace Database, or I forget what it's called. I saw this today. I couldn't believe it. I should have known to look into this. Trump, all these plane wrecks under Trump, right? According to this database I saw people posting today, there's like half as many as there were in Biden's first 2 months.
The plane stuff, like...
It's a joke anyways, but...
I know, like, the fact that people... I don't even want to give it, like, air. The fact that people are... First of all, the one that everyone has been posting about recently, that happened in Canada. It didn't even happen in the U.S. But also, like, what? Trump shooting them down? What are you alleging is occurring here? There's no...
They're trying to say that, like, he fired air traffic controllers, which isn't true. right? That's what they're
Sure.
trying to say.
Okay.
A dude from Delta today, like the chair of Delta was just on CNN and was like, he hasn't affected us in any way whatsoever. Nothing. Nothing he has done. They basically looked at administrators and they did a hiring freeze and they got rid of some administrators and that's it. But the idea that this would have an immediate effect.
Yeah, because it was like a week after or whatever that
Right.
like they started making this claim after he came into office.
Now, I will say, here's another thing to criticize Trump for. Him, like, just balls to walls and the other people in his administration initially coming out after that first one and being like, DEI pilot.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
You don't know that. It might be.
I criticized that, by the way, before
Yeah.
as well. He shouldn't be doing that, yeah.
Right. Now, he could be right, but there's no fucking way you know this soon. You don't know. If an
was the day
investigation
of,
happens and it's like, oh, well, she failed 7 of her tests and then passed 2. Okay, maybe we have an argument. Yeah, and I think that you could say, listen, we could expect to see more stuff like this because we're not hiring on merit. That's fair too. But let's assume this wasn't because of DI. Let's assume this woman actually could have passed the test or whatever. Dude, you're slandering a fucking dead person. If I'm her family, I'm furious, right? Like,
Yeah,
come on,
true.
fuck you, man. You know, like, I thought that was a bit much. Again, in the grand scheme of things, the problem is with Trump, I like someone that's just going to be so openly transparent that they're just saying what comes to their mind. But every one of us, if we said everything that comes to our mind, are going to say some shit that pisses people off. And that's the problem with Trump. Like, he's a faucet. And it's just like, it's just 80% of the time he's saying shit that I'm like, yes, fucking yes. And then the other 20%, it's like, could have did without that. Like, you didn't need to fucking say that out loud, And he's just like, I don't think he puts a lot of thought into like that Napoleon tweet. Like you said, I think he's just like, the courts, fuck the courts, they're rolled against this. We need to cut this funding. And someone was like, hey, did you see this Napoleon movie? He's like, what a base quote. Put that up.
Yeah.
Type that up, son. Okay, he puts it up. Well, that'll get them. They'll fucking know. We're trying to save the country. Like, that's it, And if the Supreme Court came in, I'm 95% sure that he would be like, okay, we got to reevaluate. Maybe that means he calls me and you and we say, Mr. President, just redirect that money to fucking right wingers and then watch how fast they scream, right? Which would be like, because isn't that the same vein
That'd
of,
be wild.
well,
But I'm thinking about it. Potentially could be, yeah.
well,
potentially.
and it's the same vein as the excuse for Biden with the student loans, which is he didn't defy the court. He just tried another avenue.
Yeah. Yep.
Right? So Trump could try different avenues then. Okay, if we can't get rid of the money, we'll redirect it and then let them do the court challenges there. Right? And then if that doesn't work, potentially there's other things you could do, right? Like, well, we've declared I wouldn't be a fan of this, but like, we've declared some sort of national emergency, which gives me some sort of powers, blah, blah, blah. Again, let me stress, I'm not saying I'm a fan of that. But if it's at least within the technical possibility of a legal scope, as opposed to being like, fuck you, Supreme Court, I'm above the law, right?
There's a
That's the
couple
worst
ways.
case scenario.
I think the best alternative way to do something like this would be, there's a law, I forget what the actual law is called. I think it's like the economy, I think it's the Economy Act or something along those lines. It allows agencies to borrow funds from other agencies as long as they have a shared goal. So you can have the State Department, for example, borrow funds from USAID to accomplish its own goals as long as the goals of the State Department and USAID are aligned, which they almost always are, because both of them have like very broad goals. And there's a reason why Trump put Marco Rubio in charge of both USAID and the State Department, right? So,
and as much as as much as the Democrats would freak out about that, that is not the same as Trump saying I'm above the law.
Yeah, it's legal.
That's so,
yeah.
And I even, and again, I don't know how I could stress this more. I already talked about how scummy I thought the alternate electors thing was. I disagree with the people that think Mike Pence. I think Mike Pence is dog shit for other reasons, but I don't think he did the wrong thing in this situation. I don't at all. I've defended that since day one. I don't like Mike Pence, but I don't think he did the wrong thing. But that still, to me, falls in the bounds of a disgusting legal attempt, a disgusting legal strategy, as opposed to a fuck you, grab the torches, we're taking this bitch over.
Sure.
Right? And it does make a difference. It does, like, right? And I think that's what you're getting to with Trump's tweet, where it's like, if he's just like, the Supreme Court says no, and he goes, yeah, fuck you, yes. That's really, really, really,
now you
really
have defiance.
bad.
Now you actually
That's
defiance. Yeah.
really bad. But if he says, okay, I'll technically comply, but we're going to enact this act over here that allows us to move these pools of money.
Yeah.
Even if you don't like it, it's like he's at least operating with, it's the equivalent of like you're playing chess, right? And you're fucking breaking all the rules. Look, what's that over there? Blah, blah, blah. But it's not until you start literally removing pieces from the board that weren't taken off. Once that happens, it's like the game is over. You can't have that. And even those that would support that, I warn you of this. Once that happens, the game is over.
Yeah.
Like that's all or nothing at that point, because at that point there is no pretenses of anything mattering anymore in the Constitution.
It is a full crisis. I said that about packing the court as well. Like once one party does it,
yes.
Like the next time around, they're putting 20 people of their own, and then it's 30 people back and forth, and then now the Supreme Court's a rubber stamp. There's no actual Supreme Court anymore.
And by the way, I think this way about this is in a different way. I don't think this is corrupt, but I think that way. If I could talk to Trump, one of the things I would tell him is like, you have no choice at this point, based on what you've already done with Doge. You have no choice but to see it to the end, because if you don't, you're fucked, and the people the MAGA people, they're fucked. Because if you start to slightly uncover it and then close the curtain back up, they ain't gonna make that mistake again. They're gonna fucking make sure that shit gets entrenched in ways that it's gonna be impossible to ever. Like, you can't just scratch the surface. You have to go all the way. And I worry that it'll be like, think of the possibilities. Let's say that 3 months Doge is doing well, and then all of a sudden we have an ISIS terror attack. What happens? All of the attention changes to that. And then we get this big fucking, you can't do, he said 20% defense cuts. We can't do that now. Now we got to ramp up the war on terror again, right? And USAID is so important because this shit's festering. It's festering in this country over here. We need to be in there, right? I'm telling you, like, it's, and I'm not even saying that it would be a false flag, though it very well could be. But it could, shit does happen. And what if it's a Katrina type event? A natural disaster of epic proportions, right? And it's like oftentimes what happens are our attention spans are short, and you wonder if the politicians are as well. And so something that you didn't anticipate happens, and it's fucking huge, and that's where we're at now. And all of a sudden, Doge is put in the back burner, or all of a sudden, and whatever it may be. And when you think about like what's it's dark to think about, but. People tried to assassinate Trump for how many fucking rabid Ukrainian followers if Trump follows through and ends support to Ukraine?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Or if you truly believe these people are as corrupt as I believe, and people will be looking at significant prison time, what would they be willing to do to stop that? And so it's like things could get very dark very quick. So I'm all for rah-rah celebrating the good things while we can. Maybe that's why I'm like, fuck you people, I'm not talking to you. Because I know that the bad times are likely to come, even if it's not of Trump's fault, but it very well could be of Trump's fault as well, too. So I think we're also sitting on a fucking ticking time bomb with inflation, that we're going to hit a fucking huge recession or depression.
I'm optimistic. With the stuff that's going on with Doge and sort of the way that things are going on, I'm optimistic. I hope I'm not wrong, obviously, but we'll see. I think things right now, we are on the better of the two timelines. Okay, I think we are.
I agree with that. So, do you stream to anywhere other than Twitch?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, right now, so you could find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. Really how I do it is I stream on Twitch, and then I upload my VODs to YouTube for people who miss it or just prefer to watch it that way. And then obviously on Twitter, Lactoid TV. I've been thinking about doing multi-streaming to Kick and perhaps Rumble as well, but haven't really started that up yet. But Twitch is the main place to see me live, and then YouTube if you want to just watch VODs instead.
We'll have to reach out to you. I would be interested in doing like a once a month show. I think that would be neat. To just talk about the issues. I think that would be a lot of fun. I'm always looking for people. I think one of the things in some ways I have fun debating people like Connor and doing that like Wick panel and all that bullshit drama and stuff. But sometimes it's nice to talk to people that it's not going to be like getting called a fat mother effing homophobic slur and shit.
Yeah, you're 100%. One of the things I was thinking of, and I think the left in this space does this really well, is yes, there's debates, but there's also like collaboration and sort of that sort of organization that I think the right doesn't quite have as well. And so I also, think it's I've worked with Admiral Gibbs before on this. We did an election stream together.
Gibbs.
And Gibbs, I think he's funny. I think he's a funny guy.
He is funny. I like Gibbs.
Yeah.
He fucked me over in this one debate, and I gave him
shit.
shit for it. That fucking Gibbs. I was setting up Hutch. I had to fucking, I had it, man. I was about to spike the fucking ball. I set it up because, like I was saying earlier, you can't just ask a question. You got to get concession. I'm about to spike the ball. Gibbs is like, I need to talk. Gibbs takes the debate. I shit you not, within 30 seconds to Texas should secede from the Union.
He should tell you. Have you heard his drone bombing the border take? That's a pretty good one too.
No, God, Gibbs. But 23 minutes later, I finally get to finish my point that no one remembered about Hutch. Yeah, I'm like, thanks a lot, Gibbs. You took the fucking bait. Someone made a picture too. It was hilarious of fucking Gibbs with like a trout. He was on the face of a trout with like I'm like, Gibbs took the bait. Fucking idiot. Because it was Biden versus Trump. My strategy was very simple. I've started to realize I've had to readjust. When you're on a panel, you make 2 to 3 points. That's it. 2 to 3 points. If you talk 40 minutes, you're still making 2 to 3 points. You just keep hammering them. I'm not saying you ignore people, but you keep bringing it back there. That debate was very simple. I said, the presidential election is about the record of Donald Trump versus the record of Harris Biden. In every facet, the country was better under Trump, except during the pandemic years. And although it is correct to criticize Trump for failures that occurred there, the Democrats wanted to do even worse than him then. Yeah. That's it. If it comes to the economy, if it comes to foreign policy, if it comes to scandals, other domestic issues, Trump wins. And I was like, my opponents will constantly ramble on about January 6th, about Ejon Carroll. They will not have a defensive policy. And that's exactly what the debate was. And so we're crushing them. It's me, Andrew Wilson, Gibbs. We're crushing. It's Pisco. It's Hutch. It's Joe Lewis is just off in the. I don't mind Joe, but he's doing his own thing, whatever. And the fucking Gibbs throws the time bomb of Texas should secede from the Union. It's like, Gibbs. But I do like Gibbs. He's funny as shit, man. He really is.
Funny, yes.
He made me take a shot with him the last time it came on, which is very rare. I was like, God damn it, Gibbs. So I took a shot.
He is the Lord of Chaos. That's what I was. Someone in my chat
he definitely
said. 100%,
is.
100%. Yeah.
Look, I'll talk shit. I think that I'm a better debater than Gibbs on most of the things I talk about.
I think if
I'm in a foxhole, I'm taking Gibbs over me 100 out of 100 times. So there's a. By the way, another thing to say: debate don't mean shit, right? Like debate, it's a skill, but even when it comes to political streaming, like Hassan's a shit debater, but he's fucking crushing it viewership wise, isn't he? So it's like if you're out there and you're like, I just don't feel. It's something that I say, even though I think it's a pussy move. I'm Really Important one time told me that he doesn't want to debate me anymore. He likes staying in his bubble. And it's easy to make fun of him for that. But is that something to make fun of? So what? He's in his niche. He's doing what he likes to do. Yeah, he's doing what he likes to do. He don't owe me shit. You don't know debating anyone. And if you just admit, like, I would say if I could steal my IRI's position, it's probably, I think I'm right. I think my politics are right. I just, in a hostile debate, the confrontational debate, I'm not the best at voicing my opinions on it. But in a one-on-one or in a talking to my audience, there's no shame in that. So many people say like, oh, I'd like to start streaming, but I'm afraid I'm not good at debating. Then don't debate. Simple. You don't have to. And if people call you a coward or something, say, that's cool. You got your own show. Do your thing. I'm doing my thing. Simple. Don't let people fucking shame you. Now, once you're an asshole like me or like Andrew Wilson that's claiming you're really good at debate, then someone calls you out and you basically got to...
I have to debate because if I don't debate... like on Twitch, then I'll do it on Facebook, and then I'll piss off family members. And then I got to get it out.
I do this.
Okay? I got to get it out.
I do this because my wife fucking 6 years ago was like, I'm tired of hearing this shit. Yep. And so that's what I do. Let me ask, I'll get you out on this. I promise. I know I'm keeping you. Like, is there someone that you would, not for moral reasons, right? But is there someone you would, I don't want to use the word afraid, but that you would worry you about to debate?
Is it okay? Is there somebody? I'm
not saying someone that's been accused of like murder or something. So ethically, you'd be like, I don't want to debate.
Like they're a very strong debater to the point where I would be like kind of nervous
yes,
underperforming.
Yes.
I'm not. Look, I'm gonna have to think about it for a second. Not because there aren't people out there. I'm sure there are. Yeah. Look, I'll say it. I do think that he's an important voice in the space, and I agree with him on some things, but not all things. I know he not a big fan of libertarians from what I've heard. I think Andrew Wilson's a very strong debater.
He is.
He's a very strong debater, and I would debate him. I can't guarantee I'd win it.
It's Andrew's tough. He's a great debater. He's a lot of fun too. I love debating Andrew though because Andrew does something that almost no one I debate does, which is he will immediately bite the biggest fucking shittiest bullet. Right? Like we were talking about gay marriage one time and shit, and he's like, "Look, do you agree that transgenderism and convincing kids of trans shit is like a grotesque evil that must be fought? Like basically incredibly strong." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Well, then if I could draw a line from gay marriage to that, then shouldn't we reject gay marriage?" And I said, "Okay, but what if I could draw a line from interracial marriage to gay marriage to that? Would you reject interracial marriage?" And he's like, "Yeah."
Oh no.
And it's like, woof, woof. That's a big woof. But it's like, hey, at least there's no hemming and hawing about it. Like, for me, the person that I would be very nervous to debate, and it's because of their skill, which they're probably better on their topic of choice than me, and because I think they're wrong in their conclusions, and I would hate to lose on an important issue that I think I'm right on. Do you know who Jared Taylor is?
He's the like a white nationalist, I think. Yeah, I know about him. Yeah,
I think he'd smoke me.
I've heard him before. He's like super calm and like
super calm, super smart, and insane
and racist.
And he's I mean, and it's like like a lot of the white nationalists. The problem is they correctly identify a problem. Like of anti-white sentiment. It's the solution that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Right? The solution's like, well, then country only for white people. And it's like, there's so much, right? Like, there's just so much, like, well, if other races get to do it, why don't we? Yeah.
Yeah, but our position is that nobody should be doing it, right? Like,
right. Well, is it?
That's my
Do
position.
do you think the Japanese should have to open up their country to non-Japanese?
Well, so what I mean, yes, I think, and this is we're getting into this will take way too long.
I know. Yeah,
I'm probably a lot more libertarian when it comes to like the immigration,
sure,
than the kind of the current Trump administration, and I'm guessing your opinion as well when it comes to immigration.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, yeah, in the U.S. I tend to approach things with like a colorblind approach. I agree that white people are expected to do that when nobody else is expected to do that in the US context. My principle is, well, I think everybody should be expected to do that, not okay, well, let's be racist too. Like that's like the direction I want to go with things. I think that.
Well, so I look at it this way, right? Where it's like like I said, I'm probably less libertarian than you on a lot of the immigration issues, but I don't have a problem. I think the government exists for the benefit of the people that are here. And so if that government decides those people here don't want anyone else to come into our country, at least with permanent residency or citizenship, our immigration system should be geared expressly towards the benefit of our people. And if that means bringing in a bunch of people from India because it helps the country as a whole, it's great. But if that means not letting anyone in from the rest of the world, also great. The problem, so the way this would play out, though, is we're not a white country. So you can't kick people out, right? You can't. But if you were a country that was homogenous, I guess I would have to say you should be entitled to the same shit, which would mean if you say overarchingly, we don't want people, or our country doesn't want people of a certain religious ideal because we think that it's fucked up, that I guess you would have the right to say that. But it's irrelevant here because you can't kick people out that have already been made roots here. Now, illegal immigration's differently because they knew that it was illegal, et cetera, et cetera. But how do you look at a fourth generational black guy? You can't. There is no circumstance that that's a legitimate concern. There's one. And what this is what Jared Taylor says. He says that we basically enclave, right? So that whites, his people would be like, we will agree to have these 3 states. And only the people we want will be here, and blacks will do the same, and the people that want to mix will do the same. Now, the problem is, you, as a libertarian, you're probably aware of this, the problem immediately is the practicality of that.
It would require deportations from one state to another, basically.
My neighbor who's a black guy now has to be kicked out of his home because Pennsylvania went to the Latinos, and now I'm in some shitty Portland or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, instantly it's fucking unworkable and bullshit. But the general principle, I get where the white nationalists are coming from in the sense of they have a valid criticism. They have a fucked up solution.
I agree.
That's the problem. And I don't treat them like monsters because I feel the same about a black nationalist. You have every right, man. You have every right to fucking point out there are legitimate problems in black communities that oftentimes aren't faced by other guys. I would be a fucking asshole to say you don't have a right to say I'm representing my people. I'm concerned about my people, but you don't get your own country. You don't even get reparations, in my opinion. Like, you know what I mean? But you have every right to fucking band together and say, you know.
You can have freedom of associate. Like I do think the First Amendment provides a level of freedom of association where if you want to form your own club within your own household or have your own club, etc., that's fine, right? Like the black nationalists, they want to form their own thing. Like I'm under First Amendment protections. I think that like the government would be wrong to go in and break up like the Black Hebrew Israelites and the Klan, right? You can't do that.
Correct.
You can't go in and just say you're not allowed to associate with each other anymore. That's not how.
And if you want to buy a bunch of land and put up a bunch of houses with you and your community, fine. The problem is on the public property that's around those areas. Right. You can't fucking say that people can't be there based on race.
Yeah.
So if there's 100%. Public roads going through your community, tough shit. Yes, you could buy the whole city block, but you can't do shit about the public areas, right? And it's like, and the other problem is obviously, I promise, lesson. The other problem is obviously, I don't give a fuck if someone looks like me. I give a fuck more if they are compatible with me socially and culturally. Yep. So I would happily live next to a black guy who thinks like me more than a white guy that wants fucking trans education for my children, blah, blah, blah. What's the skin color matter? You say, well, the generalities show that black people are less likely to have that. Fine, but that's the problem with stereotypes. Stereotypes are good and useful. But when you make things based on general knowledge, which is in effect what a stereotype is, when you get more specific knowledge, you dispense with the general knowledge. So if you think all tall people are good at basketball, but then you see a tall guy who's absolute dog shit, you don't say, no, he must be good because he's tall. You say, oh, now I know he's not tall. If you think that all black people are crazy liberals, the LGBT, blah, 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 blah. And then you meet a guy who's just like you, taking his family to church, fucking hardworking son of a bitch, whatever. Why do I have a problem with that guy? Now, I don't have a problem with black people, but you see my point. That's what I said to the white man.
It's ideology, right? The question is, like, there's other things that, like, sometimes people will use race as a proxy for, but the reality is, like, you and I are concerned about the actual things that matter, I think, right? Which is how much are you contributing? Like, are your value sets going to be aligned with the kind of future that I want to create, which is one that emphasizes personal liberty and et cetera. I think Jared Taylor, though, his ideas like that. I think I remember I did see a clip one time where I think he specifically said, like, I wouldn't care if it led to like a decline of like GDP or like an increased crime rate or whatever along the lines. Like this is the thing that's important to me. Like I just want to have an ethno state, and it's like. I just can't wrap my head around that. Like the things that all these things that matter, I think for very, very, for reasons that make so much sense, right? Like you want to live in a good area. Like why is race the thing now that I don't know. Again,
but it's got to be
there are preferences, I guess, but I just don't share that.
As a libertarian, it's kind of iffy for you though, right? Because like I don't know about you personally, but I've listened to sort of Fabian Scott talk about like what his society would look like, and in that society, right? Couldn't theoretically a bunch of people come together and say this is it's like a HOA. It's all white people, whites only.
Yeah,
we're the governing body here.
My position on this is that the state has no basis to discriminate based on race. But if a bunch of people under the First Amendment freedom of association, if they want to go like band together and form some, building or group or compound somewhere where they live the life that they want to live, as long as they're following, they're not infringing upon other people. I disagree with them. I'm not going to join that compound, right? But they should have the right to exist without the force of the state being applied to them. That's my opinion.
I would love to hear like Liquid Zulu or someone talk with Jared Taylor, because I think weirdly enough, for completely opposite reasons, there'd be a lot of overlap. Maybe. Right? I don't think Fabian Scott or Liquid Zulu would be like, yay, white country, right? But they'd probably be like, yeah, you have the right to freedom of association, and we want to disband the government. And once that the state's disbanded, if you choose to band together and as property owners, you have the right to say what happens on that property. And
by the way, everybody agrees with this concept on like a lower unit level, right? So
of course,
like everybody would agree, even though we wouldn't agree like with the racist opinions, right? Who says I don't want, let's say I don't want white people into my house, right? I'm not going to force white people into his house, and I don't think anybody wants that, right?
Right.
So
it's but that's why I don't want to debate him. Do you understand? Like immediately,
sure.
because like even the libertarian tendencies in me, I'm like I'm against it. Don't get me wrong. Before this gets clipped, was like Rob's a Jared Taylor fan. I'm not saying it. I think that he's incredibly cordial and polite, and I would debate him. I would, but I'll tell you what, I'd be biting my fingernail.
Well,
So I would.
I don't think so. I think that debating him might be actually kind of easy because you would start with the premises of like, look, like what's this debate purpose? Is it? It's not about like you're like a monster or that I think that you should be allowed to do what you do. It's from a place of confusion. Like, why is this the value system here when there's all these other things that are so much more important? Here's how I can show that they're important.
Yeah, and that's
maybe run through some hypotheticals.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
But he would be like, well, as long as you think I have the right, that's all I give a shit about. But I don't.
Maybe.
But I'm not an ANCAP, so I'm not calling for the dissolution of the United States government. So I'm like, you don't have the right. You don't. But the ANCAP would say, yeah.
The ANCAP would say potentially, but I'm not advocating for the dissolution of the U.S. government either. And the U.S. government, again, should approach everything in a colorblind
Correct.
manner.
Yeah. So it's easier for me, but that's what I would do the debate. I would do just fine. I assure you I would. I debated Richard Spencer, who was not, I don't think he's a bad debater, but I don't think he's as
I don't know what his belief set. Like he seems to change it every other year. Like
I don't think he's upfront. I think he's an accelerationist, is what I think. I could be wrong. But I remember, I remember there's a small town where I'm from, right, called Brookville. And I remember when I was like 11 years old, or a little older than that, maybe 14, my grandpa was in a nursing home there. It was like 20 minutes from where I grew up. And we drove through one day and there's a big traffic jam. Very small town, very small. And I was like, what's going on? And my dad's like, oh, look at this. And there's the KKK. They're on the court steps. And there's like 6 of them. And there's a bunch of people booing them on the sidewalk or whatever, like dozens booing them and whatever. And as you're stopped at the light, they're like trying to hand you literature. Fuck them, moving on. And I remember seeing all those people booing them. And it was the first time I ever really thought about that. And within 3 minutes, it took me to get this thought. It was like, whatever those people really believe, they should just pretend the opposite because most people would say, fuck those guys no matter what. So if they really wanted Trump to win, they'd be like, yay, Kamala. Vote Kamala. You know what I mean? I think that's a lot of Richard Spencer. Because I could be wrong though, because Richard Spencer's like, yay Democrats, yay Biden, right? And so, but I don't think that he truly is saying I'm taking the opposite side on purpose. I think that's part of it, but I think he's like, let's get this shit kicked off. Let's just make it as shitty as possible, as fast as possible, so then people will eventually realize that we're right. And I think that he is pulled back from his white nationalism. He claims he's not one now. I suspect that that's not true. I suspect that he realizes the utility in claiming that he's not. When I talked to him, he was celebrating his new philosophy based on Apollo, the Roman god called Apolloism. I did not understand it. I took that debate with one purpose, and that was to get him as many times as possible to say, yep, the Democratic Party aligns with my values more. Thank you very much. I got him to say it.
Put it on Twitter.
Yeah, that's it, man. That was it. I was like, sounds good to me. I was willing to talk about other shit, but it was like 2 shifts passing and there was a lot of audience questions, and the majority of the audience were his supporters, and they were like, well, what would Apolloism say about this? And I'm just like, the fuck is this? But he was pleasant to debate. I'll just say it was not. And that's one of the things a lot of those people have, and I think it probably leads to more people supporting them than otherwise would have because they seem charming. So,
right, all right, when they're against somebody who seems so vitriolic too. But
correct.
I appreciate you having me on, Rob. I appreciate the conversation. It was good.
We'll keep in touch. We'll talk soon, man. I would love to do something like every month. So
yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Catch you later.
All right, take it easy. Let me find out how to end this.
All right. Oh, shit. Well, this was the rare time where I had to stream to YouTube just because Rob's banned off Twitch, so I can't stream to Twitch. Normally stream to Twitch. If you guys aren't following me on Twitch, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch. We do live streams every week, for sure, every Monday. And then we throw some stuff on too, right? We throw stuff on Wednesdays sometimes, and then sometimes other days as well, Thursdays, Fridays. Usually when it's when some kind of debate comes up, it yeah, that's what we do. Most of the vast majority of the content that I do is gonna be debates with, or just debates, right? I'm gonna be debating. Let me just adjust this real quick. There we go. There we go. Look at that. We're fixing this. We're fixing this to make it not look so trashy. See, more effort, a little bit more effort into my UI because I really do owe you guys that. So I'm sorry. I really do owe you guys that. Most of the time I'm doing debates with left wingers, but I have thought about this, and I try to do this a little bit. We try to do this a little bit, during the election season with Gibbs. A little bit more collaboration between right-leaning people in the streaming space, because there's not too much, you know, and I think left wingers do it better. I just think they do, right? You have Pisco, Josiah, Hutch, and Econoboy. They form their own little like live and learn thing, and they do that every week or whatever. And it's a way for them to. It's not nearly as confrontational. It's more of just elaborating ideas, sharing information that perhaps you didn't know about. I think that's like a really important thing, because when you're debating people, they don't have any kind of incentive to tell you things that are true, because obviously there's gaps in everyone's knowledge, to tell you things that could be useful for you in debates later, or useful for you just have your ideas later on. And uh, being able to have a sort of more collaborationist environment with people who you're more politically aligned with can provide that. It can provide a more less confrontational, more collaborationist place to collaborationist. I feel is the wrong word. I think that's like for what people who work with an invading regime. Um, Regardless, you know what I mean. And I think that's important. I think it is important. I think it's important not just to stand against something, but also to stand for something sometimes. I know that's a little bit ironic given that my Discord is Anti-Communism United, but hey, we're going to go ahead and roll with it. Rothbardi, I thoroughly enjoyed this. Great. That's awesome. Thank you for sticking around, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. I look, if Rob wants to do this every month, I'll take him up. And by the way, I'll prepare more as well. I'll get a list of things. I'll go through Twitter news. I'll get a whole list of things. I'll have it all ready to go, and we'll just kind of go through all the topics of the day. Um, we'll see. We'll see if it happens. Oftentimes things are like, oh yeah, we'll do this, and then it just falls through. It happens, but yeah, I'm willing to put in work to make it happen. I think it's good. And by the way, this isn't just a me thing. Rob does have a bigger platform. I think Rob should do with other people too. I saw that Rob had Scott on his platform last night. That's good. I think Rob should bring on other people who could potentially contribute and and really kind of have a that kind of environment. I think, not to say that we're ever going to stop doing debates, but I think that having that kind of cool down period is good. I'd love an agenda. I don't have time to listen for 3 hours, but if there's specific topics, great. Yeah, I mean, we've been going for we basically riffed it for 5 hours, right? And Rob is a talkative guy, right? He's a verbose guy, and so you let him go, and he'll keep going. He'll go, man. He's the Energizer Bunny. He will go, and he knows a lot about some specific events. And there were some events he was talking about that I just didn't have too much knowledge on, so I just kind of had to let him explain it. But now I know a lot more about him, right? And again, that's some of the benefit that comes for having these kind of streams. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning into today's episode of Black Toy TV. We went pretty late today, but that's all good. I really appreciate you guys sticking around. Give me a follow on Twitch. Give me a follow here on YouTube, or I guess subscribe here on YouTube. And follow me on Twitter, all Lactoid TV, LACTOID TV. And